What's up, freak bitches? Thank you for all you guys that have been hanging out in the chat for the last half hour while I've been figuring out some shit and trying to keep that electro map updated. Several people, 5 people in here have been having some fun in the chat so far. What's up, real annoying? Aaron's hanging out with us tonight. Casey was in here at some point. Dan and Cora in the house right now, and hopefully some other people will pop in as we get going. As far as I know, I am the only one that's going to be on here tonight. Jeremy is not really into politics all that much, so he wasn't going to have anything to do with it. Drew had told me a week or so ago, he was going to be doing something with Joe, and Aaron is busy right now. He's not able to be on the call tonight. And a couple of friends of mine said they were interested, but I haven't heard from them, so I have no idea what's going on with anybody else. There is a Discord server in the chat right now, so you guys can click on that, and as long as I have that set up the way I think I have it set up, which is the right way, you guys can jump on here whenever you want and voice your opinions. If not, that's cool too. I'm just going for a while, hopefully until we have a winner. Right now, we've got Biden at 129 electoral votes and Trump at 94. That's actually a pretty big deal, because we still have California, which is 55 electoral votes, which is going to put them up to 170 something, 180, and that's going to be a lot. That's going to bring it down to Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida. Those are the big ones. Washington's got 11 electoral votes that are still out there. I really thought that Trump might do a little bit better in New York. I was hoping that he would steal the state, but not so lucky. Anyway, so that's where it's at right now. Of course, all the New England stuff has gone Democrat. It usually does every election. But the big ones are still out there. There's been some talk about Texas and stuff. Texas has been getting tight. Look, the Democrats have been seeding Texas for a long time. That's one of the reasons they ran Beto O'Rourke a couple of years ago against Ted Cruz, is they were trying to gauge exactly how well they have managed to stack up some Democratic voters in that state. That's why the whole reason they ran Beto O'Rourke a couple of years ago. They didn't run him to actually win. Yeah, Aaron's at work. He's busy right now. But they didn't run him to actually win. They were trying to gauge, whether they had, good enough voting strength in there, like what they've been trying to do. A lot of people have been moving out of California because of outrageous taxes and a whole plethora of other reasons that, it would take 2 years to really go into. But some of the places they're going are Arizona, Texas, and Colorado. Colorado has already gone for Biden. That's not really a surprise. Arizona is going to be tight. New Mexico is usually pretty confident as a red state. I think it'll probably end up going Trump again. But Texas and Arizona, those are the two big ones. Ohio is going to be a bit different. Pennsylvania is going to be important. I think it's going to probably come down to those two states, and that's probably why they haven't been called yet. But that's just me. That's just what I'm thinking about right now. So anyway, I've got a whole laundry list of things that we can go over while we're waiting for more election coverage to come in. I don't know. I haven't really been looking at a lot of the. First off, the exit polls don't usually go out publicly until they've already hit the news. So it's really hard for us to try to, or anybody like me, because I'm kind of a moron about things, really, to be honest. But it's kind of hard to really figure that out right now. Florida's going to go Trump. Ohio and North Carolina may flip. Who the hell knows? Who knows? South Carolina will probably stay red. North Carolina, I don't know. I think it's going to end up coming down to Ohio and Pennsylvania. Hopefully, those two states don't have any problems, but every election seems to have some kind of an issue or another. But anyway, some of the things I wanted to talk about while I was here, there's a reason why we have an electoral college, and I know Aaron's one of those people that doesn't like it and wants to go to the popular vote. And on the surface of it seems like a really good thing. Just majority rules, so on, so on, so on. The problem is, and people don't understand this. While these states are pretty much straight up democracies, the country is not. The country is actually a constitutional republic, and I will turn my volume up just a little bit if it'll help you. Really annoying. How about that? Let me know how that goes. If not, I can mess with it on my thing. But the reality is, if we didn't have the system that we had, you would see basically 5 population centers around the country control the entire vote for the rest of the country. And you have to imagine, think about it this way. Think about everybody in New York, their vote counting so much that they pretty much tell you what to do. That what they want is, their will is what is imposed on you in Ohio or New England or wherever else you are in the country. That's not always a good way to do things. Let me see. Here's a couple of reasons why we don't do the electoral college. Let's see. In Illinois last year, Hillary Clinton won by 860,000 votes. That was her That was her margin of victory in the state of Illinois. She won Cook County, which is where the city of Chicago is, by a little less than 1.1 million votes. So the entire state of Illinois was dictated by one place, the city of Chicago. Or really technically one county, but Chicago is so populated that it's like 85% of the population anyway. Another example is Hillary Clinton won Minnesota by 44,000 votes. She won Hennepin County, which is the home of Minneapolis, the biggest city, by 230,000 votes. So, again, she won a state pretty much based on the population of one city. Now, imagine this way. Let's say you're voting for the mayor of your town, and this 4 or 5 square block area is so densely populated that everybody in that area, however they vote, is who votes for mayor, despite the fact that everybody else, is it really good or annoying? Okay, good. Despite the fact that everybody else in town, the other, 95% of your town voted a different way. That's what you're looking at here. Look, when the framers put together the Constitution 200 plus years ago, they knew how this stuff was all going to work out. They wanted you to make sure that your voice was counted. Trump might lose Texas, we'll lose Arizona and Ohio and Pennsylvania, is my belief. Oh, you might be right, Corey. Who the hell knows? I mean, we're still waiting on some stuff. As of right now, I'm watching Fox Business's YouTube page on my phone, and they've got some stuff up there. Right now what they've got, let's see, pretty much all of New England except for New Hampshire right now is gone for Biden. New York's gone for Biden. Virginia's gone for Biden. Illinois has gone for Biden, and Colorado's gone for Biden. That's no surprise. Colorado, and we'll talk about Colorado in a second because there's a state referendum in Colorado I want to talk about too, which actually I'll be talking about here in a second because it directly relates to what I'm saying. Trump so far has got Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Oakland, Jesus Christ, sorry, I'm from California, so when I see OK, that's what I think of. Oklahoma, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, and West Virginia. And, of course, nothing in New England. But, we're still waiting on those 3 or 4 really big states to come in. But, let's see. Also, and, one of the things that plays to this is there are roughly 3,142 counties in the United States. Individual counties. Hillary Clinton won 500 counties in the last election, and Donald Trump won 2,600. So if you look at that on a map, you see nothing but red and little spots of blue. But yet she won the popular vote. Why? Because she won the 4 or 5 big population centers. Look, there's a reason why we have the Electoral College, and it absolutely is to make sure that the votes of somebody like where I live in Ohio carries as much weight as the vote of somebody in Los Angeles or New York. Because if that wasn't the case, then the only 5 places these people would ever campaign wouldn't be anywhere near you. They wouldn't care about you. They would care about what happens in LA and New York. They wouldn't care about what happens in Podunk, North Dakota, or Dayton, Ohio, or one of these other smaller places where they're not going to be getting all the votes they need to win. That's why we have that. As a matter of fact, you can even go back to Obama, who won the popular vote. President Obama established an all-time low percentage of U.S. counties for a successful presidential candidate, winning just 689 of more than 3,000, or a paltry 22% of counties. Look, I mean, you got to make sure that you're working the numbers in a way that everybody's vote is going to matter equally. That's the whole point. Corey, I'll get to Discord in just a second to make sure I got that set up right, because I've never really messed with Discord a whole lot, with the exception of jumping onto Joe's every now and again. But I'll go mess with that here in a minute and see if it works. Now, if the top 100 most populous counties are removed and the remaining 3,000 counties were only counted, Trump would have won the 3,000 counties popular vote by 11.5 million votes. So I know that's kind of a soft point to make, but I think it is kind of telling when you're trying to imagine exactly how important it is to make sure we do things the way that we do them, and not just go to some strict popular vote. Look, as a baseball fan, I can tell you right now, one of the worst things that baseball does every year, except for this year because of, extenuating circumstances, is doing this popular vote for the All-Star game. It almost always ends up that 3 or 4 guys who are very, very deserving because they've put up the stats and played their asses off for the first half of the year, lose their what should be their All-Star team spot to somebody like a Alex Rodriguez or somebody else simply because they're the bigger name. That's why we don't do the popular vote in elections here in the United States. Also, this article I had read, where did I get this article from? I got it from, it's actually yahoo.com. The title of the article is Donald Trump won 2,600 counties compared to Clinton's 500, winning 85% of the geographic nation. I know that's not how we should necessarily do the election either, but this is just to make some points. Clinton had won only about 420 counties total, far fewer than any popular vote winner over the past century, and roughly 3,000 counties beyond the 100 largest. Trump trounced Clinton by about 11.5 million votes. Yeah, there's a few things on there. I will, if I can remember, I'll go and put links to all these articles that I use down below. But, you know, one of the things I've been watching, and let me find it in my endless stack of crap that I want to watch, is Colorado Proposition 113. Now, what that is, it is the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact Referendum. Now, what this is going to do is this is going to make it state law that Colorado's electoral votes go to whoever wins the popular vote. So here's the danger in that. California could vote, let's say under this scenario, that I know Colorado's already gone for Biden this election, so we'll say elections from this point forward, that the entirety of Colorado, by and large, votes for Donald Trump. But let's say that Biden wins the popular vote, and we get a scenario not unlike we had 4 years ago where somebody won the Electoral College but lost the popular vote. That means those Electoral College votes, despite the fact that the majority of people actually voted for one candidate, would flip to the other, simply because somebody won the national popular vote. So basically you are disregarding at least, really more than half the votes in your state by saying we're going with the national popular vote winner who's going to get our Electoral College votes. That to me is gerrymandering on a national level. That makes absolute sense. Look, Aaron, we've had this discussion many, many times. Every vote does count. Okay? Every vote counts here in Ohio, no matter who wins the state today, because our popular vote here in the state of Ohio is going to go to the person who got the most votes in the state. Every vote does matter. That's one of the reasons why they spend billions of dollars every year. And I don't just mean in a general election year for their presidential election. They spend billions of dollars every year to get your vote. Your vote is worth that much to them that they are willing to spend billions of dollars. I didn't bother putting it on here, but I know for this particular Colorado Prop 13 referendum, they spent something like, I think, $180 million just the people who were for it spent 173 or something million dollars, when the people who were against it spent I think 90 or 100 million dollars. So they spent 260, 70 million dollars to try to get your vote on this. And it's unfortunate to me that you can gerrymander at that level. I mean, all the people that are saying the popular vote is the way to go is just look, it's just wrong. Look, like I'm saying, what ends up happening is all these places in New England that end up going Democratic most often, we've already talked about it, Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Delaware, all that stuff, none of those votes would matter. None of those votes would matter at all. I mean, I would imagine that New England area of the country, those 4 or 5 states, probably don't have the population that California has. So basically, the individual vote in California, if you just did a popular vote, California would carry more weight than all of the New England states, with the exception of maybe New York, if you consider New York a New England state. I mean, I don't necessarily consider a New England state, or Pennsylvania. Maybe you can consider those New England states if you want. But yes, I mean, there's a reason why we do that. When we talk about everybody's vote counting, do you think that Iowa would be an important primary every 4 years if we actually did a popular vote? Nobody would go there. I mean, I don't know what the population of Iowa is off the top of my head, but I guarantee you it's probably somewhere in the bottom, I don't know, probably 25% of the U.S. as far as population is concerned. Nobody would go there. The New Hampshire primary is always one of the earliest primaries, and is considered the most important, because if you can win the primary early, it helps set the stage and build you momentum for going on forward through the primary process. Why do you think that primary would matter at all? It's New Hampshire. New Hampshire's this big. there can't be enough people there for somebody to want to go there and win the New Hampshire primary. Yes, there are 5 or 6 cities in the United States that encompass something like 60 or 62% of the United States population. They're like LA, New York, Miami, Chicago. I think Seattle might be one of them. Houston. I think those are the 6 I usually read about. And then you have other bigger cities. I mean, we talked already about Minneapolis. That's a big population center in that state. I mean, really, all you'd have to do was win the biggest population center of that state to win the state. So I mean, honestly, you would only really need to win those 5 counties to win the popular vote. So those 5 counties, 5 areas this big in an area this big, to win the presidential election. And that is why we have the Electoral College. So we can ensure that all these votes actually carried equal weight. Look, I know on the surface it sounds great, one person, one vote, and that's really what you have at the state level. That's why governors and other elected officials are done like that. But you have to do it differently at a larger scale to make sure that everybody is represented equally. Look, there are only 100 senators, 2 from each state. That's one of the reasons why it's important to participate in the census, because the census is how they determine your representation in Congress and in the Senate. Well, in Congress. So there's a reason why there's, 1 million congressmen from California and like 4 congressmen from Ohio, or, some state that's got a much smaller population, because their population is much higher than ours. But anyway, so if Proposition 13 actually passes, then, it could be very dangerous. Look, I'm already not fond of the idea of splitting a state's electoral college votes, but I know there's only a few states that really do it on the regular. I know, I think, who is it? Nebraska, I think, is one. I think Maine is the other one that does it kind of regularly. But anyway, some of the arguments for it, this from the Colorado NPV, that was the National Popular Vote. People say that it would strengthen the country's democracy, increase voter turnout, which I find it hard to believe. Voter turnout hasn't changed a whole lot. Turnout and civic engagement, reduce cynicism. Nothing's going to reduce cynicism. There's always going to be a big group of people, especially the part that loses, about how the election was done. And increase election security. That's a whole different problem. I don't think that does anything to help election security. And provide that every vote can be counted equally. Every vote is counted equally now. Look, here's the deal. Let me find it's actually about back of this. There are 5 times in the last 245 years that a president has won the election without winning the popular vote. And it's happened only twice in the last 132 years. The reason they get pissed off is because it's happened twice recently. Now, the first 3 times it happened was John Quincy Adams in 1824, Rutherford B. Hayes in 1876, and Benjamin Harrison in 1888. Those were a long time ago. The 2 recent times that it's happened, obviously, is George Bush. That was a rather small difference between the popular vote. I think it was like 500,000 or something like that. Back in 2000, it was George Bush. And then, of course, 4 years ago with Donald Trump. Let me tell you something else. When I've watched election coverage from 4 years ago a lot in the last 3 or 4 weeks, trying to build up to doing this stream. And I can tell you right now, one of the things that everybody reported is that when Donald Trump was declared the winner and declared president-elect, he not only had the electoral college numbers, he also had a lead in the popular vote. So that's kind of what this is people who are just it's gerrymandering. It's gerrymandering at a national level. It's what it is. You're trying to give your side the advantage, which I don't mind so much if it's NASCAR, but when you're talking about an election, you can't say that you want everybody's vote to count equally and then try to gerrymander. Look, this is the whole reason why people are moving out of California and moving to Arizona, Texas, and Colorado. They're trying to get those bigger states. They're trying to seed those states to get the electoral college wins a lot easier. And I can tell you right now, look, I've been telling Republicans to move back into California. Move back to California. With all these Democrats moving out, there's a way that we can take that state back over and clean it up. Because for those of you who've never been to California, that state's a fucking mess. Look, I love my home state more than anything. It is the most beautiful place I've ever seen with my own 2 eyes. But that place is a shithole. I mean, you can't walk around my hometown without seeing homeless people literally lining the streets. There's an area in my hometown called Westcliff Drive. It's one of the most beautiful drives you could ever go on. You got the ocean and everything on one side, nice houses on the other. Everybody walks it. There's homeless people. There's tents pitched on the beaches where the tourists don't even go. Or the locals go there. But, you can't go anywhere in my hometown, which back in the 80s was still beautiful despite the fact there was a homeless problem. But, I mean, they create this stuff by outrageous taxes. I mean, California right now, actually I think it failed a little bit ago, but California right now they tried to pass a law saying that if you move out of the state of California, they can still charge you tax revenue for 10 years after you leave. So if you sell your home and move to another state, any other state, you still have to pay income taxes in the state of California for 10 years. And why do they want to do that? Because the only answer the Democrats have as far for money stuff is to raise taxes. That makes zero fucking sense to me. I don't understand why raising taxes is the only thing. And then to top it off, look at California. I mean, look at all the problems that has. They can't pay for anything, despite the fact that they have, I think their tax rate is in the top, I think it's one of the top 5 in the country. They can't pay for anything, and they tax people to death and back, almost literally. Oh yeah, people's minds are going to get changed, I know. Let me go try to look at Discord real quick. Well, Casey's in there anyway. I'm not sure. Now, again, I'm going to tell you guys, I have not fucked with Discord, so it is possible that I've got this all screwed up. And if I do, I apologize. But let me unmute that. And Casey, if you happen to be in there, say something so I can maybe hear. I don't even know if I'm doing Discord right. I'm probably not, to be perfectly honest. But I'm going to try. Anyway, what's up, Binge? Hey, you guys, hey, if you're sports fans, you see that guy Jacob Binge in the chat right now, go check him out on Twitter. He's been on my channel with me a couple times talking sports. He's a really smart kid. He's a journalism major at Ohio State University, and he is really, really smart, up and coming. You're going to see him on ESPN one day. So go check out Jacob Binge if you're a sport guy. Too bad Deity's not in here. I know Deity's the other big sports guy around here. Maine and Nebraska changed theirs. I know one of the projections that I had seen is that Nebraska was actually going to split its vote, and Maine was going to split its vote between Biden and one of the independents or Green Party candidates. That was one of the last projections I had seen. But I think Nebraska is the only state that splits their electoral vote on the regular. So, I mean, maybe not. I don't really know. I know it doesn't happen every election, but that's usually if it happens, it's Nebraska in one of them. I cannot, Casey. I can't even. I may or may not even have this thing set up right. Let me work on this for just 1 second. I do not want that. That's not what I want. No, we're gonna get out of this. No, get out of this. No. I have no idea. Settings, defaults. Yeah, I may not. Hey, is that Casey?
Can you hear me?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, man?
So now we have Casey on the call with us. What's going on, buddy?
Oh, nothing much. Just try to watch the election, see what the hell's going on.
Did you go and vote today?
I wasn't registered.
Oh, you gotta get registered, man. Are you still there, Casey?
What's the matter?
Okay. What's that?
I must have lost you.
Yeah, I think I cut out for a second. My computer is not the greatest computer in the world, so it probably can't handle doing a whole lot at once. We're still looking at Biden at 129 and Trump at 94. Like I said, California and Oregon are probably going Biden. Washington is probably going to go Biden. New Mexico is usually pretty red. So's Utah and Kansas. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Which sites are you looking at?
Right now, I'm watching the Fox News Business YouTube channel. They have a no audio thing cycling through. Right now, they're on a map of the country showing the electoral vote, and they're cycling through some of the races for different governors and different Senate races that are going on right now.
Because I'm going between Google and Yahoo, and they're the same.
Yeah, I was watching Bing for a little bit, but Bing's was having a lot of trouble because Bing is a search engine that I use a lot because they're not really as they're not they're not like Google. They don't generally screw with the search results and stuff like Google's been known to do. But
Yeah.
but Bing was having trouble keeping up at all, and the Fox Business site was running way ahead of them. So I decided to go ahead and just watch them instead of messing around with Bing at all.
I'm shocked because I really thought that Trump was going to win by a landslide.
I never thought it was going to be a landslide. I know that. Let's see. I lost my train of thought for a minute because I was trying to read the chat. But I know that Brody was saying that he thought it was going to be a landslide. I didn't think it was going to be a landslide. I thought that Trump was going to win, at best by about the same margin he won last year, but probably a little bit less. I thought a couple of states were going to go back blue. That blue wall, though, the Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, that was a tough nut to crack. He managed to win Michigan last time. And I think Wisconsin and Minnesota both ended up going Democrat. But Iowa's still out there. Kansas, there's still a bunch of stuff in the Badlands. Utah, Idaho, Montana, New Mexico. I mean, one of the things, and yes, Cora, they're also redistricting boundaries a lot too, and that's another thing that happens when you're gerrymandering elections. Is you're trying to get more representation by saying, by making the Republican areas less populated than the areas that are predominantly Democrat. It's something that's been going on for really since elections have ever been a thing. I mean, really since the very beginning. People have always tried to screw with that a little bit, Republicans and Democrats alike.
Well, the thing is, the Northeast is like very heavily populated, like New York and Pennsylvania.
New York is heavily populated. New York is heavily populated. You look at the rest of New England, you've got Vermont, which has not got a huge population. New Hampshire, which does not have a huge population. Massachusetts is not big.
But those are also small states, though.
But that's what I'm saying is the area as a whole doesn't have the population of the state of California. As a whole, it may not have the population of the state of Texas. I don't know exactly what the populations are added up, but I mean, just the sheer. I mean, look, just looking at a map, you can tell that the area that California takes up is probably 2 or 3 times as much as all the New England states.
Oh, definitely.
So there's no way that those areas, those areas being very different from California. Why should those areas be at the whim of California voters? They shouldn't be.
Yeah. I agree about that. I mean, like you said, there's so many more people in California. I mean, they should get the more electoral votes.
Look, the guys that put the Constitution together, the framers, they were really, really intelligent in the way they did things. And the reason why Democrats don't like it now is because they're after the same thing the Republicans are after, really. They're after a way to secure power for a long, long time. And it's, you can't do it by gerrymandering. Look, if you really want to win, put a good candidate out there that doesn't suck. Hillary Clinton sucked. Hillary Clinton was a horrible candidate. Even they knew it. That's why they had to pretty much burn Bernie Sanders in the primary 4 years ago to even get her the nomination. Because they knew that she wasn't going to win.
See, I thought that was going to be a lot more closer. Well, I guess that was definitely a close election. But I thought that Trump was going to run away with this one.
I never thought Trump was going to run away with it. I always figured it was going to be close. I thought Brody was smoking crack when he said it was going to be a landslide for Trump because they've been out there beating the hate drum far too much the last couple of years, trying to gin up hate for Trump rather than support for Biden. Really annoying? If voter suppression was happening in Texas the way you think it is, that state would have been called by now. I mean, that's the truth. If there was really that kind of voter suppression, that state would already be red. But the fact that it's in play. It kind of blows out the fact that anybody is trying to suppress anybody in Texas.
Well, when I hold on to it, it says it's not that far off between one and the other. It's like in the tens of thousands, so that's why it's still in play.
Well, it's going to still be in play. It's going to still be in play for a long time because it's one of the bigger electoral college states. So they're going to try to save the bigger ones until they have a really good amount of vote counted. That's why Ohio hasn't been counted yet. That's why Pennsylvania hasn't been called yet. In California, the polls don't close out there for another hour and a half. They probably got an hour or so. I also want to point out that right now, as far as Bing is concerned, that Trump is actually leading the popular vote at a 58.2 million votes counted. Trump's actually got 50.09, and Joe Biden has 48.48. Oh, but he's got the Electoral College. Does everybody's mind change when you hear that? Does that change anybody's mind when you hear that? I doubt it does. That's all I'm saying, is I doubt it does.
Hey, Frank, it's funny. When I go click on Oklahoma on Google, one of the candidates, apparently Kanye West, was going as an independent.
Yeah, Kanye, whatever. No, nobody in their right mind is voting for Kanye West.
Well, apparently 0.3% in Oklahoma voted for him.
Well, look at it this way: the Tiger King guy, that guy, the whatever the hell, Tiger Joe, whatever the fuck his name was, that guy actually was on the ballot for president 4 years ago. Do you know that?
It looks like Texas. Yeah, they're kind of highlighting Texas. I was hearing it was blue for a minute, but looks like Trump is kind of taking it over a little bit.
Well, we got to count all the votes first. I don't want to sit here and make any speculations. I mean, we can speculate all we want about California because it's going to go Democrat. It always does. It hasn't gone Republican since I think 88. And that was when everybody thought they were getting another run of Reagan. But
what do you remember? What do you remember last time California coming up as a Democrat or Republican in the last election?
California's always a Democrat. The Democrats always win California. Yeah, Democrats always win California.
And I wasn't shocked that Oklahoma was won by Trump.
Yeah, California has not gone Republican since George Bush Sr. ran and won the presidency.
Wow.
And I think the main reason why they went Republican is because they thought they were getting 4 more years of Ronald Reagan. I think a lot of people thought they were getting 4 more years of Ronald Reagan out of George Bush. They didn't realize that he sees things a little bit differently, and that actually George Bush and Ronald Reagan, during the primaries, they went after each other pretty fucking hard. The main reason why Reagan chose Bush as his running mate was to help carry Texas. He knew he was going to need Texas. He actually wanted Gerald Ford as his running mate.
I mean, he was from Texas.
I know Ronald Reagan,
really?
I've read, yeah, he actually wanted Gerald Ford as his running mate. He wanted Ford to be his vice president. But his advisors talked him out of it because Ford had not only been vice president, but he had ascended to the presidency when Nixon resigned, and they didn't want anybody on the ticket that was associated with Nixon. They thought it would look bad. So they talked him out of picking Ford as his running mate. It ended up being George Bush.
Well, I remember, gosh, Reagan was my first president, but Bush Sr. was the first one I really remember. So, I actually like Bush Sr., but as Bush Jr., I did not.
You want to talk about, election altering and messing with elections and shit like that. All you have to do is go to Ross Perot. A lot of people say the only reason Ross Perot ran back in 92 was to steal votes away from George Bush and cost him the election. And he actually got a lot of votes. I mean, I forget how many he got, but he got something like 30 or 40 electoral votes in that election, despite the fact that he dropped out at one point and then jumped back in. And then, towards the end, a lot of people say that, because it is not a secret, Ross Perot did not like George Bush. They had some beef that went back however many millions of years, because they were both old as fuck. But, a lot of people say that Ross Perot only ran to take votes away from George Bush and cost him the election. That right there should have been, I mean, look, if you want to get pissed about somebody from Russia buying some ads for the election 4 years ago, why don't you get pissed at that? I mean, they could have saved us from a Clinton administration. Really annoying. I meant to answer this a minute ago. What do I think of the Bucks picking up Antonio Brown? Meh, I don't care. the Niners aren't looking very good right now. There's actually some talk they're getting ready to move off of Garoppolo, especially now that he's going to be out for something like 6 weeks with his with his uh, with his ankle being hurt again. Who the hell knows? All I know is we're looking at Nick Mullins as a starter for the next 6 weeks. They're 3-5 or something, but I don't know. Who the hell knows? They're in the middle of a tough stretch of games. It's probably going to ruin the season for them. There's talk that they may try to either trade for Sam Darnold in the offseason, maybe even, oh no, not this year, because the trade deadline is actually, I think, today or yesterday. So there's talk they might trade for Sam Darnold. There's talk that they may try to move up in the draft and draft somebody. Who the hell knows? But yeah, it kind of makes sense if you think about it, because he did well for the one game that he played with Brady in New England last year. If anybody's going to try to keep him in check, it's going to be Brady. So it gives them a good deep threat. They've got Brady, they've got Gronk. It could make them NFC favorites really quickly if that guy keeps his head out of his ass and doesn't act like an idiot. But, that's just my thoughts.
Oh, man.
Yes, but apparently the Discord is working exactly the way it should be working. So anybody who's in the chat, if you want to jump in the Discord, the link is in the description. Also, don't forget, I talked about this a little bit towards the end of Drew's show on Sunday. I have started a Patreon. I feel too much like I'm begging, so I'm not really going to go into it a whole lot on my videos, but I'll go into it here because I feel like I have to go into it at some point. I did start a Patreon. Mostly because I just want my channel to be self-sufficient. I don't want it to make me any money, make me a profit necessarily. I just want it to be self-sufficient, help me buy a few, like maybe computer programs and stuff that I could use to make the show better. But if you join the Patreon, it's $5 a month, flat fee, and because I have a hard time doing extra content for Patreon right now, because everybody's working from home, my kids are doing school from home, and it's not the easiest thing in the world to do to make videos right now. What I've got going on is for $5 a month. Once a month, I'm going to give away a $25 gift card to the movie theater of your choice. I know not everybody is close to a Regal. Some people it's Regal, some people it's AMC, some people it's Cinemark. I'm fortunate enough to have 3 different ones within a pretty easy drive of here, so I have a lot of choices for my movie viewing habits. But once theaters open and we get past the COVID stuff, once a month, somebody's going to be winning a $25 gift card to the movie theater of their choice. All you have to do is go sign up to be a patron, $5 a month, and you could be in the running for basically, depending on when you go, 2 free tickets to go see a movie once a month. So, if you guys want to go support the channel for $5 a month, you guys can go do that. The link to that is in the description as well.
I mean, that's a hell of a deal, though,
It could be, yeah. I mean, you never know. If I get enough patrons, I may even up it to 50. Dude, it costs, if I go on a Friday night to the local Regal Cinema, it's probably, what is it? I want to say like $30 to get me and my girlfriend in.
Oh yeah, it's definitely. And then if you want to go get something from the concession stand, and that's probably another $20-$30 right there.
It doesn't do much for the concession stand, but if you go to a Regal like I do, I go to Regal more often now because it's 2 minutes from my house, and I usually go early in the morning because I know every showing before noon of standard 2D showings that you can get in for, I think it's like $6 a piece or $6.50 for a ticket. That's
awesome right there.
Cora, if you're in Discord, by all means, start talking. Let me go make sure Discord is on. You are now not muted. Hello, Cora.
Thanks for having a show on tonight. I really appreciate it.
Not a problem. I do want to break out every now and again and do non-movie related stuff, especially considering that, you can't go see a movie right now because of pandemics.
I saw an ad while I was watching the coverage that the theaters are trying to make a comeback, and they're going to play old movies. They're going to play that Terrell movie that came out last year. That's something about time traveling or something. And it was something about the movie comeback or the theater comeback, and it was a hashtag, and I hadn't seen it before tonight. So I don't know what that's about, but it sounds like they're going to try to get people back in the theaters with old movies they already premiered.
I think that's a great idea.
I actually love the idea. As a matter of fact, I took my kids to go see Jurassic Park when the theaters had started to open around here again, the Regal Cinema. They were playing a lot of the classic stuff, Jurassic Park, Star Wars movies, Back to the Future, and my kids had never seen Jurassic. Yeah,
we almost went. We were going to Sioux Falls to Costco last month, and we thought about going, but I was buying chicken and shit, and I'm like, well, I don't want the chicken sitting in the car for 2 hours while we're in
Oh no.
Yeah, that would have been good. What's a little bit of
random shit.
what's a little bit of salmonella for going to see a movie?
Yeah.
But no,
I'm only 39. I was too young to see Star Wars in the theaters, and damn, my husband, he was a kid when they came out because he's 50, and so he got to experience all that, and I was like, oh, we should do that, but I have a feeling they'll continue this trend, so I think we'll have another chance.
Yeah, none of my kids had seen Jurassic Park on the big screen. I have a 55-inch TV, and we watch movies on that. And it's cool and all.
What did you say, Casey?
I was gonna say, do you think those drive-through are doing any good? Those drive-in theaters?
Yes. Back in Oregon, there's one left in a tiny town called Dallas, and everybody thought it was going to go out of business. And over the last 10 years, people have been going just to keep them in business. And then there's one also in the middle of nowhere in South Dakota, which is between where we live and Sioux Falls, so we drive by it every time we go. And they have been fucking packed with COVID. We thought about going. There was a line of 25 cars getting in, and 20 minutes before the start of the movie. So we're like, I think it's a great idea.
I'm not sure if my area, their drive-ins doing anything. I'm sure they probably are.
They might be. I don't know.
But it's probably the best time for them. This is probably the best time they're going to make money.
Exactly. And some of these places have been closed up. I watched a 60 Minutes or something segment about drive-ins coming back, I don't know, 6 months ago. And some of these properties have been closed up, but just left sitting there. And people have been, fixing them up and, bringing them back to life. It's a great idea. I feel bad for the regular theaters that have huge overhead costs that are probably going to go under, and we're going to really not be happy about it 10, 20 years from now when there's no theaters to go to.
Well, I think there's always going to be theaters. I don't think the movie production companies are going to let theaters go out of business. As a matter of fact, I've been telling people left and right to go buy stock in AMC. I know their stock's in the toilet right now, but they're the biggest movie theater chain on the planet. The movie making companies,
production companies would rather just go direct to video and charge everybody $25 a pop.
No, because they won't make as much money like that. They won't make as much money.
Oh, okay.
And actually, I think that's one of the reasons why Disney went ahead and put Mulan out on their streaming service for the premium price instead of waiting for it to put out to the theaters to reopen. I think they were trying to gauge whether you can do that and make the same kind of money, and they learned very, very quickly that they can't. That's one of the reasons why Marvel's holding on to all their stuff. like Black Widow's not going to go out on video on demand or
James
anything.
Bond, let's talk about that. It's been delayed, twice now? And they don't, it's just like, I was looking forward to James Bond around the holidays, and now they're fucking backing it up again.
Frank, how much was Bill and Ted 3 to buy it instead of renting it for a day or
I think it was like $15 or $20 to buy it. I mean, I didn't mind buying it because, look, in the case of Bill and Ted, it makes sense. That movie wasn't going to make $1 billion in the theaters anyway.
Yeah.
That's a rental baby there.
No, well, I loved it. I was glad that I bought it. At least I have it, anytime I want to watch it digitally.
Oh, yeah. Me and Aaron really like that movie. If you guys haven't seen our review, me and Aaron did a review for that movie. It's on the channel somewhere.
We'll have to watch it.
You guys can go check that one out.
We've been doing the Amazon rentals where for like $20 you can rent it as if it's a new movie, and the three of us watch it on the weekends. But that's still pretty hefty for a rental, but when there's nothing to do.
Just a quick update. Trump has now picked up Wyoming and South Carolina. North Carolina is still too close to call, as well as Georgia, Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, and several other states, including Texas and Arizona. So
yeah,
it's 129 Biden.
Too.
It's 129 Biden and 109 Trump.
Yep.
But still plenty of race ahead.
See, I go on Google. It says 131 Biden and 92 Trump.
Casey, you have to understand, these aren't certified votes. Every state still has something they're counting, even if it's only 10% of the total count.
Yeah.
So these are projections. So every source is going to have different opinions about what is solidly projected.
Yeah.
Like I'm watching CNN because I hate CNN in general, but John
Ooh.
King is this amazing mathematician type guy who has a brain for politics and numbers, and he's impartial himself when he's reporting numbers. So I watch him on election nights, and he is, in my opinion, on top of it. But everybody can watch what they like best. But yeah, just remember, this is all projection numbers, Casey. Nothing's certified yet.
Oh, I just saw something interesting. Was watching Google, and it changed on for Missouri. It went from blue to red, as I guess Trump is winning that state now.
Yeah. Some people have a different scale, like they have solid red and then light red and dark blue and medium blue until it's like a really solid projection. And when they don't have that distinction, it just changes back. Like Florida, it was going back and forth like a ping pong ball match.
Really? I didn't see
at the beginning of the night. If you were looking actively as each county was reporting, because all of a sudden about 40% of the counties all of a sudden dropped all their numbers at once. Yeah. So it just depends. And it's really hard to tell how it's going to, because see, here's the thing, the states that are really close, there are going to be lawsuits. All these votes are going to have to be recounted and have a random sampling of ballots to be verified that the signatures match on the ballot with the registration card to make sure these aren't bad votes, and it's going to take weeks. So unless it's Oregon and Kentucky, which are definitely one or the other, all of these states' votes aren't going to be, in my opinion, certified for at least 3 to 4 weeks.
But the problem is, by then it's pretty much the loser concedes.
Oh no!
Anyways.
No. I doubt that. I doubt anybody's going to concede before Thanksgiving. I think it's going to be fought out in court.
I really hope it doesn't get that far.
Did you see that link I sent you and Drew?
What's that?
Did you see that link I sent you and Drew about the legal expert guy on a TED Talk?
I did, and I haven't had a chance to really look at it yet. That guy looks
That's
familiar
okay.
too. I swear to God, I've seen him before.
The general point of it is, so if neither person concedes, and one of them wants to fight it, they can hire lawyers and bring their own delegates to the House of Representatives, and it can get to a point where if the states don't disagree, that they just put it in the hands of the House of Representatives, basically, and delegates from each of the districts, not necessarily all the representatives that we've elected, will pick a president, and our votes will not matter at all. It's in the Constitution. It's this weird loophole and set of circumstances that has never happened, because every president has, every how do you word it? Every presidential election, the loser has quote unquote conceded voluntarily. He gave the example of baseball. I'm not a sports person, but maybe this will work with you guys. He goes, it's like saying that baseball is really a 14-inning game, but there's the tradition that at the end of the ninth, if you're losing, you just give up. But really, on paper, our presidential election process in the Constitution, on paper, in law form, has 14 innings. But for the history of our presidential elections in this country, we've only gone to 9 innings and never looked at what comes next. And this time we may actually have to.
It'd be interesting.
Well, they don't certify the election till a certain date anyway. That's generally how it's done. Just a lot of people don't realize that. So the election night, like tonight, is a little bit of it was one thing, but the states all have to certify their election by December something, as I recall.
I don't know. I really would recommend later tonight can actually be given the presidency with this set of circumstances. And I can't remember it word for word. Like I said, you'll have to watch that video. It's a 16-minute video. The first 10 are actually informative.
That's actually what happened with John Quincy Adams back in 1824.
Yeah, he said this hasn't happened in 90 years. So, I'm just saying I'm worried a little bit, and I would like to see some change to the Constitution about how we elect, even if it's not so much about the Electoral College at all. But how the end of the election is defined. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So-
Ray, if he's going to win California, that's a given. The California, like I said, he hasn't gone Republican since George Bush Sr. won his election. So technically he's already got it. So he's got, including California, he's got 181 electoral votes, 184 electoral votes, but he still needs another 100 after that. So California, even though it hasn't officially gone Democrat yet, we all know it's going to, and probably so is Oregon and Washington, the entire West Coast.
Well, I'm
goes
from
Democrat.
Oregon. Let me tell you, Washington is almost more liberal than California.
Well, that's one of the
Scary.
places that people are leaving California to go is Washington. Washington, Arizona,
Let
Texas.
them go. Let them fucking have
and-
Washington. Let California be more neutral. Jesus. Let them have Washington State.
I have been
Sorry,
telling, I
the
have been
conservative
telling-
in me comes out.
I have been telling my liberal family members in California for a long time. The last Republican governor they had that wasn't named Schwarzenegger actually did a lot to help boost things in the state, but they've been nothing but Democrat ever since, and it's gotten steadily worse ever since. I mean, think of it this way. You know how Joe Rogan left California? That was whole big news.
Okay. I
It is-
don't know, but yeah.
Well, Joe Rogan left California. He actually did most of a
Oh,
video he did on this. He's talked a lot about it on his podcast, and he said that it got to the point where he had to have armed security outside of his studio because
Wow.
I mean he said he'd walk out some days after doing a couple of podcasts and see two guys just sitting right there on a fucking parking slab right there in the parking lot of his studio shooting up. Or homeless guys were threatening people for money out on the street right in front of his studio. And he said,
Good
man,
God.
he said, man, I take my girls to that studio. He said on his street there were people living in tents. And he doesn't live in a shitty part of town. I mean, I've never been to the area of Southern California that he lives. I haven't been to Southern California in a long time. But, I mean, look, even in the nicer neighborhoods, there are people pitching tents in front of $1 million houses because they won't do anything about the problems that create homelessness. When I was a kid growing up in California back in the 80s, they looked at homelessness as something that needed to be fixed. How do we get these
Right.
people off the streets? How do we get them jobs? How do we do what we need to do to make sure these people aren't living on the streets? And then all of a sudden,
Yes.
homelessness became a counterculture. They started looking at it as, some of these people choose, and some people choose to be homeless. I mean, that's their thing, whatever. But they choose to be homeless. We should support that. No, we shouldn't, because a lot of these people have mental problems. A lot of these people have trouble keeping jobs. A lot of these people have issues that if we found a way to help fix those issues, or at least keep them somewhat in check as much as you can, some of these issues.
Or help them keep their medication prescriptions going so they can function and not have their mental health issues keep them from keeping a job.
Yeah, the problem is they started looking at homelessness as a counterculture. They started looking at it as being gay. And while I'm totally accepting of people who are homosexual, I mean, I shouldn't expect to be accepting of
Oh, I
homelessness
hear
when there
you.
are things that we could do to stop that. And like I said, you can't walk through my hometown now. You can't walk down any street without
Oh.
seeing people camped out on the street somewhere.
Oh, Frank, it's worse in Oregon in my area, which is south of Portland, okay? They've dedicated whole swaths of the riverfront and parks to letting them be homeless camps. And people come out with trucks and feed them and give them stuff. And I'm all for helping people, but I would be tarred and feathered in Oregon because me being a moderate, I'm too conservative there, and me being hard on this type of subject, I'm awful and I should go to hell. I've been told that by my mother's friends. It's ridiculous there, and let me tell you, people love to project and say, oh, look at all the people I'm helping. I'm taking care of all these people, instead of taking care of themselves and raising themselves up to be a good example to everyone else around them. And I know that may not make sense, but a lot of people just choose to focus on some little project and, not work on themselves. And if everybody worked on themselves more, we wouldn't have to take care of these people. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, I think we should try to take care of people, but at the same time, we have to walk this fine line between taking care of these people and not taxing the shit out of everybody.
Exactly.
Right.
I mean,
And really, you're right in the chat. A lot of the homeless persons have mental health and drug addictions, but to some degree, people have to take responsibility and take care of themselves and work on themselves to not get in that position in the first place. And sometimes, in my opinion, it seems like a lot of these people are given a hand and they don't take it, or they just keep falling off the wagon. How many times do we help them before we tell them we need to help someone else who will actually follow through?
Yeah.
I don't believe we stop helping though. I mean, look,
Okay.
I've known some people that have gone through 3 or 4 different times of going through rehab and relapsing, going through rehab and relapsing, and some of them have gone 3 or 4 times before they finally put them mentally or in a position to where they could, keep themselves clean off whatever was bothering them. I know people that never got it and they ended up falling victim to their addictions. They ended up dying.
Jabroni, you're right. I have plainly said, and people still call me a Karen and an SJW, that I am a conservative leaning independent, and this is an area where I am conservative. So I agree with you, Jabroni, and I may be too hard on this issue, but I think we all have those hot button issues that maybe we're biased about. And I admit maybe I'm biased and unfair about this, so I'm sorry if I've offended.
You can have views. You can have views that don't rest on one side of the aisle or the other. It's like I lean liberal when it comes to the environment and gay marriage, and there are conservatives and there are conservatives that I know that get shitty about it. And I'm like, look, I'm not a religious conservative. I'm not a particularly religious person. I haven't been to church in a long time, and even then, I only really go because I play softball for the local church team every now and again, and I feel like I need to pop in there every now and again to make an appearance. But I mean, I don't see any problem with homosexuals getting married. I don't get it. And one of the things that gets me about that particular issue is that religious conservatives specifically will talk a lot about marriage, how so many marriages fail, so many single parent households, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, great, let homosexuals get married. You'll have more 2-parent households.
Yes.
But they're gay. Yes. I'm like, I don't care. What do you want more? Do you want 2-parent households, or do you want marriage to be between a man and a woman? Because you can't have both.
And because gay couples tend to have the wrong parts for making their own babies, they're more apt to adopt the children that need homes as well.
That's what I had told somebody I used to work with who was super religious. I was like, wouldn't you rather see a gay couple get married and adopt a child that would have been aborted? See, that right there, it takes care of 2 things. It gives you that 2-parent household, and it stops an abortion. So there's 2 things you can fix by letting gay people get married.
But don't you think today's age we're more acceptable to accepting gay marriage anyways? I mean, I have no problem.
I agree. I think a lot of the issue has stemmed from religious organizations being hard and fast against it. But since the last, what do you think, Frank, 20, 30 years, people have been getting away from church establishments. And I think as that's been happening, more acceptance of gay people has come with that.
I think by and large, at least in the last 10 or 15 years, I've noticed it, that the religious institutions themselves are becoming a little more accepting. Maybe not permissive, but accepting.
Well, look at the Pope. The Pope made those comments years ago. They were brought up again in that documentary recently. And the Vatican just this last week had to come out and say, well, those were taken out of context. But, the Pope does support, homosexuals having quality of life. So I think the Catholic Church is teetering on the edge of showing support as well. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, look, I think you solve a lot of problems by just letting homosexuals get married. I don't see any problem with it. But like I said, I'm not super religious, so I don't have that objection to it.
Yeah.
The other thing I'm left on is the environment.
And really said something interesting. We need abortions because the world is overpopulated. I don't have any current research, but I remember being wowed in my late 20s. There was somebody who did research, and I learned about it in one of my college classes. So someone did a study on abortion rates and crime rates, okay, and correlated them on a graph together, and showed that when abortion became more accepted, 10 to 20 years later, the crime rates were lower. And so it's very interesting to me that people are so hot button on this issue, because it's a personal decision, but also it affects culture and society. And I wish it was one of the least political issues in our country, because I don't know. I just think there's so many aspects to it that it should just stay out of politics. But it seems like it's a big issue.
Honestly, I think that's something also a huge thing with religion. I know it's a huge thing that Catholics hate. I mean, I'm a Catholic.
They don't even like birth control, Casey.
See, the thing is, to me, I think the option should be up to the woman and maybe even the man if she's like, hey, what do you think about this? I mean, honestly, it's something that's bad, like rape. God forbid someone got. Well, obviously, people have got pregnant from
Or
rape.
incest,
Yeah.
like forced incest or whatever. Or what
I
about the
mean,
woman who's my age, 39, who has a pregnancy that's considered kind of high risk, and she gets I don't know, maybe 2 terms into the pregnancy, and the doctor goes, "We got some problems here. It's a tubal pregnancy or whatever. We need to vacate this pregnancy or you could die." I mean, women should have the option with a doctor at a hospital in a surgical or medical facility setting. I'm kind of against the abortions that are done these like strip mall Planned Parenthood places with doctors who don't have hospital credentials. But then, that's a state issue. I'll be very honest. I think that's a state issue. But I don't know. I just wish for the most part that it wouldn't be political. Like, why do we care what candidates feel about this? Because I don't think it should be a political issue. This is a cultural issue, and we should be focusing on tax issues, the economy, gun rights, school reforms or school policies, or like Frank was talking about, how districts are mapped out for congressional seating. There's so many bigger issues than that to me.
Oh, I totally agree. I think shit like abortion that does not weigh on me. I mean, I'm for more to the woman's choice, but it's not like a big, oh, this person's going for against abortion and this guy's not.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to sway for me, I like to see it about the economy. And I think that's the biggest one, is about the economy. I mean, I seen it went into the shitter with Bush Jr.
Yeah.
And I know there's a ton of people hated Obama. This is how I feel. I feel Obama stopped the bleeding, but he also didn't add any blood.
Well, here's the thing about Obama. He didn't have the credentials. He was in the Illinois state legislature for less than a full term, ran for U.S. Senate for less than a full term. In both those positions, he never once authored a piece of legislation himself, ran for president at a very young age with very little experience. And that was my issue with him more than anything else. I'm like, dude, you haven't put in the time. And he picked Biden for one reason as his VP, in my opinion. He needed clout and street cred in Congress, and he knew Biden had it because he'd been in Congress for decades, and Biden was one of the few Democrats that, in my opinion, worked with Republicans, had respect with the Republicans as someone to work with. And he only got the office because he's younger and he was something different that America wanted the change of, and I respect that need and desire. But I had big issues with him because he didn't have the fucking credentials.
Well, I had a big problem with Bush Jr. though. I mean, I can understand we go after Afghanistan for the whole thing with the tax on the 9/11.
Yeah.
But going over to Iraq right after 9/11 hits, to me, it was like, hold on, Afghanistan attacked us, not Iraq.
Well, that I think ties into shit his dad pulled with the first Iraqi war.
Yeah.
And because George W. had a lot of the same advisors and people in his cabinet that worked with his father in his presidency, I think that tied into them just kind of doing more of what they did before and trying to pick up what they didn't finish before. And I don't know if that was so much George W., but the advisors behind him pushing it. But we'll never know. But I hear you. I understand. It was like the whole weapons of mass destruction being proven wrong in the information that they found.
That was a big thing. They're like, oh, they probably did. But, I mean, they probably wouldn't lead them to, like, hey, this is actually our stockpile of mass destruction.
Well, here's the thing. It
bombs.
could have been worse than what North Korea is doing. And are we invading North Korea right now?
No. I don't know why we're not, because We know they do.
I know, Frank, we're taking over your show. Sorry, we'll be quiet.
No, you guys are good. I was
will.
doing some producing stuff anyway, but Brody has brought up something in the chat that I think it's a good time to talk about. He said if
Cool.
Virginia goes Trump, the election is over. Both Fox and the other one I'm watching on Bing, which is usually a little bit behind, have both called Virginia for Biden. Now, here's what I'm seeing for Virginia right now. What I'm seeing is they're calling it for Biden, although there's 96.44% reporting. Donald Trump has 52.86% of the vote, and Biden's got 45.49%. This is a good time to talk about something that I wanted to go into, about exactly how they report election results in real time and who announces winners. Now, the gist of it from this article that I was reading, what it says is that if a person is up by so many votes, they calculate how many votes are left to be counted. And through some other weird mathematical stuff, they try to decide whether there are enough votes there for the person to come back. Now, here is where I'm having trouble figuring this out. It says that I don't see a total number here. Let me see if I can find the total number of votes. Let's see. Yeah, right now they've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They've only got about 12 counties that are even look like they're fully reported. So I'm not sure where they get the 96% of votes are in.
Maybe they're very low populated counties that haven't been added yet.
It's possible. I'm not sure how they come up with it. They're already calling Biden, even though Trump's got 52.89% of the vote and Biden's got 45.46%.
I think the reason why it looks like Richmond been claimed by Biden. That's probably why.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't think Virginia was a state that usually goes Republican anyway. Virginia's usually a pretty strong Democratic state. I don't recall if Trump won it last time or not.
I think everything's up for grabs and everything's up in the air, and it's a fucking shit show of a year anyway. So going by last time and historical wins is all like bullshit.
Yeah, it's really hard to figure out anything on election day.
It's like you have a bunch of people changing. You know, in 4 years you can have a whole change of demographics in large swaths of neighborhoods that might be on the line of a county. I don't know, but you're right. I mean, I don't know. I think every state's going to matter in some way or another, depending on how it all gets added up and what's contested and what's not contested.
I honestly feel it's just the bigger states. I mean, yeah, you get some states that has. I mean, there's literally some states has like 3 votes. Like, who cares if you win those states?
South Dakota, where I'm at, Casey, 3 votes.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. It just is what it is.
Mine's not that much better. So, I mean, like, who figured Oklahoma has 7? I mean, the biggest 2 towns, cities in Oklahoma's Oklahoma City and Tulsa. So,
well, at least in the Senate we have equal representation.
I wonder if they shouldn't do something like that in Congress. Just have 2 congressmen from each state too.
Oh, you mean for the House?
Yeah.
Well,
because there's 300 and something House members.
I don't know that they would do that because
I don't know that it would work. I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know if it would work.
No, I like the idea, but here's the problem: you're going to have a whole bunch of people who are going to get mad that they're all of a sudden losing 4 seats in the House. You have to vacate them willingly before you can change it. But I like the idea.
Well, you can run. I mean, it's like there's nothing stopping these people from running for these other seats. I mean, just
that's true.
It would make for a pretty crazy election cycle. But I mean, if you went from however many, I mean, because I know California's got a shit ton of congressmen. If you went from 30 congressmen from California down to 2, there's nothing saying you couldn't run for those 2 seats.
That's true.
I mean, you'd know pretty quickly whether your state likes you or not if they make you one of the top 2.
Yep. I don't know. You know, I voted for Biden. That's my personal choice. But if Trump wins, I'll respect it. I'll honor it. I'll, go with it and not hate anybody. I just wish most people could say that on whatever side they're on.
I just want people to vote to educate their vote.
Yeah.
I don't like it when people are like, I'm voting for this person because I hate this person. It's like, well, your vote's you're kind of stupid. You shouldn't vote if that's your point of view.
I mean, you shouldn't be ashamed what you vote. I mean, that's your God-given right to do.
But when you're concerned whether it's valid or not for backlash,
no,
it's like I saw some stupid tweet out there that said, if the people are Trump supporters and you really want to vote for Biden, just lie. Say you voted for Trump. I'm like, oh, that is the least classy thing I've ever seen in this election on Twitter.
I don't see any problem with being honest about who you vote for. It's like, look, there's so many people out there that are so dumb about it. I'm voting for this person or that person. Oh, well, what the hell's wrong with you? Well, I've read into things, and this is what I feel. If you got a fucking problem, you can bounce. For the first time ever in my life, I actually put a presidential campaign sign out in my yard this election, and somebody stole it like a week and a half ago.
Oh, that sucks.
I mean, it's not that I don't vote or I'm not active or anything. Obviously, I just never put... The only political signs I've ever put in my yard are for local politicians who I actually know. But,
I wanted to put a Biden sign out, but this region is so Trump saturated. Not complaining, just saying it is. That I knew the sign would get taken down. Someone might egg the house. And I was just like, it's just not worth it. I'm not here to convince people to vote the way I'm voting. I know how I'm voting, and I'm not going to, but the neighbors put Biden signs out, and they keep getting stolen. They keep putting, and Frank, this is funny. Every time one gets stolen, they get an extra one the next time. There are 6 of them in their yard right now.
Oh, my God.
I thought about trying to get another one, but I was like, screw it. The election's in a week. It's like, I think it's funny. I think it may have been one of my son's friends, because my dad is the one that gave the sign to my son, and when he dropped him off one day, then he came in, he was like, here, Dad, Grandpa wanted me to give this to you. And I was like, okay, cool. And he goes, don't put that in the yard. And I'm like, why the hell not? He's like, because I want my friends to see it. I'm like, I don't give a flying fuck what your friends see.
Oh, my God.
I was like, your friends don't pay my damn bills. They don't have anything to do with how I run my life. And if they don't like it, they can kiss my ass. And if they want to come here and debate me for it, they can go right ahead. I'll sit them down here in front of the camera. We can do this shit on YouTube. I don't care. So I have a feeling it was either my son or one of his friends that decided to gank it. But whatever. I mean, I don't really care. I just thought it was funny. That's not the first time that's happened to me either. Somebody peeled my NRA sticker off the back window of my car, too, a while back.
What?
I had an NRA sticker, bumper sticker, in the back window of my car, and I had stopped at a Dick's Sporting Goods up here at the mall sometime over the spring to look at some baseball stuff. And when I came back out, I was walking in my car, I noticed that somebody had walked by and peeled it off.
What the fuck?
People are just petty. I'm like, whatever. I get those things for free. I mean, the shooting range that I go to across, in the next town over that I go to a lot, they're on a table right there as soon as you walk in. You can grab 4 or 5 of them, but whatever.
People are just crazy about that. I'm like, I mean, I don't want to go around and say, oh, I gotta rip this fucking sign out of the yard, or gotta take that sticker down. I mean, to me, I'm like, okay, they voted for that. Doesn't bother me.
For what it's worth, I'm looking at my electoral map on Bing.com, and it says that Trump's got 98 electoral votes, which I don't know how that matches up with Fox's right now because they're scrolling through some of the other races. And but it says he's leading in it for 182 other electoral votes. So that right there would be what he needs if he wins the states that he's leading. Because right now it's got him leading in Florida, Georgia, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. They said he's leading. They're not calling the states for him. He says he's leading. I don't know if
in Texas.
In Texas. I don't know if those are going to hold or not, to be absolutely honest. All those could be wrong. It also says that he's leading in Michigan and in Wisconsin. Wisconsin, he may or may not win. I'm not ready to call that state yet. Michigan's a lot of the same thing. I'm not ready to call anything for Trump at this point. I'm not willing to call anything for Biden except for maybe the entire West Coast, probably Nevada. Ooh. Nevada's usually a pretty strong Democrat. I know they went Democrat in the last election. But for what it's worth, that's what Bing is saying.
Oh my!
Maybe that's going to hold true or not.
Oh my God! I just realized that Pennsylvania is highlighted red. I mean, most of the state is red, but the big towns like Pittsburgh, Allentown, and Philadelphia are all blue.
That's not
those are the
those are big Democrat hotspots.
Yeah. So, Yeah, the big 3 spots are highlighted in Pennsylvania. But I just noticed it turned red.
The Cards Against Humanity's champion is in the chat if you guys want to go give Jennifer a hard time. You know, Jennifer, Jennifer, now would be a good time to put in the link for your guys' stuff that you're selling. My girlfriend and her friend Heather are getting into the crafting, selling stuff business. So now would be a good time to put your shit out there in the chat, Jen, if you want some people to check out your stuff.
Cool.
You gotta give her props. I mean, having 3 wins in a row, Frank. What the hell?
You keep thinking we're cheating. Don't you think if me and her were cheating that I would have won at least one of those last 3? That she might have given me one to help me feel better?
No, I think your feet. It's like, hey, if I feed it all to her, they're gonna think we're not cheating.
Hey, as long as it stays in the house, that's all I want. As long as the champion.
Frank, can I get your opinion on something?
Go for it.
So, like I said, you know who I voted for, I've watched a few Trump rallies, but I'll be honest, in the last couple of years, I've kind of dropped back from listening to a lot of what Trump says and just reading more of the summaries. What do you honestly think he will do if he legitimately loses beyond a tight race? Do you think he would concede, or do you think there's a chance he wouldn't at all and really make a big mess of it?
You can say Trump is a lot of things. You can say he's arrogant. You can say he's an asshole, and there's a case to be made for all those things. One of those things he's not is stupid.
Okay.
I think the Republican Party has already sat him down and said, look, if you lose by enough to where lawyers aren't going to help, you need to go ahead and step away. Because even
do you think he'll listen to them, though?
I think he will. Because I would not be shocked if Trump loses this election. I would not be shocked if he ran for his second term in 4 years. Wouldn't be surprised at all.
Oh, no. At his age?
He'd be too old.
He's going to be 150 years old and still be just as arrogant as he is now.
Even though, but here's the thing. He's been trashing Biden just for being a couple years older than him. And he would turn around and run? I don't know. I could see the possibility of it. But some people are saying, and maybe I'm wrong, like I said, I'm not as well read on deep Trump stuff, but that he would push for his daughter to run.
I don't think his daughter. I would see one of his sons running, to be honest. That's what
I was about to say about Don Jr.
I don't think Ivanka wants to.
Oh, I'm just saying. I saw something about that his dream would be that Ivanka would follow him after this term if he won or something. But
I don't think Ivanka wants to. Not only that, but I think if there was any aspiration inside their family for her to do that they would try to raise her profile a lot more than they do. And she doesn't really get a lot of. I mean, they don't try to push her out front as often as they would if they were trying to build her profile. That's my opinion just looking at it. I could be way wrong.
Oh.
I mean, I could be a moron about this and not know anything, but they could potentially. But I think they'd be trying to build her profile a lot more. Now, it's possible that they want to wait till after this election. Let's say he wins this election and gets his second term. It's possible that after they have this election in the bag, that they start trying to grow her profile a little bit. You'll see that if she ends up taking the lead on some kind of big legislation or some kind of big foreign aid deal or some kind of big thing that we have in another country. If you start seeing stuff like that come up in the next 2 years, if this goes Trump's way tonight, I would say, yes, they're trying to build her profile. I actually said, I think on Drew's show Sunday, that one of the ways you can tell they're trying to build somebody up for a potential White House run is look at the State of the Union response. Because
who they pick?
Because the president makes a State of the Union address, and then the opposition party usually has their State of the Union response, which airs within 15 or 20 minutes of that. Mm-hmm. They had Obama do that, I think, the year before they really started to push him in the primary.
Yep.
So that's and the Republicans did it with Rubio a couple years ago. You remember the whole taking a sip of water thing that they freaked out about? Rubio was one of the guys they're trying to build his profile up slowly. I know the Democrats had was it the younger Kennedy guy do it a while back? Remember the whole thing where he was drooling or whatever was going on? So look at who they have. Yeah, look at things like that. If they start pushing Ivanka to the front and talk about how important she is and starting to make stories about her, then I would say maybe you're right. But I think if anybody's going to do it, if one of his kids is going to do it, it's going to be one of his sons. And I think it would probably be his oldest son, the guy who's usually on TV. I think it's
Eric seems a little meeker. That's the best way I can put it.
Or Don
like
Jr.
Quieter.
I could see Don Jr. maybe making a run, but I don't think Don Jr. is going to make a run just yet. I think if Biden wins this election, I could see Don Jr. trying to put his ducks in a row to maybe run in 4 years if his dad doesn't want to run for a second term.
It seems like Trump's been talking a lot about Ivanka's husband a lot. I mean, he sent him to the Mideast to do the talks. And I did watch the first 30 minutes of Trump's speech on his last rally last night. And he made a really big, I'm so proud of Jared Kushner. So I don't know if he's pushing for him, but he's been talking about him a lot. But we'll see.
I'm pretty sure the Republican Party, if he's ever brought Jared Kushner up as a potential presidential candidate, or even a vice presidential candidate, they probably looked at him more like, because even a lot of people in the Republican Party aren't fond of Jared Kushner. I mean, don't forget, it was Trump's second chief of staff, the old Marine general, who took his security clearance away because he wasn't comfortable with him having that kind of clearance. So I think even
I'm just saying I saw that, but you're right.
Now I have no doubt that he trusts Jared Kushner to do the things that he's doing. I don't know that he necessarily wants him to run for the White House. But then again, it may not necessarily be up to Trump. I think the Republican Party would probably dissuade him from running.
Yeah. I'm surprised that
I wouldn't be too
he's had so much success in the nepotism that he's brought into his administration. I've never seen a president bring so many people from his personal family into the White House and into specifically the West Wing. That's one of my biggest issues with him, is one of the reasons why I feel like he's been unethical and broken down walls.
I get the visuals. I understand what you're saying about the way it looks, and it doesn't look great. Understanding the role that Ivanka plays, she essentially does what the First Lady does in a sense. Rather than the First Lady being out there and having her own policy agenda, which is what some First Ladies do, like Hillary Clinton had her own policy agenda.
Well, she has one. She made one speech about online bullying. Remember?
Yeah, but for the most part, Melania Trump she's the trophy wife. She's the
and she takes care of her son. She takes care of her son.
She's the same kind of first lady. She's the same kind of first lady that Jackie Kennedy was. She's very ceremonial. She's not necessarily out there pushing an agenda. I think that Ivanka is the one that's out there pushing this kind of, not a side agenda. It makes it sound bad, but some of the things that maybe the president doesn't want to get involved in until it's going to be a win.
She's like being the bulldog for his administration in a way. She's going out there and, speaking up and defending it in little ways.
Well, she's a senior advisor. That's what she does. Look, Trump hired him. Look, when you're the president of the United States, when you get elected, you gotta put in those positions people that you trust to help drive your agenda. His business has been successful, and his business is largely run by him and his kids. They've been successful. So you call people in that you're confident are going to do a job for you. And he trusts his kids to do the job. He trusts Ivanka. He trusts Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, some other people that he's known from around the business world. His sons mostly, they don't work for the administration, but they go do TV hits for him and stuff. But they're too busy running the Trump Corporation stuff while Dad's away doing the presidential stuff. So, I mean, whatever.
And one thing I've been telling Democrat friends that are, in my opinion, really liberal and frankly say horrible things about Trump, I'm not going to repeat them, and I chastise them for it and tell them, you say you're a Christian, you shouldn't be saying that shit.
Yeah, that's dumb.
I've been telling them things like, they elected Trump because he had a different mindset. He wasn't deep state, politician. He was outsider, businessman mentality, American. You can't expect a man like that to come into a presidency and have an administration like all the other ones before that were people who had political experience for so many years and had roots and tethers that they were held by to make them do it a certain way. So you can't blame Trump for doing everything differently. If you don't like it, then don't vote for him. But if you voted for him, or you're rational-minded person, in my opinion, you should have expected this out of Trump. And it's unfair to judge him by the standard of people who came before him, who did things the old way. And I just think that's an unfair, harsh judgment of him. It's just, I didn't like that about him, the nepotism side of things. I kind of suspected he was going to go that way, but I'm just saying it's one thing I didn't like about him, what helped me choose my vote this time around. But I didn't know he was going to do that in 2016. But anyways, the point is, I think people who hate on Trump were unfairly judging him and holding him to standards that he didn't ever commit to. and they need to get over it.
No doubt, no doubt.
Right.
I always tell
Yeah.
people to take the 4 or 5 things that are most important to you into the ballot, into your voting box with you, and whoever checks off most of those boxes, you're doing well to vote for that person. Doesn't matter what party they are, or who they are. If you think
Amen.
that person is the best person to do what you think is important, then vote for that person, and your vote is okay. It's educated. But like I said, I used to work with this little black kid during the Bush Kerry campaigns in 2004. He said, "I'm going to vote for Kerry because I hate Bush." I'm like, why? Why? Do you not know that John Kerry wants to add $9 billion in taxes? I was like, you're going to get less money, but go ahead and vote for the guy because you hate the other guy. Whatever. It's just dumb.
Well, look at Obama's first campaign. I would say, in my opinion, 75% of what he said in rallies and speeches and all the material he put out was, "I'm not Bush. I'm not Bush. I'm not Bush. I'm not Bush." And he said shit about what he was actually going to do. And then he took all this money from the unions and other groups in the business sect and Wall Street that people didn't really quite see yet. He gets into office, and all of a sudden he's a more moderate president than anybody ever expected. My mother gave the Obama campaign $10,000 the first time around. He gets into office. She was so disgusted with his performance because he didn't stick to the liberal agenda that he campaigned on, that he alienated a large sect of Democrats. And it's a stupid game. And one thing I respect about Trump is he's honest, at least in the regard of, like, I'm not taking these people money, so I'm not tethered to them. And I respect that about him, and I wish that would be a trend in future presidential campaigns.
They've also now, if you believe Fox, have called Utah for Donald Trump. So now we're looking at 129 electoral votes for Biden and 115 for Trump. And as far as Bing is telling me, and they just updated us about a minute ago, Trump still has a slight edge in the popular vote with 82.8 million votes counted. Donald Trump has 50.37%, Biden has 48.04%, and Joe Jorgensen is actually 1.3%.
Stupid. This is my one word for that. Sorry. The third party candidate who really has no chance just takes votes away from the other people. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm not against the third party. It depends on who. I mean, like I said, Ross Perot had a significant following back in, whatever, 94. And so maybe a third party is what the two main parties need to help keep them a little more honest and make them better choices for us as voters. I honestly, if I ran for an office, I don't think I would be comfortable running as either a Democrat or Republican, because I don't think either party really, not to enough of a point that I'm comfortable with, really represents who I am as a person anymore.
Well, the problem is our government system is set up, except for the judicial branch, is so strongly based on a partisan system that where do you go to begin? Like in Congress, okay? The committee appointments. Let's say the Senate Judiciary Committee, okay? The people who decide who's on that committee are the people who are technically in the majority lead at the time of the Senate floor. So if you take away the party system, you're going to have to restructure everything down to how Congress is organized, and that would take years. I don't see how it could work. That's my opinion.
I love all these people that talk about California seating from the union. You realize you'd lose 55 electoral votes in the election, right? It'd make it that much harder for Democrats to get elected.
You know that would only last for 2 minutes when they realized that they would stop getting money from the federal government, right?
True. Well, like I said, I love my home state. I really do. I love the eclectic nature of the culture. Like, if you ever get a chance to go to my hometown, go there. It's a fantastic, crazy place. I mean, the motto of my hometown is "Stay Weird." I grew up in a town called Santa Cruz, California. Did you ever see the movie The Lost Boys?
No.
The old vampire movie from the '80s with the two Corys and all that. They filmed that movie.
I've heard of it, never seen it.
They filmed that movie in my hometown. So every summer, towards the end of the summer, they put up a big inflatable screen up on the beach, and they showed this movie, and it's for free. You just go there, throw a blanket down, bring a cooler full of beer, and watch this movie on the beach at night. And it's actually really fun.
Kind of
But-
like the Goonies. That was filmed up in Astoria, Oregon.
Yes, it
There's
was.
a Goonies festival every year. Yeah.
Nice. I need to
But
have
now
that.
the people who bought the house, Frank, they're so sick of fans coming by and trying to get pictures and wanting to come in. They put fences up and don't let anybody near it.
That's unfortunate.
Why the fuck would you buy the Goonies house?
Well, maybe they didn't know. I mean, Christ, that movie's only 35 years old. Maybe, I mean, it's not. It's great. It's part of the movie culture, but maybe they just didn't know. Maybe they aren't big movie fans. Who the hell knows? I've actually heard
don't
similar
know.
stories about the house in Southern California that they used for the exterior shots for the Brady Bunch.
Oh, did you hear what they
What?
did with that last year?
I
They
think it was for sale.
No, they some TV show bought it and they actually redid the house to make it look exactly like it does in the TV show.
Nice. I
They
would totally. I would totally
They had
bought
to
that
add
house.
on. They had to add on to it and change windows, and it was some renovation show with those twin guys that everybody think are hot but just look gay to me.
Oh,
I
the
don't know what
two
they-
dark-haired guys.
Yeah.
I know you're talking.
I don't mean to be rude. I just was saying that's what people say. But yeah, so they redid that house, and I think they were going to either make it an Airbnb or put it up for auction for charity once they finished it. It was a 6-episode thing, and they actually had the actors from the Brady Bunch helping, and all of them were there. And they did reenactment scenes, and they had fans sending in pieces of memorabilia that were prop pieces or matches to it. It was a huge thing. It'd be worth watching if you're really bored sometime.
Biden has officially taken New Hampshire. They've made that official. So now it's 133 Biden, 115 Trump. So all of
And
New
it looks
England
like he
has gone to
got
Biden.
New Mexico as well.
Yes, Bing is actually calling New Mexico. Fox isn't. So he's got 54.12% of New Mexico with 61.5% reporting. So they're calling New Mexico, which is not a surprise. I think New Mexico went Democrat last election too.
My frustration with CNN is they keep popping back and comparing 2016 to 2020. I get why they're comparing, but when I'm haphazardly looking, I get confused which one is actually about tonight.
Like, wait a minute, what the hell was that?
Even John King caught himself making a mistake, and he goes, "Wait a second," and he looked up, "Oh, the wrong one." But some of these guys are on TV, or for hours. It's like, come on, when you're doing this for 12 hours a day, they get a little slack. But oh boy, I think it'll be very interesting because. You know how they normally announce early on election day, okay, at blank time, we're going to come out and, talk to the media. Biden's camp said, well, we don't know what we're going to do. We're going to see how things go. At some point before the end of the night, I will address America. But it's the most unorganized election. They didn't even know what city he was going to be until like yesterday, I think. It's so disorganized.
I know sure hell wasn't going to be Texas after what happened last week.
Maybe. I don't
Oh,
know.
that was such a Drew talked about it very well. You know what? That could happen anywhere to any campaign, both sides. I think Trump's people got way too much heat for that. Sure, a few jackasses acted out of line. They didn't hit the bus. The bus could have called for police support.
That's what
Frank
I
can
was
speak to it
shocked.
better than I can because he was on Drew's show about it. But I think that was just a way for Biden people to complain.
It was nothing about the bus. It was about those two vehicles really collision and all those Trump supporters around it. The bus really didn't do anything at all. It was just making its trip to its next destination.
Like I said, I appreciate the gamesmanship and surrounding the bus with all the trucks with the Trump flags and all that. I don't really want anybody trying to run anybody off the road. That's just stupid and unsafe, and I don't want to see anybody get seriously injured. But it was pretty clear to me that white car, whether they were just an idiotic driver or whether they were some staffer trying to
or panicked,
yeah, trying to run interference, trying to run that truck off the road, and then for some reason the caravan of Trump people were the ones that got in trouble. I'm like, really? Did you not watch the video? It's like,
but couldn't the buses have just pulled over, Frank, and let them pass?
I mean, they could have, but could have, would have, should have. I mean, like I said, it was gamesmanship. I don't have a problem with them doing it, but I mean, if it's for one, look, I said Yeah, I said
They
it
were
on.
waiting for that bus. They were pulled over as well, wouldn't they?
I don't know, to be honest. The video that Drew shows doesn't. It just shows them all in motion, so I have no idea how it all started. But yeah, I said it on Drew's show. There was nobody of importance in that bus anyway, because the candidates all have Secret Service protection, and they don't travel in just one bus. They travel in a convoy of black SUVs and cars and buses.
Exactly. That was the first thing I thought. You think Biden's going to put himself in a bus with his name on it, as contentious as things are?
Especially in
the thing is, I was like, I thought there's a chance, but I was like, hold on, where's the security around it? I'm like, why is these trucks with all the Trump flags are able to surround it?
Well, they probably came up out of nowhere.
It's all pre-planned. Drew found this video where there's a line of trucks waiting on the side of the highway for this bus coming by.
Well, all the same, you can't, just like with the whole argument about cops being good or bad, there's going to be a few bad apples among a group of people. And those few Trump supporters can't get, make all Trump supporters look bad and vice versa. So I'm going to give them a little bit of a break there.
No, I mean, but it does make them look bad for that. I mean, it's funny, but when there's collision, then it's not really that funny no more.
Frank, someone in the chat wants to join, and I think they don't know about Discord.
Bodark, is that you trying to get on? We're on Discord. We're not on Skype. I can't trust Skype to do what it does and do a live stream. So the link to the Discord is actually in the description. You can click on that and it'll take you to the Discord.
And I'm happy to step out so someone can step in. It's been fun talking to you guys.
I've got it set up for, I think, 5 people right now. So, I mean, everybody else can fit in.
Well, I just don't want to overtalk. So lots of people have good opinions we're sharing.
You're fine. You're doing great.
Right now,
well,
Biden is leading
I'm not going to talk about it, Casey, but you know why I'm a little cautious.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to tempt fate.
Exactly.
Right now, also, Mark Kelly
I don't know if you guys are watching
race.
it, but it looks like Trump has Wisconsin.
I haven't seen anything moved on. The last thing I saw is Trump took over Missouri, and that's the last thing I saw.
Of course, Biden gets Illinois as a projection. Who didn't see that coming?
I think they called Illinois a long time ago.
It looks like Trump's got Missouri. Who didn't see that coming?
Yeah, that's pretty par for the course. Fox hasn't called Wisconsin yet, but that's.
Well, I'm just saying he's leading by 2 percentage points at this moment. But this could all fucking change in a toss-up if they have to recount 1 or 2 of the states. One of the big ones.
I think once Florida finally gets done, Texas, oh my God, Texas has 38 votes.
Yes. And in less than 10 minutes and 40 seconds, the West Coast will be announced their projections. But,
yeah, we all know that's going on.
I know, yeah. I just think Texas or Florida could be so contentious that it's fought out in court and recounted and maybe reversed. And this could all fucking change.
Well, I'm looking through Texas, unless because the bigger, like El Paso looks like maybe it voted for Biden, but like
Houston, I think gave that county gave it to Biden too. Maybe.
Yeah, I think Dallas as well, and Austin and San Antonio. I think Corporate Christie is the only one that got voted for Trump.
I'm just saying one of the big states could be fought in court and recounted and changed.
I don't know. I mean,
what do you think, Frank?
I'm not sure. I'm looking at, let's see, right now Texas has got 70.5% reporting, and Trump's up with 51.21% of the vote to Biden's 47.5%, roughly. But that's only with a little more than 9.5 million votes counted. You look at Georgia, Trump is up in Georgia by 12 points roughly, but that's only 60% of the vote that's counted. Florida's I have a feeling they're about to call Florida for Trump. 98% reporting, and Trump is up 51.3% to 47.8%. So they're probably going to call Florida pretty quick. Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania's still kind of early. There's only about 40% in, and Trump is up 54.7% to 42.5%. And Ohio's probably pretty close to getting called for Trump. There's 84% reporting and 52.8% for Trump, 45.8% for Biden. So they're probably getting really close to calling Florida and Ohio for Trump. And that's going to change. And that, if you look at Fox has got 133 Biden, 115 Trump. That's going to put Trump ahead for now. But that
CNN
still
has 118 Biden, 105 Trump. But like I said, they're projecting differently at different rates.
Yeah, I noticed that when I was watching some of the coverage from 4 years ago. I noticed that CNN was a lot slower to call things than MSNBC was. MSNBC,
you know why?
like halfway through the night, they had almost called the damn thing for Trump, but CNN was being way slower and methodical about things.
I think CNN is scared of making a big mistake and having to look like asshats and say they were wrong, so they'd rather be slow.
I think everybody is after 2000 though, because that whole Florida thing really screwed a lot of stuff up, especially the way that the speed that they wanted to make jumps to this whole thing. It's like Maryland; they got 21% of the vote in. They're already calling Biden the winner. I don't get that, but whatever. I mean,
that's not right.
I remember I had posted a picture of it on my Facebook page years ago when Obama was running for re-election against what's his nuts. That they had 1% of the vote. No, not McCain. It was Romney when he ran for re-election against Romney.
Oh, my mistake.
But they had 1% of the vote in on one state, and they were already calling Romney the winner. And I'm like, can we count votes first? It's like, can we get to like 50% before we start making guesses?
I don't know if you can do it, Frank, but I think Bodark's trying to talk, but I don't know if you have to fix his mic settings to make him louder.
I can hear him.
Yeah, it's
There's Bodark.
I don't know, man. I'm kind of a little bit like afraid right now at the moment because like when I'm seeing those big numbers for Biden and shit like that, I don't like either of them, to be honest, from my personal opinion, but like I'd rather have Trump over Biden, to be honest.
Well, I mean, like I said, we got to count the votes first.
You might get him. It's so close.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the last election, I forget which one I was watching. I think it was NBC's election coverage. They actually had Trump had the lead in electoral votes for the vast majority of their broadcast, and it wasn't till kind of the end, when you got to the last like 5-6 states they needed to call, Clinton had actually jumped ahead by about 10 votes, and it was pretty close right up until the end when Trump went on a tear and won. I think he ended up getting Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Wisconsin all in the span of like a half an hour. And it was from that point on that he pretty much kind of ran it out. I think Clinton only won like 2 states after that, and Trump pretty much took the rest. Because at that point, they already called California and all the stuff in the West Coast. So, I don't know. We gotta count the votes to see. Mitch McConnell's going to win re-election by a lot, so... I was worried about that for nothing. Coons, Senate in Delaware, gets reelected.
They're talking about Nebraska's little division there, and they're making the whole state of Nebraska, both parts, pink. Potentially Trump, but they're not calling it yet. Same with Pennsylvania.
That's not Nebraska.
And they made Arizona light blue, so Biden might lose it.
Arizona, that's a tough one. I mean, like I said, that's one of those states where a lot of people have been moving out of California, going to Arizona. Actually, a lot of the tech companies that have been leaving California to escape the high tax rates, they've gone to Colorado and Arizona almost exclusively. So I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Arizona get Democrat.
25 people in the last 10 years that I personally know from Oregon that have moved to Arizona or New Mexico because they're tired of the rain.
I have a cousin who lives in Seattle.
Oh, yeah.
My cousin Alex is up in Seattle. He said he loves it up there.
Well, the rain's for some people. I'm
sure
not
hell
missing it
ain't
here.
for me. Tell you one thing, I sure hell don't miss Pennsylvania snow. Fuck that shit.
Casey, the snow here is awful. I hate it.
I've
had one winter here in South Dakota, and Dan and I are leaving within 24 months at the latest, maybe 12. I just can't do it anymore.
I couldn't do it anymore up there either in Pennsylvania. There's some times it felt like it snowed every week.
Well, it just doesn't
there was
go
some-
away. It'll pile up for months, and it takes months for it to melt come spring, even if the roads and driveways are clear.
Oh yeah, like when I used to work at a rail yard, they would have this giant big pile of snow, and then it would everything would be melted except that big mountain of snow would take forever to melt.
I don't know if you're watching chat, Casey, but really is talking in there saying he loves all your driving videos.
Oh,
And he
God.
wanted you to know, Frank, he thinks you're doing awesome.
I hope I'm doing awesome. This is stepping way out of my comfort zone doing some of this stuff, but I wanted to get out here and do some stuff and just kind of have some fun with it. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with one of these ballot measures in California.
Oh, I don't know if you're aware of it. It's not that big a deal to most people because South Dakota's so, unimportant. But on the ballot, there were two separate measures, one for recreational, one for medical marijuana. So far, the medical looks like it's going to pass and the recreational is going to fail.
I mean, it doesn't matter anyways. I mean, honestly.
Well, yeah.
Yes, it does.
You're
It
seeing
does.
a lot of states start to go.
Did you know that? Did you know CBD wasn't even legal here until July of this year?
Really?
Well,
The governor here
CBD
tried
at the
to
video
snuff
stores
it
here.
out. The governor
my
tried
God.
to snuff it out. She vetoed it, but then some federal law came down that made CBD legal in all 50 states, so she couldn't get out of it. If they make it medical, at least people can get a card here, and that's a start.
that's
But
what I'm saying. I mean, is it extremely easy just to get a card? Like, you stub your toe, you get a card?
You have to have a doctor willing to give it, and people are so conservative here. I really don't know that. Now, in Oregon, I was there when they went from no legal pot to first medical, then recreational, and cards were so easy to get. They were giving them out like candy. But here, I don't know. It might be hard to find a doctor to sign off on it.
Right now in Oklahoma, we used to have a ton of these vape stores. Now we got a ton of these marijuana stores everywhere. It's like if you threw a rock, you either hit a marijuana distillery or a
Dispensary.
or a vape store. Dispensary, you know what I mean. Dispensary or a vape store. You would hit one of those two.
Well, you can't put rules in place. Like there are certain counties and cities in Oregon that limit how many of them can be in an area. Like, the state liquor board does, controls how many liquor stores there can be. So it depends on the state management of it. The beauty of it is it brings in so many tax dollars. They should welcome recreational marijuana, I think, because the state of South Dakota doesn't have the state of South Dakota, I agree. Yeah, it doesn't have an income tax. Nobody pays income tax in this state. I don't know where. I haven't looked at it because I don't really care. But South Dakota, I have no idea where they get all their state revenue for state government. It's bonkers. I don't know how they do it.
I've been saying it for a long time. Go ahead and legalize marijuana and tax the shit out of it, because a lot of people will go ahead and pay the extra taxes just to be able to do it legally.
Mm-hmm.
And
Hey, Brad guy in the chat.
how much? And forgive me, it's been a long time since I've smoked marijuana because I grew up. How much marijuana does it take to make 20 cigarette-sized joints?
I don't know.
What's the street value of that? Because you can multiply that by 4 or 5, and people will buy it. Because people don't smoke marijuana like they smoke cigarettes. They don't smoke 7 packs a day. Well, maybe some people will, but they don't smoke 7 packs a day. They'll smoke like 1 or 2 a day, and so it'll last longer, and you'll get your value out of it as long as you don't smoke it all in one go.
And is it correct? Because I don't smoke pot. I use CBD oil for sleeping, but I don't do anything with THC in it. That pot has gotten way more stronger in strength compared to pot in the 70s, so you don't need as much to get high anymore.
That probably has something to do with it. That is kind of a recent thing about different strains and whatnot, that doing different whatever. I know when I was in high school and smoked a lot of pot, it was just like bought whatever bag my dude was selling. I didn't really give a shit what it was grown in. It could have been grown in a pile of my own shit for all I cared. As long as it got me high, I wouldn't care. But I mean, nowadays there are these different strains. There's the Frankenstein. There's whatever the hell Jay and Silent Bob are selling out there on the street. It's all kinds of crazy shit. I also do want to point out real quick that Bry Guy finally subscribed. So I see him
cool.
out in the chat
Yeah,
right
I
now.
said hi to him in the chat. And Really Annoying says that you guys should simplify things like weed and legalize weed in the whole country.
I'm not
Yeah, that
against
would
it.
be nice. But we have the problem is the federal government will not budge on it, and they've put a lot of pressure on states that legalize it, at least before the Trump administration. I tell you what, the federal government was sending letters to all the dispensaries in Oregon warning them that they might get shut down by the feds and wanting lists of their customers and shit like that. So until the feds make it legal nationwide, some states may be real apprehensive to have programs.
Okay, so we're waiting for it to update, but California, the entire West Coast has finally fallen. So the entire western seaboard is going to Biden. No big surprise there. They haven't updated the
And
Nevada
Nevada.
vote yet.
I thought Nevada might go Trump, maybe.
Nevada went Democrat last time. Bing doesn't have any votes at all counted for Nevada, but Nevada went for Clinton last year, so it wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility it goes again. They've got New Mexico going for Biden. I don't know what the hell.
Well, I don't know if that's a solid projection yet. I haven't seen the percentage of the count, but wasn't that a toss-up?
Well, they're saying 62.5% reporting. Biden's got 54.2% of the vote.
Yeah,
Trump
that's
has
not close enough to
43.9.
project, I don't think. To me, they should still leave it kind of gray.
Well, they already for Idaho. They already marked that for Trump, even though there's
Idaho for Trump.
Idaho's very conservative.
But they only have 1% and only 144 votes counted for Trump and 10 for Biden.
Yeah.
So.
Well, now they just made Nevada light blue again. Now they're saying it's not so Biden safe, I guess.
They just called California, no shock. So now we're at, as far as Bing's got the count, they've got 209 for Biden and 112 for Trump.
That's similar. CNN has 192 Biden, 108 Trump. So it's similar, just CNN's behind.
So here's my question: What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen if Biden wins? Are we gonna have another major riot, or are we gonna have like people rioting in the streets?
I certainly hope not. I don't think that does anybody any good.
Well, I think you're going to see, I personally think, until everything is certified and Trump truly secedes and admits Biden won, you're going to see a lot of people sitting and waiting.
True. You see, there was something on Twitter, I don't know if you saw it or not, they were already dropping pallets of bricks off around different cities in the U.S.
What?
Like 2 days ago, they were just dropping off pallets of bricks.
Who? Antifa Fox?
I don't know who was doing it. They just said that they were
no.
setting out piles of bricks, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. I mean, are you anticipating eating these bricks? That's what they were doing months ago when all this shit started after George Floyd's death and all that. There were people dropping off.
That's why all the
pallets of bricks.
businesses are boarding up.
Yeah, because you don't know where this is going. I mean, who the hell knows?
Did you see what they did with the White House? They extended the secondary fence to surround the White House by a number of blocks, not just the street itself.
That kind of makes sense, at least for now.
I don't blame them. I mean, yeah. And if I were Trump, I wouldn't sleep in the White House tonight. I might sleep somewhere very far away from where anybody thinks I am, because that's the only way he'll get a good night's sleep.
It's the most secure building in the world. If he wants to sleep there, let him sleep there.
Oh, I disagree. What about Fort Knox, Frank?
Probably not as comfortable to sleep on a pile of gold. I mean, it would certainly be cool, but probably not as comfortable as sleeping in some place like the Lincoln bedroom of the White House.
Oh, come on. You know probably Trump has slept on gold before. I'm sure he's like Scrooge McDuck.
He's got his own swimming pool in Trump Tower that's filled with gold coins. He just dives in it like Scrooge McDuck.
That's right.
I long to be that rich.
Yeah, watch some idiot one day have enough money and he dives in there and he gets injured.
Okay, Scrooge McDuck.
That actually happened on an episode of Family Guy.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. Peter dives into the lake of coins, then he hits it and he breaks everything, and he goes, "Ah! It is not a liquid, it is one giant solid."
Bodar, you're so quiet. What's on your mind?
Meta.
Coda, what are you doing?
What am I doing?
What are you doing?
I've been playing Watchdog Legions all day.
I thought about doing like a little pre-election Call of Duty stream, but I wanted to take a nap instead because I was fighting a headache and I knew I had this going on all night, so I was like, yeah, I'll take a nap.
And I'm just
Yeah.
stuck on the fucking puzzle I can't figure out, so I'm gonna take a break from that. I hate puzzles.
It's amazing that Trump is up by over 3 million, almost heading to 4 million votes over him, but he's still losing.
I think Fox has officially called Florida, if I'm reading my notification I just got on my phone right.
Well, if they're calling it, it's probably solid.
Fox projects a winner in the Sunshine State with the largest prize among key battlegrounds, so probably they're calling Florida for him. For Trump.
Well, there's a huge gap right now in the vote count.
Well, I'll be just looking at it. Like I said, it was probably just a matter of time because they've got 99.36% reporting in Florida, and Trump's up pretty comfortably, almost 4 points. He's up 51.3 to 47.8. So I would imagine that Fox is going to be making, well, hopefully Bing will be making that official right now. Fox is running through some of the states right now. Trump gets South Dakota. Trump gets Wyoming. We knew that already. He gets Kansas. Yeah. He gets South Carolina. North Carolina is still out there if you believe them. North Carolina, they've got 97.6 on Bing. This is on Bing's main page. They have 97.6% reporting. Trump has 50.07% of the vote to Biden's 48.72. So it's awfully close in North Carolina. That's how many electoral votes is that? I forget.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to jump off. It's 10 o'clock. I ate lunch, didn't eat dinner. I had a light dinner, but truly didn't eat much, so I probably should go get something to eat if I'm going to stay up late to watch this.
Well, thank you very much for coming on and helping us talk about all this stuff. Hope everything goes well for you guys out in the, where do you say you're at? You're in South Dakota?
Yeah.
So you're far away from any potential gigantic riots. That's a good thing. So I don't have to worry about you doing anything.
Well, we were in Minneapolis last weekend, and we purposely stayed in a hotel on the outskirts of town because you just never know. And we were in Minneapolis in the heart of it during the day. Didn't see any political signs anywhere. Nothing. It was quite surprising. Especially with all the George Floyd stuff. I thought maybe that town would, but no, everything was pretty chill. Now tonight, I don't know, but yeah, we'll see. But I'll keep listening to your show and watching stuff, and I'll stay in the chat. Thanks for letting me join for a little bit. It was fun, and I really appreciate your insight, Frank. And
you're welcome.
Casey, it was great to chit chat with you.
Yeah, anytime. You're welcome.
You take care now.
All right, nice to talk to you, Bodark, as well. Good night.
See you later, Cora. That is Cora of DNC in the chat. Go check her out. Hang out with her. All these guys who were giving her hell in Drew's chat the other day, I was like, you realize she's smarter than half you idiots, right?
That was pretty fucked up. I don't know why some of these guys go after the women like that. I mean,
some of the people in the community are just, I don't know, they feel like it's a threat to their manhood when they have a woman up there that, is actually intelligent, can out-talk them. I don't care.
And I feel the same way with when they go at Amanda a little bit. I mean, come on, that's a little fucked up.
Yeah, whatever. That's all Cronin's problem. It's not mine. Amanda's usually coming to the street, so that's for Cronin to deal with, not me. But yeah, It's looking awfully close. I think, well, Fox finally called Florida for Donald Trump. So now it's 207 Biden, 148 Trump. I don't know. If you think about it, Trump's winning. He's up in Ohio right now pretty comfortably. He is up. He's just extending his lead in Pennsylvania. I think Pennsylvania is probably a done deal too. So there's that.
Yeah, he's pretty far in Pennsylvania.
But, well, they only got 45% reporting, and he's up a solid 12 or 13 points in Pennsylvania. It's not like they can't close that gap a little bit, but who knows? Ohio, it's just a matter of time. 90% reporting. He's up 53 to 45. So Ohio's going to be getting called soon. I think they're taking their time in Pennsylvania, but if things hold, I mean, that's a big lead. But there's a whole lot of votes to be counted in the population centers. And once again, the population centers are pretty strongly Democrat, so.
See, I don't know how they can already count the whole West Coast already for him.
Well,
for Biden.
They almost start counting the votes immediately. I had a thing on here about it. What I do with it? About how they call these things. About how they report election results in real time. Who does the counting? Local election workers collect the ballot tallies in each precinct. How and when the ballots are counted are determined by local and state laws. Some states, such as Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, require that no ballots be counted until Election Day. So even in those states, the people who voted early, their votes aren't going to be actually counted until today. Election workers pass the information on to county and state officials who make the tallies available to reporters and to the public. And so that's how it gets out. AP reports across the country to phone in results to data entry people in specially set up election centers where they're entered into an electronic system. Due to the pandemic, the election centers are virtual in 2020. All the vote counts are subject to a series of checks and verifications, including computer programs that set off alerts if there are inconsistencies with the vote count because of previous voting history or other data. As far as who decides the winners, at the AP, a team of race callers on the decision desk determines when they have enough information to declare a winner. The team is looking at more than just the overall vote count, taking into account incoming votes as well as how many ballots are left to count and where those uncounted votes were cast. So if there's a lot of votes to be counted from population centers, they're going to be less likely to call a state race. The election AP is not using election polling data. Election polling data is mostly for the news reporters to start developing their opinions and do their speculating. It's mostly what exit polling is for. Data is collected by pollsters who ask voters questions as they're leaving their polling places. AP says it does not believe such data is effective when large numbers of people vote early. And with more and more people voting early, especially this year, I would imagine the exit polls are going to be really screwed up. You know, one thing I realized though as I was leaving my polling place is, hey, I got in and out there quick. It took me 10 minutes to vote. I know there's a couple of places in the town that I live in that there were actually some pretty long lines, but the place that I went to vote was called the Nutter Center. That's where, for all you wrestling fans, I know there's plenty of them that are watching. For all the wrestling fans, that's where the WWE usually comes. They're doing their events here in town. That was my polling place this year, and I got in and out there in like 5 minutes. I rolled in there. It took me longer to actually deal with the guy at the desk and get my card than it actually took to vote. I was in and out of a breeze. But I know the YMCA that I go to when I go to the gym, I saw a picture of them earlier. A friend of mine had posted on Facebook, and there was a line that was out the YMCA, out to the street, and down the street. So there was plenty of people at the YMCA. But let's see. AP does not believe such data is effective when large numbers of people vote early. The news media, including major TV networks, continue to be a part of the national election pool and will have access to the exit polling data to help make election projections. So that's what they do is the exit polls. Again, I don't remember what the exit polls looked like 4 years ago, but again, this was not having to deal with a pandemic 4 years ago, so maybe they were slightly more accurate. How do they count so many ballots, considering that people are voting early? They say because of the coronavirus pandemic, many more Americans voted early this year. Mail-in ballots usually take longer to count than those cast in person. I think Cora was talking about this earlier. That's one of the things that could change the face of this election very quickly. but specifically not tonight. It may change it sometime in the next few days, as they're still counting votes in some of these states that may be very, very close. I mean, Ohio and Pennsylvania could be close. They've already called Florida, and I'm not getting anything across the usual news wires about anybody challenging Florida. But Ohio and Pennsylvania could be challenged. If Wisconsin is leaning towards Trump, if it's a tight race there, that could be challenged. Montana's still out there. New Mexico is still out there. Well, Bing says New Mexico is going Biden, but Fox hasn't called yet. Arizona is still out there. That could be close. Texas right now is still favoring Trump. He's up still by about 4.5 points in Texas. 73, almost 74% reporting. But I don't know. We'll have to see. How accurate is the media announcing results? That really is one of the big questions. The media has largely been accurate in calling election winners. However, their credibility was hugely damaged during the 2000 presidential election. We were talking about that earlier. They prematurely called the race for Al Gore around 8 p.m. That's awful early. I mean, it's 11 o'clock now, and we don't have a winner in this one yet. On election day, then called it again for George Bush after 2 a.m. the following morning, then rescinded all calls as an automatic recount of the votes began in Florida. And then we went through the whole thing of hanging chads, dimpled chads, yada, yada, yada. Who in the hell is doing all kinds of shit on Discord? It's going to be you, isn't it, Bodark?
No, what? No, I'm not doing anything. I'm literally just laying here.
No, it's probably
Am I making a lot of noise?
You're making a lot of noise.
I'm sorry.
He's munching on them chips, and he's just like, Dom, these are some good fucking chips.
The AP has been counting votes for over 120 years and says that in 2016 it was 99.8% accurate in calling all U.S. races and 100% accurate in calling the presidential and congressional races for each state. They declared Donald Trump the winner in 2016 at 2:29 a.m. on Wednesday, November 9th. That was the early morning of election night. So, yeah, you can go look online. I think that was a Yahoo article that I had read about how they call them. Bing is still saying it's 209 to 118. Fox is running through the state-by-state stuff. Tennessee for Trump, 61%. Washington, D.C. to Biden, 92.6%. It's no surprise. D.C. is a very liberal area. They always win it. Indiana went for Trump. He got 59.4%. Arkansas, 62% for Trump. That's not really a surprise. Colorado, 56.5% for Biden. That's not a surprise. They went to the Democrats' last election. Louisiana was Trump, 61%. That's already been called. Nebraska for Trump with 53% of the vote. New York, 57.6% for Biden. That's not a bad showing for Trump in New York. I mean, honestly, one of my bold predictions for the election was that Trump was going to do very well in New York because so many people hate de Blasio. But not enough to win, for sure. Wyoming, Trump by a lot, 76%.
I'm going to say right here and right now, New Yorkers are fucking retarded.
New Yorkers and Californians are fucking retarded.
Oh, I'm going to vote for Biden. Yeah, you're going to vote for a fucking weird-ass child sniffing...
I'm not even sure he even actually went to New York. I just think it's so loaded with liberals there on the East Coast and the West Coast that they just kind of habitually vote for Democrats.
Oh, I'm going to love it when they try and defund the police department because I'm going to love it because that's going to be the time where I take justice into my own hands. That's going to be lovely.
Yeah. I part of me wants to see Trump win just so I can see the meltdown again. Actually, one of my favorite videos to watch when I need a good laugh is you ever watch The Young Turks?
Yeah.
Have you ever watched their election night meltdown from 4 years ago? Oh my God, I hate Chuck Younger. I think that guy is the biggest piece of shit on any media platform. And watching that vein in his forehead swell bigger and bigger and bigger as the night went on was one of the funniest things I have ever seen in my entire life.
But I'm gonna be honest. If I hear in the morning that Biden became president, I'm gonna say, so this is what America has become to. You vote for a child hair sniffing, creep fucking person, and this is your president now. Congratulations, America. I hope you're happy.
Well, I mean, people vote who they vote for. I don't disparage people from voting any one way or the other as long as their vote is, like I said earlier, as long as it's educated. As long as you're voting your heart and your conscience and what you know, then it's fine. I don't like it when
let's be
people
real.
vote for hate. And that's one of the things I was talking about on Drew's show Sunday is we're going to find out today whether people are actually voting their conscience and actually looking at the economy and some of the other things that are going on and voting like that, or if they're just falling for the hate train that Joe Biden seems to have been. Look, and this is one of the things that got me. I meant to go into this on Drew's show, but he never really talked about the debate that much. It's like somebody had the moderator of the last debate had asked something about the coronavirus stuff. He's like, "I'm going to shut down the virus and not the country," and people cheered. And I'm like, that is a half-ass, stupid answer that means nothing. You got to tell me how. He went on to say things like America didn't panic. Apparently, he didn't see the videotape on end of people panic buying toilet paper. I don't get it. And once he got pressed on things, and once he got pressed on the money he got from the foreign governments for him and his son, he ran right over to Trump's tax returns because that's the only thing they know how to do. Is they only know how to say, "Oh, Trump is a Russian puppet," and his taxes. You can't tell me anything about, he never in any of these debates said how, well, maybe once or twice, said anything about what his policy decisions were going to look like to help try to fix anything. And that's one of the things that all politicians do. Democrats are really bad at it. Republicans certainly as much from time to time. And then he went and said stupid shit that was historically wrong. He said, we had a good relationship with Hitler before he invaded Europe. That's actually not true. we never thought that Hitler was going to be a good thing. And he also doesn't understand that it was a Democrat named Joe Kennedy, the father of John Kennedy, that misread Hitler very, very badly and told FDR that we didn't need to worry about Hitler. It's whatever. It was just dumb.
You know what else is dumb? The fact that I'm telling you right now, everyone's voting out of spite for Donald Trump.
I don't necessarily like that either. Look, I don't want you to vote for the guy that I voted for just because you want to see the world burn, just because you want to see people rioting in the streets again. I mean, do some honestly. It shouldn't have been that hard for these people who think like that to take an hour today and actually start looking at some things, read a couple of interviews, go to these people's websites, go to Trump's website and Biden's website, and actually look around at what they actually stand for. And get their views, and then at least educate your vote this much. But like I said, there's people that go in there for all the wrong reasons. That's one of the reasons why I'm almost in favor of having to get some kind of a card or a certification to be able to vote for anything. I mean, Biden, again, his statements were just really general, and they were more for the sound bites than they were for any policy. It's like, he said, Biden, at one point he said over 20,000 illegal immigrants are first responders. Can you be an illegal immigrant and be a first responder, be a fireman or a paramedic? I didn't think you'd be able to get a job like that unless you were a citizen. But anyway. There's just so much he said that was wrong. He's like, what do you say? The idea that the stock market is booming is his only measure of what's happening. Well, that's part of it, yeah. I mean, the stock market took a little bit of a hit when he got elected because people weren't sure. But the stock market has climbed, I think, 2 or 3 times, or maybe 2 times what it was the entire Obama-Biden administration. It's gone way up. You know what that means? That means there's trillions of dollars floating around the economy right now that weren't there when Joe Biden was vice president of the United States. And you know what ends up happening when these companies are doing well in the stock market is they end up expanding. You know what they do then? They create jobs.
What's gonna get me is that if Trump wins, you're gonna have people rioting. If Biden wins, people are gonna be celebrating a creep and saying "fuck Donald Trump" and stuff like that all the time. And then you're gonna have Donald Trump, who's probably not gonna want to give up his power and literally say "fuck you, lol," and then cause more tensions and stuff like that. Which is a possibility.
That's a bad idea, though. I don't want people to. I really don't want Trump to be like, "Oh no, I shouldn't leave. You guys have to pull me out of here." No, Trump needs to go away if he loses the election. You don't want to put the country into that kind of a position, because we see shit like this all the time from other countries, especially in like South America, where the general of the army takes over the country because he didn't like the election results. And then what ends up happening is usually a bunch of innocent people end up getting shot in some kind of a street war in the capital city. No, that's not a good way to do things. I would lose all respect for Trump that I have for Trump if he were to pull some shit like that. That's just not a good thing to do. One of the things that makes America better than every other country is this peaceful transition of power that we can have every 4 years. We need to maintain that. If we don't maintain that, then Trump's not doing anybody any favors if he doesn't maintain that peaceful transition of power. I'm gonna go look at some of these ballot measures real quick and see if they're passing. One of them was, what did I do with it? I know California Prop 22.
Well, last time I was looking at all these results, it was staying at the same. I hadn't seen anything new with any updates on the election.
Well, right now, looking at Bing, I know they just called, Bing hasn't caught up yet. They haven't called Florida yet, and I'm pretty sure some other things have already been called. So Bing is not catching up very well. But right now, the way Bing has it, they've got Donald Trump has 118 that he's got, but he's also leading for 172 more electoral votes. That's the way they're looking at it now. It's Florida, which they haven't called yet, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, they haven't called yet. Texas is red, they haven't called yet. Or it's leaning red anyway. And so is Montana. So he's leading in enough states to win the election. But again, we still have to count the votes first. So hopefully here in the next 2 hours, we're gonna know.
Well, like you said, they already said that Florida has been declared, but it still hadn't been marked yet. Like anywhere, like I went to Google, Yahoo, or even CNN.
Well, I'm trying to find something about Prop 22. Well, you see another one I was looking at. I think it's Prop 15 in California. I want to make sure that was what I'm talking about. Yeah, Prop 15 is failing. That's the one that's about rent control measures and stuff like that. A lot of people thought that wasn't going to do anything to actually help control rent.
I think Casey's blank is destroyed.
Oh, no, that's the tax rates in California. Yeah, Prop 15 is the one that they were actually going to change it to where, one of you guys is having a microphone issue. They're both at 49 point, well, Trump had 49.19, Biden had 49.16. We're not surprised about the popular vote. But Prop 15 was the one where they were going to try to change the way they tax people who own property in California. They were taxing you on what you paid for your property. They were going to tax you on its value today. The problem with that is a lot of these people that own property in California, especially homeowners, they bought their houses in California in the late 70s or early 80s before the .com stuff all broke. And then, so when property values there skyrocketed, they were still only paying taxes on what they paid for it before their property values went way up. So that's something important to think about. So so you would go, if you paid $200,000 for your house back in 1980 in California, but now your property value is somewhere in the $1.5 million range, which is kind of exactly where a lot of properties are in certain parts of California, as far as property value is concerned, then you would end up paying, instead of paying, $2,000 a month or a year in taxes, or every tax period, you end up paying $20,000, and that's a really, really big jump. But again, this is just the state of California just wanting to tax people into poverty. And again, they're trying to keep people from moving out of the state by, they've officially called Arizona and New Mexico for Biden on Fox. So now he's got 223. They have not called Ohio. There's still a lot of big states out there, so we're going to have to see. Again, Bing is still kind of behind. I don't know why it's taking them so long to get to where Fox is, but whatever. They're going to do their own thing. But yeah, they're still But Trump is still leading in a lot of these other states, so we could see Trump make a big run here in the next hour. But again, I mean, they were trying to keep people from leaving by passing this law saying that even if you move out of the state of California, they could tax you for 10 years after that, and you have to pay California state taxes, which is stupid. But again, all these people are moving out of California. They're moving to places like Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. I think Colorado is one of the places. You're starting to get, all three of those states, Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico, have gone to Biden. So they're seeding these states, trying to get more electoral votes that way. The other one I'm watching is California Proposition 22. That's the one that, if I lived in California, would pretty directly affect me, because that is the one that would allow app-based drivers to be classified differently for employment. So if you do DoorDash or Uber or something like that, you would actually have to be brought on as an employee. It's all part of the gig economy, doing things like that. Fiverr, if you're into that kind of thing, all these gig economy jobs, you would actually have to be employed by these companies rather than just be subcontractors, which essentially is what you are when you do these things. That's what I'm trying to watch a little bit too.
Which side would you prefer to be on? Wouldn't you want to be a subcontractor so you can have
well, I would.
So you can be as.
I would rather just be a subcontractor. I mean, look. I mean, people. I think we've talked about this on Drew's show a while back. I think he talked about this a couple months ago. Look, you know what you're getting into when you sign up to do Uber or DoorDash or Lyft or something like that. You know that you're not an employee necessarily of the company. They're giving you a couple of bucks to do this thing. They keep their cut, you get your cut, and we all go away happy. Look, I'm still paying taxes on that money. I mean, if you make over a certain amount of money, which if you do it for more than once a week, you're going to make more than a certain amount of money. If you make more than a certain amount of money doing this stuff, you're going to get your tax forms from this place, and you have to claim this money in your taxes every year. That's the way it goes. So it's not like the tax man isn't getting money for this. The federal government is, and really the state government is too. But what they're trying to do is they're trying to be able to get more tax revenue out of it, because they don't want to just tax you. They want to be able to tax these companies for employing you. And that's, again, it's what the state of California wants to do. They just want to tax the shit out of people so they get more money to blow on stupid shit.
So you would probably vote no for it then?
I would vote no for it if I were in California. I generally vote no for anything that involves more tax money going to the government. I don't necessarily mind paying taxes. I mind the way they spend the money.
I kind of agree about that. I mean, especially if they're going to want to pull more taxes and less money going to the people who's doing the actual work. I mean, that's just fucked up. Why would you want to do that?
Well, they don't really care. They just want to be able to tax shit out of people.
But if they're classified as employees, but wouldn't that mean they would get insurance and stuff like that?
They would, but it would also mean that they would be less money that they would pay out to their employees, because then all of a sudden they have a major new expenditure they have to deal with.
Yeah.
So now they have to pay out, in the state. Now, again, this just impacts the state of California, because I don't live in the state of California. I'm not a resident, and I don't do what I do there. It wouldn't affect me. It would affect people in California. Uber has already said that they may leave the state of California altogether if this measure passes. That you won't be able to find an Uber in the state of California. You won't be able to get one. They'll just stop business in California. And who could blame them, really, if you think about it?
No. I mean, that's just going to kill their business. I mean, they'll eventually turn you into a taxi now. I mean, a taxi is a job.
Yeah.
But I mean, how often? I know. Don't you do some DoorDash every once in a while, Frank?
I do. I usually do it a couple of times a week just to make some extra money. I mean, since I've switched to this new job, I haven't been doing it as much. I probably would have done it a little bit more this week, where I'm not doing some work to get ready for the stream. But
yeah.
Let's see what we got here.
would you consider it as like worth it to do it? Like, hey, I got a couple hours to, I can make a few bucks. You think it's worth it?
Oh, that's worth it. Yeah, I think it is. I mean, I mean, I just do it for lunch sometimes to make $50. Sometimes if I'm not working at night, I'll go work like a night shift and I'll make $100 doing that. And it's money
Oh,
that I get that night. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna have to pay taxes on it eventually, but it's money that I get that night. I need to find something that's a little more updated than Bing. Bing is not doing what I
well,
want it to
that's
do.
the same thing as what they're showing on Google and all these other websites. Same thing.
Yeah,
They're
Bing
not
is just way
showing any.
behind. At least Fox is a little more caught up. But as soon as these other big states start dropping, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, those are the big ones. As soon as those start
Yeah.
dropping, we're going to see that electoral college vote switch real quick. So right now, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Montana's leaning red. Minnesota's
I'm
not been
just,
called yet.
I'm shocked about this. I really
Iowa's not
thought
been
it's gonna
called
be a.
yet. Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania have not been called yet. North Carolina, Georgia's not been called. Nebraska is gone completely Republican, apparently. I guess they haven't split any of their electoral college votes. South Carolina, Indiana, Wyoming, Utah, Idaho, all that down there. Missouri. So right now I've got Trump at, well, Fox has him at 148. I've got him at 149 when I check off all the same stuff. For Biden, I've got, all the stuff. Maine went Biden, New Hampshire went Biden, all that stuff went Biden. Virginia went Biden. Illinois, Biden. Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, Biden. The entire West Coast, Biden. I've also got Hawaii going for Biden since it generally goes Democrat over there. So that's where we're at right now. So right now I've got this at 128 Biden, 149 Trump. I'm calling Hawaii even though Fox isn't calling it yet. Because Hawaii usually goes Democrat. Alaska right now they say it's leaning Republican. Alaska went Republican in the last election, so probably not too much of a stretch to say it's going to go red again this time, although they have 0% counted in there, so who knows. But a lot of states are leaning red.
Well, ABC doesn't think so. They're,
Yeah, but everybody's got their own way of seeing this shit.
yeah, they're probably. They were saying like, Biden has like 80-something%
Well, right
of
now,
winning.
Trump's got Florida. I think I put Florida in mine already. So if he wins, let's see, let me scroll up so I can see all of it here. They're about 50% in Pennsylvania, and Trump's only got a bigger lead now. He's up by almost 14 points. And in Ohio, it's just a matter of time before they call Ohio for Trump. Iowa, 64, almost 65% reporting, and Trump's up by a little less than 3 points. Wisconsin, Trump's up by about 5 with 77% in. Iowa, Trump's up by a little less than 3 with 65% in. So let's say he wins Pennsylvania. Oops, wrong color. Pennsylvania and Ohio. That puts him at 187. If he wins He's looking good in Michigan. That puts him up to 203. If he wins Texas, that puts him up at 241, and that gives him the lead. Those are big ifs.
Big ifs.
There aren't a whole lot of. I mean, there's only really one state out there with double-digit electoral college votes that Biden can still win. That he will likely win, and I think it's Minnesota. Let me go look at Minnesota real quick and see what he's doing. Right now, he's got a pretty good lead. He's up about 11 points in Minnesota with 55% of the vote in. So we can almost call Minnesota for Biden. But that's the only other big prize that's left on the board. I mean, all the big name states, with the exception of Pennsylvania, Ohio, and North Carolina, and Michigan are all still out. But Trump's leading in all these states. So we're going to have to see. What else did I put in there?
Another triangle, eat everything down.
So we're going to see. What do you get into, Bodark?
Shit. I have no fucking clue, man.
You just hanging out watching the shit show?
Yeah, I'm just bullshitting with you guys for a bit.
What's going on over on Cronin's stream right now? You know, not only am I up against Cronin, I'm also up against Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's doing a live stream too.
Oh, everyone's doing a legend show.
Yeah. I wonder, I'll go check out Joe Rogan's real quick. I wonder if Rogan actually brought on... Because I know Alex Jones was going to come back onto Rogan's election stream. I wonder if that actually played out. Because when they did their stream a week or so ago, he had mentioned doing the election day stream, and Alex Jones was like, "Oh yeah, I'm totally going to come around for that one." And he was like, "Well, fuck, since you invited yourself back around, you may as well go ahead." So,
I finally sat down and listened to that one, and he did kept on stopping him and faking him all during the show.
Oh, it looks like Joe Rogan ended his stream already. I'm kind of surprised. Unless he's 100% confident that Biden's going to win this thing and decides just to run away. Fox has not called anything else lately. I was trying to find a Fox News stream on YouTube that I could kind of watch on the side, but the usual outlets that I go to watch Fox News on YouTube were not up.
Let's see. They updated this shit.
I don't see Alex Jones on there. He's got Tim Dillon there. Tim Dillon is fucking hilarious. I love Tim Dillon. I'm going to mute myself for a second so that you guys don't catch any of Rogan's stream, and I want to catch a strike. Yeah, I don't think Rogan actually decided he thought anybody was going to win, but whatever. Crowder's doing an election thing, too. I love Steven Crowder. He's funny. Okay, Fox is called Ohio for Donald Trump.
How many votes is that?
Let's see. Just looking at it. Let me hover over it and click again real quick. And Bing, of course, is behind. Bing has it at 95.5% reporting, and Trump is up by 8 points, roughly.
So he's 8 points ahead, like 12 votes.
He's 8 percentage points ahead, yeah.
Good.
So Fox is calling Ohio for Donald Trump. They still have not called Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania's probably the biggest one left, I think. Pennsylvania's got 20 electoral votes. That's the biggest prize out there right now. Well, I'm sorry, Texas. Texas has 38. They haven't officially called that yet either. Texas has, let's see.
Damn, Texas got one. Yeah,
Texas is at 75.7% reporting, and Donald Trump is still up by about 5 percentage points, a little more.
Yeah, damn near half a million votes above Biden.
I didn't look at the popular vote. Popular vote with 104.1 million votes counted. Biden is up 49.7 to 48.59. But again, we don't go by the popular vote, and we shouldn't. Pennsylvania Attorney General Republican Heather Heidelbaugh is leading. So that could mean something for Pennsylvania. Who the hell knows? Donald Trump won Idaho. Trump won Kansas. Trump won Louisiana. Let's see. Ohio went for Trump. Saw that already. Polls trying to close. So we have that. Yes, Schleppy. We saw that. I saw that about the time you were probably putting that in the chat. Fox just did call Ohio for Trump. Also, Streamlabs is open. I forgot to say that at any point in the last 3 hours and 50 minutes we've been on. Streamlabs is also open if you guys want to go ahead and donate to the channel that way. Also, don't forget, we do have the Patreon up. I don't know if I have the... Oh, shit. I don't know if I have the Patreon thing in there or not. Let me find out. Nope, I do not. Get rid of that. You can probably do it from here. I'll go put the Patreon link in there real quick for any of you guys who are interested in joining. It's actually in the description if you guys want it. I am not looking at the right one. I'm looking at Crowder's. I don't give a shit about Crowder. Don't give Crowder any money. Give me money. Crowder's doing okay for himself. I'm not worried about him.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go to bed, so I'll talk to you guys later.
Oh, you'll
Take
stay
care,
up crazy
RC.
late for Drew. Too bad Aaron's working. I was hoping to get him on here tonight.
Yeah, I'm shocked that he is over here.
He's at work.
I mean, I know.
Yeah, he's at work. And he was sick for a little while, so he's trying to catch up.
Hey
on all
Frank,
that.
I think I just joined the Discord here.
You just did what?
shit.
What's up, Binge?
What's going on? I'm figuring out how to use Discord. I saw you were talking about it earlier, and my roommate uses it, so something that I started to join.
This is the first time I've even screwed with Discord trying to do anything live, so I'm kind of happy that it's working out the way it's working out. It hasn't been too bad, but it's working out pretty well. So you tell me what's going on up on the campus of Ohio State University.
It's a weird vibe. Earlier today, we were kind of covering the election with the lantern up here, and there were some pictures of, the businesses on High Street up in Columbus. They were starting to board up, with the anticipation of the outcome of the election.
We've been seeing pictures of that from all over the country for the last day or so.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy, man. Different.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, this is a guy I was shouting out earlier in the chat. This is Jacob Binge. He's a sports writer for The Lantern, the Ohio State University newspaper. He's a sports writer, up and coming. He's been on a couple of episodes of The Harsh Truth with me talking about some sports stuff. Somebody, my buddy Really Annoying in the chat, asked a question that's right up your alley earlier. What do you think about Antonio Brown going to Tampa Bay, and what do you think that's going to look like for the rest of the season?
I think I was looking at my fantasy team earlier, of course, and I saw Chris Godwin really hasn't been producing down there in Tampa Bay. And so if Antonio Brown can get his stuff together and combine with, the forces of Mike Evans, Rob Gronkowski whenever he shows up, and whoever's running the Rock in Tampa Bay, man, Tom Brady might pull something out, and really go deep in the NFC playoffs.
Well, Brady did pretty well. I mean, he had he only played the one game with AB last year in New England, but they seemed to have a pretty good connection. I know they connected for one touchdown, and he put up a pretty good, stat line for one game, and then, of course, it all went to hell because Antonio Brown turned into Antonio Brown. But
exactly.
if he can keep Antonio Brown's nose clean and keep him from acting like an idiot, it could be potentially what tips the balance of power in the NFC for at least this year.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm about to pull up some standings here because they're in that tough division with the Saints, who really haven't been playing up to, Saints caliber.
Yeah, that I think a lot of people think the Saints have kind of given up because everybody's pretty convinced that this is the last year for Drew Brees. That Drew Brees isn't going to be around after this year, and they're either going to draft somebody or go with. I think they have a backup they like to maybe take over for him. I forget the guy's name.
Remember Jameis Winston? Yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah, yeah, Jameis Winston. Oh, they did sign Jameis Winston. I forgot about that.
Yeah, he's on the roster.
I don't know. Maybe they're working with him in practice, and they're trying to get him ready to eventually take over. It seems like a decent enough thing to do. I know you and I had talked about how somebody would handle Jameis Winston if anybody did sign him. If you could bring down those interception numbers, I mean, Christ, he throws for 200 touchdowns a year, but he throws for 200 interceptions, which kind of negates all that success. So if they can keep his interception numbers down, he could be somebody who fills in pretty admirably after Drew Brees decides to retire or maybe move on to another team for the last part of his career next season. Who the hell knows?
Yeah, he's got some weapons if he slots into there in New Orleans. If Michael Thomas ever decides to come back and clean up his act, which kind of is, it sucks to see being he's an Ohio State alum. And Emmanuel Sanders is on and off with, injuries and COVID restrictions. But it could be interesting if Jameis gets in there. Now, he is from that division where he threw those 30 interceptions, so they know him pretty well. That's an interesting point there.
Yeah. But, whatever. I mean, like I said, my Niners just aren't looking good right now. Garoppolo is going to be out for the next 6 weeks. Oh,
what a tough division, man. Oh, everybody's clicking.
And that's the worst part. It's like even in a division that tough, coming into the year, you look at the Niners and be like, these are the guys that of those three teams were really going to be slugging it out for the top spot in the division. The Niners, you figure, were going to be in there. And it hasn't looked good. I mean, first they lose Bosa. They've had a lot of injury problems in the wide receiver core, which doesn't make things any easier for whoever's playing quarterback. And then you've got the lack of growth that I wanted to see this year out of Garoppolo. Not to mention, he's injured. He missed 2 games because of the ankle a couple weeks ago. And then he had that one game where he seemed to put it together and was looking a little bit better, but then it just never really clicked. So he hasn't looked very good at all the last couple of weeks. He got injured again this last Sunday, so now he's out for the next 6 weeks. I don't know. I mean, there's some talk that I had heard on KNBR, which is the big sports talk radio station in San Francisco, about how they might try to maybe trade for Sam Darnold. They might try to get Matt Ryan from Atlanta because he's familiar with Shanahan and his system, just to kind of fill in for a year or so until they can figure out how they want to move forward at quarterback. I don't really know, but it's not looking good in San Francisco right now. I had a lot of high hopes, and man, it's just not working out at all.
Yeah, ever since, February, it's just been a downward spiral. I think that Nick Bosa injury just triggered some things. I have Raheem Mostert in my fantasy team, and I've had to keep him on the bench just with his injuries and stuff. And tried picking up McKinnon, to fill in for him, and he suffered the same fate. it's on all facets. The Niners are feeling it, and I can only imagine. I mean, the Bengals didn't have it in terms of injuries; they just lacked the talent. So our two teams are on different paths right now, of course. But yeah, I couldn't imagine seeing all these injuries.
For the Bengals, at least Burrow's looked pretty good at quarterback this year. I mean, I don't think anybody was expecting him to make it miss the Super Bowl contenders, but Burrow has looked really good for a rookie. He's had a couple of games where he's really shined, despite the fact that the team as a whole is probably not what he would like it to be or the organization would like it to be. But he's actually looked pretty good. If they spend the next couple of years building around him, you could see a pretty decent team in Cincinnati in the future.
Oh, exactly. I'm looking at his stats kind of right now. He's thrown for over 2,200 yards so far through about 7 or 8 games. If I can go through his game log, he's thrown over 250 yards on multiple times. 300 yards he's cracked twice. 406 he did against the Browns. And that secondary I like in Cleveland with Denzel Ward. Can't name their other defensive back, but man, yeah, he's impressed me. Impressed the hell out of me for sure. I was kind of surprised they couldn't get rid of John Ross though. You know he's disgruntled. You kind of gotta move on from him.
Was the NFL trade deadline yesterday or today? I think it was yesterday, wasn't it?
It was today, rather. Most people probably wouldn't have known that just because of the lack of activity, which is unfortunate.
Well, I mean, I don't know how much activity you could really expect to see. I mean, COVID has kind of thrown everything off. And I know that definitely affected the trade deadline in baseball. I think there was a couple of teams that made moves. But for the most part, I think people were trying to wait until they could get to a full season, a full 160-plus games, before they really started, like deciding whether they want to be sellers or buyers. Do I want to get rid of this or whatever? But, yeah, in other news, Texas has been called for Donald Trump. So that was the biggest carrot out there. So Texas for Trump, that gives him, by my count, 205 electoral votes to Biden's 223, or 228 is what I've got. I actually already gave him Hawaii because, Hawaii always goes Democrat. Yeah. Alaska generally goes Republican, but I'm not going to call that one just yet because nobody else has. And last I checked, there was absolutely no votes from Alaska that had even been counted as far as Bing is concerned. So we'll wait until they count at least 5 of the votes from Alaska before I start calling that state for anybody. But
and my roommate and I were looking at some situations. It could be 269 at the end of this thing.
It conceivably could be. That's one of the interesting things about places like Maine and Nebraska being able to split their electoral votes between candidates. Because things like that can really screw it up. But
it's
because I think 4 years ago, I think Bernie Sanders and John Kasich each ended up getting 1 or 2 electoral votes.
That's incredible.
So, and I think both those came from from Nebraska and Maine. So, yeah, I mean, it's right now, let's see. Yeah, all of Nebraska they have not split the vote in Nebraska as far as I know. So all 5 of those electoral votes go to Trump, and Maine did not split any of their 4 as far as I know. So all those go to Biden.
Obviously, Pennsylvania is the critical one, but where do you think Wisconsin and Michigan are going to stand?
It's really hard. I don't know right now. I know right now, let's see, Wisconsin. Let me scroll up so I can actually see the whole thing right now. Wisconsin right now, Trump's up by about 6 points with 82.5% reporting. Michigan, he's up by about 11 points with 48% reporting. They've already called Ohio. And in Pennsylvania, they've got 53.38% of the vote in, and Trump is up by 15 points. But there's a lot of ballots that still need counted. I mean, they've called Florida already. Georgia, they haven't called yet. That's a big state. Donald Trump's up by about 8% there. A little more than 8% with 77% in. They just called Texas. That was a big carrot. That was the biggest carrot left on the board. So, there's still plenty to happen right now. You only need about, 47 if you're, 47 if you're Biden. You need 66 if you're Trump. And, boy, Ohio and Pennsylvania, those are the big dogs. Those are the big pieces of the puzzle still left to go out because Ohio's already gone. So you've got Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Georgia. Those are the 3 biggest ones that are out. Minnesota, which is probably going to go for Biden. That's 10 electoral votes, same as Wisconsin. But yeah, North Carolina, 15 electoral votes is still out there. So yeah, there's Still plenty of counting to be done. North Carolina is still very narrowly Donald Trump with 99.89% reporting. Trump has got about a 1.2% lead, roughly 1.25% lead, with 5.5 million votes counted. So that one's awfully close. But if he can knock down, he already knocked down Texas. If he can knock down Pennsylvania and Michigan, that goes a long way towards giving Trump another 4 years. So we'll have to see.
I was able to cast my ballot for the first time today. So
nice. How'd that feel?
It felt empowering. I can tell you that.
You know, I had mentioned earlier in the stream, if you want some indication as to how important your vote is, they literally spend billions of dollars a year, not every 4 years, every year, because there's an election every year. Most of the stuff in the non-general election seasons for local stuff, local ballot measures and stuff, but they spend billions of dollars every year to get you to vote the way they want you to vote. That's how important your vote is. They are spending billions of dollars to get you to go up there and punch that button on the screen, or to punch that old school ballot, if that's the way you guys do it, next to a certain thing. That's how important your vote is. So get active, start reading about some of these things, and get out and vote. If you don't want to vote for the presidential election because you think your vote doesn't count for one reason or another, I get it. Because when you're starting to think about things on a scale like that, it's really hard to see and know and tangibly understand why your vote carries that kind of weight. But the most important governing happens locally. So when you go in there to vote for your mayor, your city council, your school board, the local tax levies, I know there was a couple for the local school district here that were on the ballot this year. That's where all the governing happens that affects you most directly. So if you don't want to vote for president or vote for your senators because you don't feel like they're doing what you want them to do, that's fine. I get it. But please, by all means, go and vote for these things that affect you locally, because they do directly and almost immediately impact the life that you live every day. And that's like I've been watching this Prop 22 and Prop 15 in California, and they spent over $300 million on each of these. That's just one state. To get one state to vote a certain way, they spent over $300 million on both those propositions.
Incredible.
$300 million just to get one person, to convince one more person to vote a certain way. $300 million combined is what they spent. I think one of them spent 170 or 180 million. I think the pro Prop 22 people spent like 172 or 173 million dollars. It's a lot of money just to get you to go vote for them.
Yeah, it's a great point. I was in Dayton this morning, voted at the Nutter Center, and there were a lot of issues locally that I wish could get the funding like that to be talked about more, because it's critical. At the local level, like you mentioned, it impacts neighborhoods much more than these bigger elections. And I hear a lot up here in Columbus, people saying that their vote doesn't carry much weight, or that they're not going to make an effort to get to the polls. And I feel I'm right there with you. I wish people could get out to the polls if they could, because their vote really does carry weight, in my opinion. I'm right there with you, Frank.
Yeah, I was actually at the Nutter Center today. That's where I went to vote.
Oh, yeah. Did you get that stylus?
I did get that stylus. I don't know if I have it in my pocket. I think I left it in my hoodie pocket. But yeah, I got that stylus. They were like, we don't have stickers this year, but you can keep that stylus. And I was like, holy shit. Whatever. It's a stylus. Because they don't sell these for 99 cents a piece, or 99 cents for a 5-pack at Walmart, but whatever.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, so are you back up at Ohio State now?
Yeah, I voted about 7:30 this morning, and then I drove back up immediately after. I had to get on the Ohio State press conference at noon, had class, gonna do it all again tomorrow.
How are things looking for the Buckeye football team right now? I haven't had much of a chance to keep up with the pandemic and not knowing who the hell's playing when or where.
Right, exactly. So, at the surface, they're 2-0. They've scored 90-ish points through 2 games. But really, there's some areas they can improve on. The secondary looked, kind of average and mediocre in a sense against Penn State. And Penn State's obviously their biggest, competition in the Big Ten East. But our top defensive back, his matchup ended up catching 144 receiving yards and 3 touchdowns against him. And that's a projected first-round, cornerback there at Ohio State. So, they're looking to see some improvements there. The running backs, you got 2 guys trying to vie for the lion's share of the carries. And so I don't think strength in numbers is absolutely the best thing in that sort of situation. But Ohio State's been spoiled with guys like Ezekiel Elliott and J.K. Dobbins in the past. So.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, there's been a plethora of running back talent come through that school in the last probably 10 or 15 years. I mean, going all the way back to honestly going back farther than that, like Archie Griffin. That's always been a hotbed for great running backs at Ohio State.
Oh yeah, 100%. It amazed me that last season was the first season where there was a 2,000-yard rusher at Ohio State. Just with that storied, running back room over the years, it amazed me that it took this long. And it was also, I'm not sure how many other running backs at Ohio State have done it, but 3 seasons of 1,000 yards rushing. That was pretty incredible. And he didn't even get drafted in the first round. J.K. Dobbins slipped to, I think, the 3rd round and went to Baltimore. He had over 100 yards rushing this past weekend against Pittsburgh.
God, Dobbins is going to be a beast in Baltimore too. They've got a pretty solid offensive line there. I know Tavares Jackson took a bit of an ass whipping last week. When he threw a couple interceptions, he didn't have a good game. I mean, everybody, even the best quarterback's going to slip. Even Joe Montana and Tom Brady have had some not so great games for what you expect from guys like that. But man, having a great running back like Dobbins, somebody with that much talent behind him, who's a good enough quarterback on his own but can also run, boy, that gives defense fits.
Oh, yeah, exactly right. One thing I liked about Dobbins was that he would put his head down and run straight into the offensive line. And for a team like Baltimore, where you got Lamar, who's versatile, can throw, can run on his own, but won't put his head down, and obviously you don't want to do that as a quarterback. Having a guy like Dobbins, when Mark Ingram's no longer there, when Gus Edwards isn't when they move on from him, Dobbins is going to be a great back right back there with Lamar.
Hell yes. Well, let's go to baseball for just a minute while we're waiting for another state to get called. Hopefully it'll be Pennsylvania here very soon or something that helps Trump. But let's go to baseball. As much as it hurts my heart to say it, the Dodgers are the world champions.
Oh, man.
I threw up a little bit in my mouth just saying that just now. I don't know if you noticed that or not. But what are your thoughts on the way baseball went this season? I know me and you talked about it a little bit the last time you were here, but that was really as the season was just getting started. I made my thoughts on it very clear. I don't think 60 games was near enough, but we did end up getting through the season. Everybody got most of their 60 games in, and the Dodgers ended up taking home the World Series title. What are your thoughts on baseball this year?
Yeah, I remember our season preview there at the end of July, but at the start of the season, when the Marlins and the Cardinals had their COVID scares, I was a little anxious for a minute just because social media can get you feeling that way if you buy into what's going on up there. But after the World Series concluded, and they said no COVID tests had come in about a month, I was really surprised about that. But I was really proud that they were able to get through that season. Just like you said, 60 games is nowhere close to enough. And I think your Giants were about 1 or 2 games out of a playoff spot. It came down to the last day, didn't it?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was reading on KNBR. I didn't watch a whole lot of baseball because, like I said, I wasn't into it this season. 60 games I didn't think was enough. But there was an article that I had read in KNBR that there was some really bad umpiring calls that were made in the Giants' last game that cost them one of the playoff spots. And it was so bad that Major League Baseball was actually looking into it. I don't know. I didn't watch the game, so I didn't. All I was doing was reading this article. I haven't gone back to look at any highlights of that game or anything. But yeah, a lot of people were saying that there was some really bad officiating that kept the Giants out of the playoffs. I don't think the Giants were really going to go that far in the playoffs anyway. I mean, Buster opted out this year. Pitching staff wasn't fantastic. There were still some injuries. There were a couple of young guys that were hitting pretty good. They were looking really good. Hopefully in the next year or two, some of these guys can come up. I know Brandon Crawford didn't do particularly well. But so I wasn't expecting the Giants to make a good run and really challenge anybody for a World Series, but it would have been nice to at least have seen them in the playoffs.
Hey, yeah, you never know. Grabbing a playoff spot, you could be like the Miami Marlins and bounce the Chicago Cubs in the first round. It's a big shocker.
Well, the 2002 World Series between the Giants and the Angels, that was the first time in the wild card era that both teams in the World Series were wild card teams. So no division winners played in that World Series.
And the Giants did it again in 2014 when they beat the Royals.
They did. But, in those series, though, when your pitching staff is healthy and ready to go, I mean, in the postseason, you can run through teams, even the best teams. I was really surprised that Boston didn't seem to put it together this year, and that was one of the things I think you and I had talked about, is if you're one of these power teams that they're expecting to be contenders, if you have a bad 8 or 10 game stretch, it's going to ruin your entire season if you've only got 60 games, because you have to depend on 2 or 3 other teams to have the same bad stretch just to catch up. And Boston never really seemed to have their footing in it this year. I think they were even pretty active at the trade deadline, dumping a few people this last season. But I think they ended up finishing second to last in their division, or maybe even last. I haven't looked at the standings in a while.
Yeah, they're no help for them being in that tough division. But yeah, you were absolutely right. All the teams in that division absolutely shit on them. Just trading away Mookie Betts. They're expected to be that big market and re-sign a guy like that. And so they lost a lot of talent. Their starting pitching wasn't too particularly great, other than Nathan Eovaldi, and even he struggled at times. But yeah, just like you mentioned, Boston being that big market, competing with New York obviously is a challenge, and Tampa Bay making a surprise run there. Really just all challenges there on the Boston end. And I know they still have Xander Bogaerts and Rafael Devers on the left side of the infield. And I like those two guys, but if they're going to be in the same boat as Mookie Betts, well, Boston's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, trading Mookie Betts doesn't look like the best thing they could ever do. But I don't know if they were going to afford to keep him anyway.
Yeah. God, I would love to have that contract. I would just say that.
I think that contract would be absolutely worth the kind of production that guy puts out.
Oh yeah.
Because that guy was a beast for the Dodgers. This season, he was a beast for the Dodgers.
I didn't watch too much of the Dodgers in the regular season, but in the World Series, Mookie just absolutely showed out. You could just see the enthusiasm, the energy he brings to that team.
No doubt. Still waiting on
anybody to call over $300 million to play baseball in LA. It's incredible.
Well, don't forget they were the guys that gave who was it, Brown, the pitcher, several years ago.
Brown.
They were the first one to give him
Kevin Brown.
I forget his first name. I know it was something Brown, but they gave him something like 200. I think he was the first $200 million. No, not the first. At one point, he was the most expensive contract in baseball history. They paid him some obscene amount of money to pitch for like 7 years. I think they had him for like 4.
I'm Googling it right now. Kevin Brown was his name. 7-year, 105 million in 98. Incredible.
Yeah, that's crazy. We were talking about the other day on the Derailed podcast, Sean Connery, because he just passed away, unfortunately. Rest in peace, Sean Connery. When he was young, he had signed a $1.5 million contract to play James Bond, and that was the biggest contract in the history of Hollywood at the time, and that was in the mid '60s.
Wow.
So it's just the way we change the way we look at money for these things, whether you're an actor or a professional athlete, the way it changes over time, it's hilarious because you remember they sold Babe Ruth for what, $500,000? So you sold the guy who's widely considered to be the best baseball player ever for $500,000. The modern game, $500,000 doesn't get you a good middle of the rotation pitcher. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, exactly.
That's enough to sign some rookie who throws an inning, every week or so, something like that. Just some guy out of the bullpen.
Yeah, 500,000 is about the league minimum.
I think it is. I think
the
league minimum for veterans is like 1.1 or something. Is it something around $1 million, maybe a little more?
It's about that, just to put some respect on the guys who have been around. But yeah, 500,000 is just everybody's getting that money.
Yeah, hell, the janitor makes that much money in some of these places. so to say $500,000, Jesus Christ, that's some crazy stuff.
It's funny you brought up some Hollywood stuff. I watched Uncut Gems for the first time the other day. I wasn't too it didn't live up to my standards, just to say the least. I don't know if you've seen that one with Adam Sandler.
I saw like half of it, and I never got a chance to go back and watch it all. I thought it was decent. Adam Sandler is one of those guys that when he steps away from his comedy niche, he has trouble.
Mm-hmm.
He has trouble really carrying a movie when he steps away from that. That's why I like to see him do because I love like Billy Madison when he's acting like a goofball, kind of stupid and all that. But when he does a movie like what is the one he did with the little kid, Daddy's Boy or something like that? Daddy's Boy. What the hell was it? The one where his brother's son is hanging out with him or whatever. He can still do comedy but be a normal person. He does well in those roles, but he did that one movie where I think his wife was one of the people that was killed in 9/11, and he goes a little crazy. It's with Don Cheadle. I forget the name of the movie. I didn't really like that. I didn't really like Punch Drunk Love, where he tried to make it a lot more dramatic. But I think that because he was such a big sports fan and that he understands that world almost as well as he understands comedy, that he could step into that, and because it had to do with the gambling and all that, it was kind of in his wheelhouse. So I thought the half of the movie I got to watch, I thought he did pretty well. I haven't had a chance to sit down and watch the rest of it, to be honest. So I don't know.
It's just so much in the first half hour. I mean, I watched it kind of by myself up here in the apartment, and I do really well watching a movie with another person to bounce ideas off of. It was just so much to keep up with, and like you said, Adam Sandler's a great comedic character, but you get him in a serious role. I thought Kevin Garnett honestly shined in his role, just playing himself.
There was a couple of big name sports actors in there, wasn't there? I know Garnett's the one that they put in the trailers a lot.
Yeah,
Actually go
Kevin
out and watch
Garnett
this
was
stuff.
the one that played himself. Obviously, had a big major role. I know The Weeknd. He's a singer. He was in there for a few minutes. But I do remember watching the ESPN, like the reality, like real life ESPN, and they offered the role to Kobe Bryant, to Amari Stoudemire of the New York Knicks, and Joel Embiid of the Philadelphia 76ers before settling with Kevin Garnett.
I like how you say
Isn't that
settling with
Kobe?
Kevin Garnett.
I'm getting it. I'm sorry, I was really quiet this entire time, but I'm getting into arguments with like fucking multiple people right now. It's just like
in the chat, or
not in the chat, just like on Twitter, DMs, and all this other retarded horseshit, man. And like, I'm just like fucking done. I'm like, you know what, everyone. And I saw someone say, "Oh, well, Trump's winning this and stuff like that," and someone's like, "Oh, Black Lives Matter," and I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up.
yeah, well, that's going to be a lot of that today. That's one of the things that's driving this election is the race stuff. So there's going to be a lot of that. I'm kind of glad we haven't really gone over it today, but I was kind of hoping to avoid it. I didn't even really make any notes on that whole thing, but whatever. It's one of those topics that's going to drive this election because everything that's been going on the last year or so since George Floyd died. So, I don't think there's any way to really avoid
Yeah,
it.
a criminal dies by the hands of a police officer and stuff like that, and everyone gets into an uproar. But yet, all these other innocent people that get killed and stuff like that, such as like Caucasians and all these other races and stuff like that, they get killed, and no one is up in arms about that. No, it's always got to be because of one specific race and color. That's what I don't understand about this entire thing. That I don't get behind the movement, and I think it's a waste of fucking time. I think that this whole election's now just being pushed to try and get Trump out of office because oh my god, he's a racist supposedly without any proof of him being a racist. And everyone's like, yeah, well, he's a racist. I'm like, okay, well, where the fuck is your proof about that then?
Well,
Where's your
it's
proof
the
that
talking
Donald Trump's
point.
a fucking racist?
One of the things that interests me is I'm seeing this thing right now. Bing is reporting that 3.6 million votes are still left to count in Pennsylvania, with more than half of Metro Philadelphia that hasn't been counted yet. Right now in Pennsylvania, Trump is up by a little less than 16 points with 57.8% reporting. So that could be the difference maker in Pennsylvania. We don't know quite yet. So we're still not anywhere close to getting an answer in Pennsylvania. They've already called some places like Florida. Democrats have picked up one seat in the Senate. That's not enough right now. They've picked up one seat in the House. Republicans need to pick up 17 seats in the House to get the majority in there. Democrats need to
You have the
pick up
status of the popular vote.
The Democrats need to pick up 4 more seats in the Senate to get the majority. Right now, as of what Bing is telling me right now, is that there's 119, almost 120 million popular votes counted. And it is 49.72% Biden, 48.67% Trump. So it's pretty close.
Wow.
But again, there's still a lot of votes that need to be counted. So who the hell knows?
Yeah.
And like I said earlier, we got to the point when they were starting to call Donald Trump the winner of the election 4 years ago. They said that Donald Trump was actually winning the popular vote at that point.
Yeah, it's something that was a weird dynamic. He had something. I'm pretty sure he lost the popular vote, won the electoral college. People go up in arms about it. It's a weird process. But like you said, you just got to let it all unfold out, I guess, at the end of the day. Shoot, hell.
Yeah, real annoying in the chat says CNN has said that Biden is to make a statement shortly. I think he said early today or even last night that he would make a statement at some point tonight, one way or the other. So maybe he's just making a statement to try to, driving people to the polls is not going to matter anymore because it's 9:19 on the West Coast. So all the polls around the country are closed. So all the voting that's going to be done for this election cycle has been done. Whether you did it mail-in, voted early, or went and voted like I did.
How come is it telling me that they have not updated Donald Trump's electoral vote wins?
It depends on who you're watching. Like I'm watching Bing in part because I can check out some county stuff, but Bing is not caught up with a lot of stuff. They haven't caught up with Florida. They haven't called Ohio yet, although Fox has called all that. I think CNN's called it too. It really depends on who you're watching. So,
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm watching 270towin.com. That's the interactive one that I can actually go and put it in myself, so that I can kind of keep an eye on where things are at. But yeah, it's one of those things. Like I said, I was watching all the election coverage from the last election, and at the same point in the night, different news outlets were calling things differently. Some people didn't call a lot of stuff till late. Some people were calling stuff way early. I don't know how they came to the point where they were comfortable to call or not call things, but it's just the way it is. Right now, what I'm going with is Fox Business has got a YouTube channel up, and they don't have any audio. They're just running through different races, different states, things like that. But
Montana is officially red.
Montana,
Yeah.
Are they're watching this stuff pretty closely. As soon as they get to the position where they can make a call internally, they're probably going to their candidate and saying, "This is what we think the state's going to look like." So, if it gets to the point where one of these people, their advisors, say it's going to go one way or the other, I'm pretty sure they're going to go to their guy and say, you need to say this or say that. But like I said, it's going to come down like a hammer really quick, especially if Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania start to fall. I think those are going to fall really quick. Pennsylvania, though, I don't know. Like I said, it could be late. It could be really late that we get Pennsylvania.
I'll follow that up. Are you surprised that Biden has gotten 227 electoral votes?
Nope.
Interesting.
Well, I mean, what did Clinton get last year? Clinton got to, what did he get, 209 or something? I mean, it doesn't surprise. I mean, I'm not surprised to see anybody get a certain amount of votes. I mean, I think the only election in my lifetime anyway that's ever been pretty cut and dry was Reagan's reelect, and Reagan pretty much ran the table. The only state he lost was Minnesota, and that was the home state of the Democratic candidate that year. So. I mean that was the most lopsided election in history, really, certainly of my lifetime. But we're still going to see. Like I said, I think once one of these remaining big states drops, probably Georgia or North Carolina, then we're going to see probably another state or two drop after that, and that's going to put us right up to the precipice of being able to call a winner. But Georgia's still out there. Georgia, 81% of the votes, and Trump's up by about 8 points, roughly, a little less than 8. North Carolina, he's up by about a point. There's 99.96% reporting in North Carolina, and Donald Trump is up 50.09% to 48.69%. So that was a tight race. It might be a while before we get North Carolina. They want to make sure they've got all the votes counted right. Pennsylvania, again, they're only at 61% now. Trump is still way ahead, but there's still a lot of votes to count in the population centers. Texas has been called. Arizona has been called. I don't know why Bing is so far behind. Nevada hasn't been called yet. Bing isn't reporting any votes from Nevada yet, but Nevada is usually a pretty solid blue state. And then we got Michigan. Michigan, Trump is up by a little more than 10 points. So let me scroll up so I can see more numbers. That's with only 52% of the vote in, so it might still be a while before we see Michigan. Wisconsin's getting there. Wisconsin's got 87.1% in, and Trump is up by about 5 points. So we're getting close to the end in Wisconsin. But again, I think Pennsylvania might be the nail for somebody. We're going to have to see. Wisconsin would be a huge win for Trump. But we're going to have to see. Fox has not called anything new in the last few minutes. So we're going to see. I had, earlier today, Jake, I was watching something on Facebook. Somebody had posted a picture of the line outside the YMCA here in town. And it was out the door of the YMCA out to Central Avenue and down Central Avenue towards the railroad tracks.
Wow, that is incredible. I know the Nutter Center earlier this morning was it wrapped from gate 6 where you entered all the way over to the other side, kind of by the lake on the other side of the parking lot.
Nice.
It's freezing this morning, so Yeah, all the way by the railroad.
They must have all went early because I went about 11:30 or so, and there was nobody there. It took me longer to go in there and register with the guy and show him my ID than it took to vote.
Jeez.
Everybody that's not unusual. A lot of people will go to the polls early. It's either the middle of the day I know is usually kind of slower, but
Gotcha.
because people are mostly at work, and then obviously once 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon rolls around, they're going to get busier again with all these people that vote after work. So I would imagine that both those places were pretty packed from 5 o'clock on.
Student center here on campus, is a polling place also for whoever gets assigned here. And, the Lantern covered it up here from 8:30 to 7:30. The wait time was virtually 0, 5 minutes tops, for the entire duration of the 10 hours. And I don't know if that's because students, from out of state mail in their ballots, or if they just go home to vote or find some other way to absentee it. But that was quite surprising to me to see, 5 minutes tops wait time, for 10 consecutive hours. But to hear that from you about back home, maybe I shouldn't be too surprised about it.
Well, it was going to be interesting to see. I mean, I didn't know how COVID was going to affect turnout. I would imagine voter turnout is going to be an interesting number to look at in the coming weeks. Because I know that one of the things that I've always said is if a candidate really wants to try to get on the good side of the people, you should be preaching about voter turnout. Get everybody out there voting. Mm-hmm. However you want to vote, don't care who you vote for, just get out and vote. And if you start promoting that, you're probably going to draw a lot of favor that way and maybe win a couple of votes. But, I mean, this one, I think I had read somewhere that last year, if you add up the popular vote totals for both candidates, you had 100 and probably 15 million or something like that total votes or something like that. They had 85 million mail-in or early ballots just this year alone. So they had almost as many mail-in and early votes as they did all votes for the entire last election. So the turnout this year is going to be interesting. It's going to be pretty big, and that's actually a good thing. I think the more people you get involved, the harder it is to say things like a popular vote's the best way to go. Because the more people get involved, the better the system that we have in place works. So that's why both parties should be out there talking about voter engagement, not settling for 60% of registered voters to voting every general election. Let's get that up to 70. Let's get that up to 80. Let's get that up to 90. Let's get that percentage as high as possible. Because the more people vote, the better the system we have in place works. And then you won't have to worry about somebody losing a popular vote and winning the election or whatever. That's basically the way it works, if you ask me.
Right. Yeah, I agree 100%. I agree with the system in place now. It sucks to see, some discrepancies about the Electoral College and does it really work and everything. I would rather see those voters turn out and, like you said, prove the system, because at the end of the day, it works. It works.
There's some baseball trivia going on in the chat right now. They're talking about Brooks Robinson. Without looking it up, I guess. Well, what was the question? I missed the question. Let's see. Who was the first African American to break the color barrier for the Dodgers in 1947? Well, I think everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Really annoying says, without looking it up, I guess the answer to Bryce's question, the last name is Robinson, but not sure if it was Frank or Brooks. Well, you were wrong on both, but the other Robinson, right?
I have officially pissed off literally almost everybody that follows me on Twitter because I simply told everyone, I said, fuck Biden and fuck Donald Trump. Fuck this election.
Aaron had put something in the chat earlier that said, I'm calling it right now, the winner is Giant Meteor 2020. And I'm like, can that really be all that bad? I was one of those people that
wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I was one of those people that was trying to find the bumper sticker last year that said Giant Meteor 2020 because I was like, I don't have a lot of confidence out of one of these people.
Well, there is a giant meteor that's going past us, but it's going past us at a safe distance, so...
We've seen it all this year, so I wouldn't be surprised. A 269 tie wouldn't be the most surprising thing this year's about.
It's 2020. Who the fuck knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, we still got a whole month and a half left.
I know. It's, oh, God. I was telling a friend the other day, I was like, I would be perfectly happy after Halloween to just put myself in a coma for the next 2 months and just sleep the way through 2020. and just kind of take my chances and wake up and see what I missed on January 1st, 2021. Yeah, this whole year has just sucked. It's like, Jake, have you noticed? I mean, what is different about campus life right now? Because you're starting and you're pretty much going to go through this whole year under pandemic and COVID restrictions. Has campus life up at Ohio State been too much different, or has it been just kind of like a lot of students are just doing it remotely and it's just kind of less crowded? What's going on up there on campus?
It's been completely different. And for somebody like me who likes to be around people and, have that social interaction, it's hard because I go to class 1 day a week. The other 6 days are waiting for that 1 day a week to come around. Really? I will say, though, that the weekend scene is still the same. There are a couple bars on campus, obviously. There's restaurants. People still go to that. And I'd say it's 50-50, people wearing masks and not wearing masks. So the social scene is still alive and well. And I call it Ohio State at night. You got Ohio State during the day. It's all regular. Everybody's going to classes virtually or in person. But then once about 8 o'clock comes around, it's earlier than what it usually is because bars close earlier now. But Ohio State at night is still alive and well up here. But we can't have more than 10 people in a group event here.
Fox is now calling Minnesota for Joe Biden. That's not a huge surprise.
Yeah.
So right now we're looking at 237 for Biden and 210 for Trump. I must be missing something on mine. Got South Carolina, Virginia, blah, blah. Georgia hasn't been called yet. All those have been called. Iowa has been called for Donald Trump. So right now I've got 238 for Biden and 211 for Trump. For some reason, Fox has got 237 Biden, 210 Trump, but who knows?
There's some points early on where Texas was flashing a little bit of blue early.
Yeah, Texas was one of those ones that was up in the air. I'm kind of surprised. Let me go look at the official numbers because I know that it seemed close at first. Yeah, Donald Trump, he didn't run away with it. Right now, Bing has 78.8% reporting, and Trump is winning the state by 6 points, a little less than 6 points. That's not a very big margin of victory for a place as populated as Texas, but it doesn't seem like anybody's contesting Texas, at least nothing that I've seen yet.
Yeah, you bring up a great point. We were watching Joe Rogan earlier, and he had floated the idea of voting for Kanye West. And I'm really curious if people have really marched onto that bandwagon and maybe taken away an electoral vote or two, that when it comes down to 269, that shit could have really changed the outcome here.
It could have. I don't think anybody took Kanye seriously. I think Kanye was counting on... I think Kanye was taking a big piece of the black vote from somebody. I don't know if he was intended to take it from Trump or Biden, but I think he was just hoping to get some of the black vote.
It's a good point. He obviously wasn't on the ballot either, so you would have to write him in.
Yeah, he was only on the ballot, I think, in 2 or 3 states.
Wow. Jeez.
So, but still, you can take votes in a lot, depending on what states they were. I don't know what states he was even in, but depending on what states those were, it could be a significant thing. Who the hell knows?
Yeah, my roommate and I were looking back at it on the way back to Columbus. We should have just wrote ourselves in, just to say, down in the record books that we had at least one presidential vote at some point in history. And, it'd be a real cool thing to look back on, but maybe someday in the future, if something ever happens in a landslide, a favorable landslide, something like that.
Maybe 4 years from now, I'll start my own write-in campaign for me.
Hey,
because there's some people in the chat that keep saying I should run. Really Annoying tells me all the time that I should run for some kind of office. Keeps telling me I should run for president in 4 years. I don't know. Maybe in a couple of years, once we get to the point where we're starting to gear up for the next presidential campaign, maybe I'll make a video and say, "Hey, here's my write-in campaign," and then I'll watch the debates and I'll answer the questions that they answer and put it out there on YouTube, and maybe I'll suck up some votes that way. I was talking earlier that Joe Exotic guy from the Tiger King.
Yeah.
Do you know that he was actually on the ballot for president 4 years ago?
Oh my gosh, that's incredible.
He got almost 900 votes.
And his popularity, I don't think wasn't as high then as it is now. Obviously, with Netflix helping him out.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, since the Netflix thing, I mean, actually, I think before Netflix, he had already been convicted of the whole murder for hire thing. So I don't know if he'd have been able to run this year in this election anyway. But yeah, I mean, it's mind-boggling. If he would have not been such a dumbass and tried to run again, he might have actually gotten like 1,000,000 votes. I actually read that he had the most votes of any write-in candidate in history.
Wow, that would be an interesting list to take a look at. Yeah, you make a good point. I don't know who these parties are going to throw at the public in 4 years. I have no idea.
We were talking about that on the Derailed podcast Sunday. Somebody had asked, what could the election look like next year? I have this thought in the back of my head that sounds really interesting. I think it might be Nikki Haley, who was the UN ambassador under Trump for a while and was the governor of, I think, North Carolina. I think Nikki Haley could end up running for the Republican ticket. And I think you could probably see, if Biden loses the election, you could see Kamala Harris running as a Democrat. So you would have two women running head to head for the presidency in 4 years.
That would be absolutely incredible. It would catch headlines for sure.
That would be very interesting to see.
Oh my gosh, I have no idea. Nikki Haley would have to grab a lot of publicity in order for that to happen, in my opinion. I think it might still be too early for Ted Cruz to make another run. I think he's got a legitimate future to maybe step into that role and make another run.
Well, we were talking earlier about how you can tell the kind of person that the party is trying to put over. That they'll have them do things like do the response to the State of the Union and things like that. So watch the next if Trump wins tonight, watch the next 4 years who the Democratic Party puts up there to do the response to his State of the Union addresses. Because those are usually the guys that are trying to build their national presence, their national portfolio. So, because they did it to Obama when Bush was president. They had him up there. Oh. They've had... I know when Obama was president, they threw Rubio up there a couple of times. The Republicans did to try to help build his awareness for him. So definitely watch who they put up there, because that's one of the things they'll do. And then, of course, just kind of watch who they're putting the sound bites of. I mean, because honestly, these committeeships they have in Washington, my volume's up is almost as high as it goes. They're really annoying. I don't know why we're having problems with it now, but one of the things that they'll do is they'll put people on these committees to try to help build their profile too. I'm actually farther away from my microphone than I have been earlier. They'll put these they'll put these guys in these committees and stuff so that they can get these sound bites, and they'll put these sound bites in the news to help build their profile. So yeah, definitely look for some things like that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Kind of like building up a upcoming prospect to be kind of related to sports. I was watching, like I said, the Joe Rogan podcast with the left having taken, the impeachment trial and that getting thrown in their face. And if Trump wins again, that getting thrown right back at them again. They're going to need somebody polarizing enough to come out in 2024 and kind of be like Trump in a sense in 2016, just be so incredibly outlandish of an idea to even have a remote shot at trying to rebound from all of this stuff. Because they've taken a lot of hits in the news over the last 3-4 years. A lot.
I think everybody has. I mean, Trump hasn't done the Republican Party a whole lot of favors the last 4 years. I mean, there are sometimes I agree with him, but there's sometimes that I'm just like, dude, shut your mouth, let your surrogates speak for you. It's like...
That makes sense.
Buttigieg, really annoying. I think Buttigieg still has a ways to go. He's still young. I think you're going to have to see him run for... You're going to have to see him run for a... You just see him run for like Congress or for the Senate or maybe even governor of Indiana once before you see him make another serious run.
One person who was really popular here on campus was Andrew Yang. He had a lot of popularity up here in Columbus.
Yeah, but he was a one-note candidate, though. All he really had going for him was the whole the universal basic income thing. And there's not really a whole lot of people to get behind that. I mean, sure, the young progressives love it because they can get paid for doing nothing. But in the end, I mean, you make so much more money if it's just about money, you make more money by going out, getting an education, and getting a job. Cora's in the chat saying that Biden's about to speak. His motorcade has just arrived at the site. There's a podium set up. I don't know if I'll be able to actually do any audio on that without catching a strike. I certainly hope not.
I'm flipping YouTube TV on. I'm seeing it. Yeah, it says they're awaiting remarks from Biden on Fox.
So let me...
Interesting.
Let me jump onto YouTube, see if I can find where somebody's going to be doing that.
I've got class at 9 in the morning tomorrow, so I might only be able to stick around a minute or a couple more minutes here.
But, that's fine. I'm plenty happy you jumped on tonight. It's glad to have you on here. It's always a good show when you're on here. Yeah, I was actually talking you up when you first jumped on. I mean, if you're into some sports talk, definitely go follow this guy on Twitter. I retweet a lot of his stuff. You can probably find him through my Twitter page. I know a lot of you guys are out there following me. So, yeah, definitely go follow Jake on Twitter. He talks. Are you still doing the wrestling stuff?
Here and there. I think my last WWE story came out about a month ago. I've kind of drifted more into the Ohio State football coverage compared to wrestling and UFC, that type of thing.
Yeah, I know a lot of.
But I still follow it.
Yeah, a lot of the people that are probably in the stream right now, a lot of them are wrestling fans. I know Brody's a wrestling fan. I think Really Knowing's a wrestling fan. Casey's a wrestling fan, I know. So he's been writing a lot of stuff about wrestling. Since there hasn't been a whole lot of sports going on, he had picked up writing for the Lantern about WWE and MMA. So definitely go read some of his articles about that stuff too. Like I said, this kid's a really smart sports writer. I think he's going to be big one day. I've known him and his family for a long time. They're good people, so I really hope you guys support Jake too. Is there any, me and you had talked about you doing a YouTube thing possibly. Is there any movement on that at all?
I'm in a sports journalism course. That's the label of the name. And one of our assignments is to create a podcast episode. So maybe that'll snowball into something here. Maybe that's an inside scoop here. We might have the Jacob Ben show turn into something cool and really blossom in 2021.
Well, Jacob Binge on Twitter, follow him on there. If he's going to put out anything podcast or YouTube related, you guys are going to learn about it probably on his Twitter. But definitely go follow him. He's posting a lot of the articles that he's writing, and I know there's a lot of sports fans in this community, wrestling fans as well. Definitely go check his stuff out. I am trying to find. There's a Yahoo Finance has a thing that I would imagine they will put his thing on. Like I said, it's been hard to find a Fox News stream. Let's go to the live.
Yeah, I appreciate you letting me come on, Frank. I was enjoyed to see you streaming on Twitter and hop on here and allow me to come on Discord. So
it's no problem, man. It's no problem at all. We're gonna have to get together now that I've got some ways to do this stuff remotely with you not being here with me in the studio. We'll have to get together and do some movie reviews as we move forward. Hopefully, we'll start seeing new movies again soon.
I am all about it. I can't remember the last time I saw a movie trailer, television, or anything like that. It's oof.
Well,
yeah, I'm all down.
Hopefully, the first of the year is going to finally bring theaters opening back up, and we'll be able to do some stuff. 2021 is going to be a huge year for movies because of everything that moved back. So there's going to be a ton of movie stuff to talk about over the course of the next year. But hopefully, we'll be able to do that.
I am all for it. I'm overly excited for it.
We've been doing the retro movie reviews. I haven't done a whole lot of sports movies yet. You might have to jump in and do some of these sports movies with me.
I would be down for that. I'd love to kick it off with Moneyball, of course.
I watched that just the other night.
Runs rampant in my friend group here.
I watched that just the other night. It's a good movie.
It is an incredibly good movie. Gets you ready to run through a brick wall and go be the GM for somebody's team,
It does. I would probably ruin a team. I don't think anybody wants me as a GM.
Oh, that'd be incredible. All right, Frank.
Jacob Binge. Like I've said, you guys need to go check him out on Twitter. He's a really smart kid. What do you got going on, Bodark?
Nothing. Just left a couple communities, and I not gonna lie. From what he's talking and stuff like that, it's like we're gonna win this. We're gonna win. We're gonna win. No, just no. I honestly, God, if he becomes president, I fear for the country.
I don't fear for the country. I mean, look, we've had presidents of both parties. I don't like it when people say things like, if this person wins, millions of people are going to die. I don't like people ginning up that kind of anger and hatred. I don't think it does anybody any good. Look, you can disagree with policy all you want. That's valid. It's your right as a citizen of the United States to disagree with policy. But to say things like, I mean, I've seen people say if Trump gets elected, 4 years ago they were saying stuff like this. If Trump gets elected, then anybody over the age of 65, you're going to see millions of people over the age of 65 die. It's like, dude, why would you say some stupid shit like that?
Yeah, I'm not saying anyone's gonna die. I'm just saying, like, it's for me personally, with how he's speaking and stuff like that. He wants to target people that are, he said, yeah, one of the things in his campaign is like, you're damn right, I'm coming after your guns, and that's one thing that has me a little bit concerned. But at the same time, I have to think realistically speaking, it's not going to happen because you have a lot of people out there that are like against that kind of shit.
Well, I mean, I don't want anybody taking my guns either. The problem is a lot of people don't realize, especially about the gun debate, you can't just go and get someone's guns. It has to do with repealing the Second Amendment. You can't repeal the Second Amendment without a really, really big contingent. I think you need a supermajority in both the House and the Senate to repeal any amendment. And I don't think anybody is going to vote for that. Good luck getting half of either one of those bodies of government to try to repeal anything like that. I don't think that ever happens. So, I mean, who the hell knows?
Yeah, and I'll be honest, this entire thing has got me like on the edge of my seat. Like, I'm like gritting my teeth right now, like just kind of a little bit creeped out because of this shit. But at the same time, I can't, argue with the fact that he might become president. He might.
Well, look, I mean, there's been Democratic presidents, there's been Republican presidents. It's been a long time since we've had one, but we've had a president from the Whig Party. You'll have to go back to the 1800s to the last time we had one of those. But I mean, look, the bottom line is, like I said, all the real federal government, the governing at the federal level, happens in the House and the Senate. Generally speaking, when the presidency was created, the president's main focus was supposed to be foreign policy. The president was supposed to be the primary ambassador to other countries, negotiating trade deals and whatnot. And the governing was supposed to happen. The governing inside the United States was supposed to happen mostly in the House and the Senate. I don't know if it was a natural progression that the president became so important, whatever. But I mean, people look at it differently. But the reality is that hasn't changed much. So that's why I tell people, if you don't want to vote for president, fine. If you don't trust either one of the candidates and don't want to vote for him, that's fine. Still go to the ballot box, though, and vote for your senators, your congressmen, your city councilmen, your school board. Those are the ones that have the most important effect, the most immediate effect on your day-to-day life as soon as you punch that ballot. So, I mean, yeah. Look, the president of the United States, nobody's going to cause World War III. We're beyond that. I think the Cold War ended in large part because Reagan made a lot of smart moves, and also in large part because both the United States and Russia realized that launching nuclear weapons at each other doesn't do anybody any good. So I think they're there mostly for posturing now and for bargaining and negotiating more than they are because anybody really wants to launch one. Nobody wants to launch a nuclear missile at anybody else. That's just dumb. Because we all know that if Russia and the United States got to do a nuclear exchange, it wouldn't just be Russia and the United States being destroyed. It would probably destroy the entire planet. So, whatever.
Except for Australia and New Zealand, those two motherfuckers would be sitting there and be like,
well, it's not saying the nuclear fallout wouldn't affect them. I mean, honestly, look at Chernobyl. I know you might be a little young for it, but I mean, they felt the effects of Chernobyl all the way into France, and Chernobyl is 500 or 1,000 miles away from France. As a matter of fact, if you believe the Chernobyl miniseries that was on HBO a while back, France was actually one of the people that blew the whistle on it because there was a nuclear plant in France that was monitoring their radiation output, and they saw a small spike and realized that it was coming from the east, and so they were the ones that were calling around saying, "Hey, why am I getting higher than normal radioactive readings?" Before anybody else knew that anything had happened at Chernobyl. So they were one of the ones that kind of outed the fact that anything even happened at Chernobyl because the USSR at the time they weren't being forthcoming about anything about that. They just were trying to tell everybody it was a fire, it's under control, it's no big deal. When in reality, it was raining radioactive shit all over Western Europe or Eastern Europe or the Western Russia.
Do you believe that Obama's going to try and pull some strings with Biden?
What's that?
Do you believe that it's a possibility that Obama's going to try and pull strings with Biden if he wins?
I think Obama has got his hand up Biden's ass. I 100% think that. I think that Barack Obama is certainly one of the people who's behind the scenes pulling the strings for the Democratic Party. I think he's not going to be president in name, but he's going to be one of the ones calling Joe saying, hey, Joe, you should do this, or hey, Joe, you should do that. And I don't think that's the way things should be done. I think, look, as much as he shit on George Bush his entire presidency, Obama did, George Bush stayed quiet. George Bush didn't say a fucking thing. That's exactly what the president should do. Barack Obama has not been vocal in as much. I mean, there's one thing for him to go campaign for his former vice president. I kind of get that. But he has not been vocal so much in front of cameras saying Donald Trump's bad, blah, blah, blah. He's one of the people. Remember, one of the things he did in Chicago when he was an alderman there, which is basically a city councilman in Chicago, is he was a big organizer. And I think that's one of the things that they're doing, that he's doing now, is he's trying to organize the Democratic Party to give them the kind of organization they haven't had for a long time. So I think he's the one pulling the strings for the Democratic Party as a whole. So while he's not actively in the White House right now, he's definitely one of the people that is, putting the pieces on the board and making the moves that should, that will eventually decide where the party goes. Donald Trump, on the other hand, one of these days when he's not president, either, January or 4 years from now, he's not going to shut up either, and he should. Donald Trump is going to be one of those guys, and I can tell you right now, and I hope he doesn't, but he will. As soon as he's done being president, somebody's going to go to him and say, "What do you think of what the current president's doing?" And he's going to openly criticize him and be obnoxious and stuff. When really what he should do is say, "You know what? My time with the presidency is done. It's this guy's turn. I'm too busy, building my high rises now, going back to what I used to do." But he's not going to do that.
Well, from what I'm looking at, it says Trump's 174 to 223.
If Trump has got 174 electoral votes and he's just won the election. Oh, you said 174. Okay. Right now, what am I looking at? Bing has got 223 for him and 174 for Trump. The Fox broadcast that I've been watching pretty much all night they're pretty much frozen on Biden 237, Trump 213. Like I said, when we see another state fall, I think we're going to see 2 or 3 of them fall really, really quickly. So right now we've got Pennsylvania is still at 64.43%, and Trump is still up by about 15 points. They haven't called North Carolina yet. They've got 100% of North Carolina reporting, and Trump has 50.9%, and Biden has 48.69%. But Fox has not called North Carolina yet. Georgia, they've got about 85% of the vote in, and Trump is up by about 7 points, a little less than 7 points. Let's see, Michigan.
Nevada might be Republican this time because Nevada's at 71.1% for Donald Trump.
Yeah, but there's only 2.9% reporting. There's a whole lot of votes still need to be counted there. And Nevada is usually a pretty solid Democratic state, so I'm not planning on getting Nevada in Trump's win column. But I mean, look, crazy things happen. It's 2020. Who the hell knows what's going to happen? But I don't think Nevada is going to end up being a Trump state. Let's see. I hit the wrong button. Right now, Michigan has 16 electoral votes. Trump is up with 3.2 million votes counted. Trump is up by about 8 points in Michigan. But there was only 57.3% reporting. Wisconsin has got 90% in, and Donald Trump is holding a 5-point lead. So Wisconsin could be big. I don't know. We're still waiting on these shit. Dude, this ring of states: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. It all lays right there. They have officially called Montana for Trump. I don't know if I put that on there or not. They have. So now we're looking at. Let's see. It's a THR update. I want to take any election news from the Hollywood Reporter because I'm willing to bet it's going to be bullshit. But right now we're looking at 238 for Biden and 214 for Trump. I don't know how I've got an extra electoral vote for each of these guys. I've got all the same things marked that they do, but somehow I'm coming up with one off. But I'm one high for both Biden and Trump from what Fox has. So I don't know what the deal is with that, but one way or another, we're all pretty close. Let's see. Obama didn't endorse Biden until the last minute. Well, generally speaking, they're not going to endorse any candidate until after the primaries are over. The sitting president won't endorse anybody from their own party until the primary. That's generally how it goes. I have a feeling that's one of the things that Trump is going to do that he shouldn't do, is as soon as the primaries start, for the next election cycle, that he's going to jump on board with somebody, even though he shouldn't. And he's probably going to end up screwing it up. But, that's his prerogative, whatever. Generally speaking, the sitting president, if he's not running again, is not going to endorse anybody from his own party until after the primary. So that way they can just endorse the primary winner. Buttigieg, he's probably going to run again in 4 years. Probably Warren again. Dude, Tulsi Gabbard, she shouldn't be a long shot. Honestly, if they would have backed Tulsi Gabbard instead of Joe Biden, I think this election's over already. No bullshit. I think she walks on Trump. Because she's going to get all these Democrats that don't like Biden for whatever reason and are either leaning Trump or leaning towards not voting, I think they would much more quickly go for Tulsi Gabbard. I really think they do. But, that's just me.
Trump has Pennsylvania.
Are they calling Trump for Pennsylvania?
I'm seeing stuff in chat says apparently Trump has Pennsylvania.
Hashtag count every vote is trending on Twitter. Hollywood urges caution on election night. Oh, of course, Hollywood's going to urge a lot of shit. The Republicans need to pick up 17 seats in the House to get power. Democrats they've picked up 1 seat in the Senate, but they still need to pick up 4 more. Yeah, the House and the Senate seats, they're not really releasing anything about that on Fox. Everybody's so keyed in on... I'm waiting until Fox actually says something.
Trump jumped up to 56.7% with 2,606,000 votes in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but looking at it on Bing, I don't know how updated Bing is. It says it updated 53 seconds ago, but Bing's been kind of behind the times on this shit all night long. There's only 65% reporting. So there's still a lot of votes to count. And let's not forget that there's a big contingency of votes in Pittsburgh and in Philadelphia. So...
Yeah, Pennsylvania fucks over this country and stuff like that. They deserve to get whatever the fuck comes to them.
Just looking at the state breakdown, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You've got 6 counties. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 6 counties, maybe 7. One is still too close to call, apparently. But Biden's winning that one too. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 7 counties in Pennsylvania have gone to Biden, and 25 or so have gone to Trump. But you're looking at the major population centers again. So we're still looking at, I don't know, let's see, I think it's Chester County. Is that where? I know Allegheny County is where Pittsburgh is. And Biden's got, with 32% of the vote in, Biden's got he's got a 35, 36% lead in Allegheny County. And I don't know what county Pittsburgh is in. Let's see. I'm guessing it's Philadelphia County, with roughly half of the votes in. Biden's got like almost a 50-point lead in Philadelphia. But again, there's still a whole lot of votes to count in very heavily Democratic areas, so who the hell knows? Dauphin County, which I don't know what major population center is there. I don't really know the layout of Philadelphia all that much. Biden's got with 94.3% reporting, Biden's up 53-45. But again, it's about all the states you do have. I mean, about all the counties you do have. Let's see, if once we get to the point where we're looking at the 85 to 90% reporting of all these counties, I think that's going to be the point where you start looking at it saying, can whoever's behind in the votes catch up enough to, like Cumberland County, Donald Trump is way ahead, but there's only 59.3% of the vote in, so he could stack some votes there. Adams County, Trump is ahead by a lot, 80% to 17.8%. There's only 66% of the vote in there, so he could stack some votes there and maybe hold on to the state. 74% of Franklin County in Pennsylvania, Trump is way ahead, 82 to 16. So he's got to hope that he can stack up some big voting numbers in these counties that he is winning to help offset these heavily populated cities like Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania. And Fox may be updating something right now. They're on a screensaver on their little thing. So maybe they aren't calling Pennsylvania because only 15% of the vote so far is early vote, and they think there will be 40 or 45. It's possible. I mean, we may not have a call in Pennsylvania tonight. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I'm not overly confident about what I'm seeing on this thing. I mean, yeah, it's Pennsylvania, 64% of the vote counted. Trump's up by, let's see, it just updated. Give me a second. It's up by 14 points, but that's only 65% of the vote. So still a lot of counting to go on in Philadelphia.
If supposedly Trump gets Georgia and Pennsylvania, that's a win.
Georgia and Pennsylvania?
If he gets Georgia and Pennsylvania, is that a win?
It would certainly help, but it wouldn't be enough because Georgia is, 16 electoral votes and Pennsylvania is 20. So that would add 36 to his total, and that would still not quite be enough. That would put him in the lead. If those two states were to drop right now for Trump, that would put him in the lead, but it wouldn't give him the election just yet. Michigan and Wisconsin and North Carolina are still going to be very, very important. Hell, it could come down to Nevada. It could very easily come down to Nevada. I don't think it will, but it could. They're just running through the states. Massachusetts for Biden, Mississippi for Trump.
This is nail biting, dude.
One of my favorite nights is election night. I usually, 4 years ago, I wasn't working a night job. I was working an early morning job. I actually took the next day off, that Wednesday off, so I could stay up all night and watch returns.
Oh, shit.
God, right now we're all just waiting on one of these other states to drop. Like I said, it's entirely possible that there is no call from Pennsylvania tonight. I'm looking at Crowder's election stream right now, and I see something that makes me very happy. At least it's showing up on my screen. I don't know if it would show up on any of your guys's. In the suggested videos, it's got my stream, which makes me feel really good. So maybe some people might pop over here from Crowder. Who the hell knows? But I'm done watching anybody else's YouTube shit, I think, for now. It's entirely possible we don't have another call tonight. It's possible. I don't think it's likely, but it's possible.
Trump's at 213.
Florida, Trump won by about 400,000 votes, roughly. They're going through too fast. Arizona goes to Biden. We know that already.
Hey, why is it saying 212 and they're saying 213 on Fox? Fuck.
I don't know, but doesn't really matter. Texas, Trump wins by about 600,000 votes. Biden's going to win Hawaii. That's not really a surprise. Iowa, Trump. We got that one already. Minnesota to Biden by about 300,000 votes. Trump wins Montana. Democrat holds on to the Senate seat in Virginia. Republican holds on to the Senate seat in West Virginia. Mitch McConnell wins in Kentucky. Not a surprise. Democrat holds on in Delaware. Not a surprise. Again, it's New England. Very heavily Democrat. Illinois. Durbin holds on to the Senate seat. Massachusetts. Markey holds off O'Connor for the Senate seat. Democrat wins the Senate seat in New Hampshire as an incumbent. No big surprise. Cory Booker holds on to the Senate seat in New Jersey. That's not a surprise. Oklahoma Senate. Big time for a Republican. Not a surprise. Yeah, none of these. Yeah, nothing. It seems that nothing's really moving in the Senate or the House. The Republicans picked up a Senate seat. They hold on to a Senate seat in Arkansas. Colorado, Democrats are going to gain a Senate seat. All the incumbents are winning, except for that Colorado seat. Did they really stop counting ballots for the night in Pennsylvania? Are you kidding me, Cora? Ugh. AP says Biden at 223, Trump at 212. I've got, Fox has Biden at 237 and Trump at 213. So, I don't know, I guess maybe Fox has called something that the AP hasn't for Biden. I don't really know. I haven't checked out the AP. I can't believe they're going to stop counting ballots in Pennsylvania. Cora, is there a story that you can link me to that says that they're actually doing that? Because that's kind of crazy. Why would they stop counting? That is insane.
They're doing it to postpone so they can try and make it to where Biden wins. I'm calling it now.
I don't know about all that. I mean, that's it's a little bit of a stretch. I don't want to get too conspiracy theorist on things, so that's a little bit of a stretch. But, so far of all the battleground states that we've had, let's see. Let me get my pen here. Arizona's gone Biden. Florida has gone Trump. Michigan, we're still out on. North Carolina, we're still out on. Ohio has gone Trump. Pennsylvania, who the hell knows what we're going to get from that. Wisconsin's still out. And Georgia's still out. So of the battleground states, 3 of them have actually been called. 2 of them have gone to Trump. 1 has gone to Biden. And that's kind of advantaged Trump because Florida and Ohio carry more electoral votes than Arizona does. So right now, that's a bit of a win for Trump. Yeah, so he's getting 11 electoral votes from Arizona. And Trump gets 18 from Ohio and 29 from Florida. So, in the battleground states so far, it's advantaged Trump.
Wait, hold on. Did Nevada go red?
What's that?
Check Nevada.
Nevada generally goes Democrat.
Well, it's looking to me that Nevada is probably going to be turning red. Because as of right now, that's 67.6%.
Right now, it looks like, well, yeah, but there's only 3% of the vote in. So it's going to be a while before we have anything real. Yeah, they've only got results in from 3 counties. Every other county is still out. They don't have anything yet. Yeah, Donald Trump is winning White Pine County with 80% reporting. He's winning Churchill County with 100% reporting. And he's winning Lyon County with 85% reporting. None of the other ones are reporting anything yet. And that includes... I don't know what county Vegas is in off the top of my head. But that includes Vegas. Yeah, it may be leaning red right now, but they still have a whole lot of votes to count. They've only counted 47,000 votes. So I would imagine the population is much more than 47,000. So we're not going to... I'm not going to call Nevada for Trump just yet, and I don't think anybody else will either. That is mind-boggling. Yeah, Cora says they're calling it a night in Philadelphia. They're going to start counting again at 8 in the morning. That they have no night crew.
Hey, Frank.
Yes, hello.
I looked online, but Dan said that while I was out of the room, one of the CNN commentators got word from somebody in Pennsylvania who was observing the voting counting, and they were packing it up for the night, and everybody was going home, and they would come back at 8 a.m.
Well, that's probably what's going to happen then. That's unusual. I've never heard of them stopping voting. You figure in Pennsylvania, look, everybody has known for a while now that Pennsylvania was going to be important. It's odd that they didn't have the structure in place to take care of this, make sure you get the vote counted tonight. That's really odd.
I've looked online. I can't find anything, but honestly, I don't think they would report it unless somebody on site actually contacted them, but I don't know.
That is very, very odd. Well, I'm inclined to believe it. If CNN's reporting it, I'm inclined to believe it.
Some of the states were having to extend polling times because the people who were supposed to be the volunteers showed up late, and people who waited in line couldn't vote on time. And there's some statute that if the polling locations, are not open for 15 minutes or longer than they're supposed to, then they have to add extra time. So it seems like it's a volunteer issue, counting in Pennsylvania and keeping the polling places open. So
I remember something like that happening 4 years ago too. I think there was that some computers or some power went out at a couple different polling locations in various spots, and they ended up extending voting hours. I think that's something that actually happens almost every general election. Is there's some kind of a weirdness that happens, puts the stall on voting for a while, and they just extend the hours to make sure that people can go vote. But yeah, that's unusual. But yeah, as long as people are getting a chance to go vote, that's fine by me.
I think in Pennsylvania, part of the issue might be they might not have had enough observers set up or something or scheduled for doing a night crew, or maybe they didn't expect to have as high a turnout. Who fucking knows? I don't know. I'm sure it'll come out tomorrow why they didn't, get it done sooner. But here's the problem with Pennsylvania. They have till Friday. So people who mailed in their ballots, if they were postmarked by yesterday or today, I'm not sure which for Pennsylvania, they can be counted as late as Friday. So there's really no rush.
I'm all for making sure the votes get counted properly. So if we got to wait a couple of days on Pennsylvania, because there's ways that either Trump or Biden can win without Pennsylvania. I mean, there's still 10, 26, 30, 41, 57. There's still almost 60 electoral votes that are out there outside of Pennsylvania, and that 60 votes pushes either one of these guys over the top. So
yeah, and AP,
and that's not including Nevada.
AP is saying that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, only 8 states are still light colored, not officially given to one of the candidates. So I don't know. I was hoping for a Biden sweep of Florida, and it's so close that I still like to think that he did pretty well there, considering how much Trump was expecting to get it all. So even if he lost the state, it was still a kind of a victory for the Biden camp, in my view.
Let me get a look at Florida real quick and see what their numbers were looking like.
According to AP,
since they called it, I haven't really looked at it that close.
Trump only is ahead by 1.3% in Florida, and it's 96% reported.
Well, Bing says that 99.98% is reported, and Trump is up by a little less than 3 points. Maybe a little more.
Okay, then
51.26 to 47.84.
Everybody's got different fucking numbers.
That's one of the things that makes it hard. I mean, like I said, I'm kind of trying to keep track of a couple different ones. I've looked at Bing's, but Bing seems to be way behind, so it's kind of hard to take. It's kind of hard to take that one.
Oh, thank you. Really? Yeah, it was North Carolina that started late on the polling stations. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. It's just. I think it could go either way, and I think it's going to be close. And the concern of possibly both candidates getting to just shy of 270, but not going over it, is potentially there. And then what do we do? That I don't know.
This is the ultimate waiting game for the election that I've ever experienced.
Oh, I know.
I mean,
it's like wait.
Wisconsin's still close with 92.5% in. It's 51-47 Trump, so that's still close. Michigan is there's only 60% reporting in Michigan so far. Trump is up by about 9 points, but there's still a lot of votes to be counted in Michigan.
The closest experience I had to this is when I was 16 or 17. I had a friend who was late on her cycle, and she had to wait 3 or 4 days before she could take the pregnancy test. And we're like, we can't even take the test, And so we were carrying it around in our backpacks at school, back and forth, because she didn't want people to see it. I don't know.
I think the comedian Whitney Cummings actually tweeted something like that earlier. She says, "I haven't been this this anxious over results since my last pregnancy test," or something like that. But yeah, North Carolina.
Turns out she wasn't pregnant, thank goodness. But it was a long 4 days of waiting to find out, and this was before cell phones, and so I tied the landline for hours talking to her in those days, and I got in so much trouble. But oh well. Oh well. At least I like that Biden came out and said something. I did like that.
They say 100% of North Carolina is in, and Trump is up 50.09% to 48.69%. That's what Bing is saying. Fox has not called North Carolina yet, so I would imagine it's because they're doing some recounts because it's awfully close.
Well, according to AP, Trump only has it 50.1% and 94% counted.
Well, we'll see. I haven't put in my little thing here that I've got for my general use. Mm-hmm. I haven't put North Carolina anywhere yet. I still got it as a toss-up. I don't know what's.
I like to think Florida is still a toss-up. I know that's a very unpopular opinion, but I don't know.
It says 100% of Florida is reported, and Trump has 51-47. But that's what Bing is saying. Okay. I don't know what anybody else is saying. I can't really listen to anybody else's coverage right now.
Really annoying. I think Casey will win Oklahoma.
Oklahoma is the state that gave most of their damn votes to Joe Exotic 4 years ago.
Oh boy! I still never watched any of that stupid stuff.
Honestly, I think the main reason that I
tiger
watched it,
thing.
I think the main reason I watched it because it was early in the pandemic and theaters were all closed and there wasn't a whole lot to watch, and a lot of people were talking about it. So I was like, I'm gonna watch it. And I think I kept watching it because it was one of those things where it's like a train wreck, so you can't turn away.
Was it worth the hype, or is it just a waste of time?
It is wildly amusing. It is one of those things like. It's like we all have that one friend who's just pure trash, and we keep them around because we feel sorry for them and because their life is entertaining and they make us feel better about who we are as people. That's kind of what it was. Look, it's interesting. I'm not going to lie. It was very interesting, especially once you got towards the end and it starts going into him getting arrested for the whole.
See, I have no idea anything about it. I know there was some lady named Carol that was related to it that went on Dancing with the Stars, and that some guy named Joe Exotic and something about animals. That's all I know.
There is a bunch of crazy characters in that show. It is just weirdness. I mean,
I'd rather watch Downton Abbey.
Me too. I'm actually really mad they took Downton Abbey off Amazon Prime. That was one of my go-to shows just to watch if I wanted to watch something I know I was going to enjoy.
You know what I wish I could do? How far along are you?
In Downton Abbey?
Yeah.
Oh, already watched it.
I wish I would have stopped watching after Matthew died. I wish I would have ended it there.
It was no. I think he died a little early. I wouldn't have killed him so early in the series, but whatever.
Well, it's because the actor wanted to go do other shit, and he didn't think he was making enough money with them. But I don't know. I just wish. I don't know. I didn't like the way Mary tried to find a new husband, and I did love how oh gosh, Marigold's mom, the one sister who always got shafted.
Yeah.
I like how at the end she got an amazing ending. I like that.
That was really fitting, I thought. I actually thought that Mary's character arc from when Matthew died was really interesting because you see that she's kind of that bitchy sister. She's the one with a lot of animosity in her. And then you see that Matthew kind of reins that in. There's something about Matthew's character that kind of balances her out and all her bitchiness and her vindictive bullshit that she's into, especially with her sister. But after he dies, she emotionally she kind of goes off the deep end a little bit, and she has because she doesn't have Matthew there to pull her to kind of be her center, her moral center. Because Matthew was the one guy who, other than her father, who wasn't afraid to look at her and say, "Shut your fucking mouth, you're being a bitch."
Oh, and don't forget the butler guy. He would sometimes put Mary in her place.
Occasionally, yeah, but I think he's obviously hesitant to do it because of his position in life. You don't want the butler telling you how to act. And they even touch on that a couple different times in the show.
I'm so glad she didn't end up with that rich guy who was trying to bully her into marrying him because of the blackmail.
Yeah, that guy was a prick. I was kind of hoping he would die at some point, and that's how she was going to get away from him. Yeah, I didn't like him at all. And the whole time I'm watching that whole storyline develop, I'm like, there's no fucking way she's going to marry this guy. There's just no way. But that's one of the few soap opera-y kind of shows I ever really got into. I have this weird fascination with British aristocracy. I read about the royal family and stuff all the time.
We should talk sometime on DM about cool shows to watch. Not to be creepy, but I love that shit.
Well, I think later this month, season 4 of The Crown drops on Netflix.
I haven't even watched The Crown. I've been waiting till it's over with.
Oh,
because I was afraid they were going to stop production. I was going to start watching it, but then COVID happened, and I was like,
Oh, it's good. If you're a fan of the British royal family like I am, just kind of all the stuff and the stuff surrounding them. I have this weird curiosity I've always had about the British royal family. It's a really good show. And on top of that, it's historically very accurate. I know they're embellishing a few things, but it's actually about the history of Princess Elizabeth, her ascension to the throne and all that stuff.
Yes.
Some of the things that she dealt with from when she took the throne in the 50s forward. It's really cool. Really annoying. Let me update my map real quick before I try putting it up. I actually might kind of take a break for about 5 minutes and get up and walk around and stretch my legs.
You should.
For about
my
5
Apple Watch
now.
told me I was close to finishing my rings of activity, so I took a break and I did a quick little run around the house, and I finished my rings today.
Yeah,
so,
give me a chance to.
Yeah, a little exercise is good for the soul.
I have not been to the gym in a while. I definitely
Hey,
need to get back to the
hey,
gym.
I don't go to the gym. I just do, stuff around the house and outside. And
Let me update my
yeah.
map, and I'll put that on, and I'll step out for a second, and I'll go refill my drink and do all that. And then anybody, Bodark, you still in the chat?
Yeah, I am.
Well, then I'll let
Discord
Bodark
live.
ramble on for a minute or two about I'm not doing that pixeler. Hold on one second.
I know Really's listening. Why don't you ever call the show, Really? You've got a lot of cool shit to say.
I don't know. I'm not sure if they were able to get on Discord and stuff like that because of the computer and shit. I talked to them on Facebook and stuff like that.
Oh, cool. I'd love to talk to Really on Twitter, but Really doesn't use Twitter, so.
I don't blame people for not being active on Twitter.
Yeah, I hear you, Frank.
It can be.
I hear you.
It can be a tough thing.
Yeah,
It can be.
I kind of learned at the hard way with what I posted about Biden, creepy Biden.
But see, I just don't post anything that's contentious, I guess, and I keep it pretty calm.
That's all I post.
Yeah. I think a couple times I get snippy. I think one time I got snippy with you, Frank, and I apologize. But I really try to just be nice.
Let's see. Got a color.
Yeah, the
Ohio.
There's been a lot of shit
South
happening
Carolina,
today,
Florida.
and, like a lot of shit that really is fucked with me.
Well,
so, like,
Ooh, wait a minute. Something changed.
I don't think you're alone. I think between COVID and everything else, this has just been really stressful. And I think everybody needs a fucking therapist.
Yeah, pretty much.
Fox, it looks like, has moved Nebraska to Biden.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're giving that little part in the middle.
I don't know.
I know that
It looks like they made it purple, not. Yeah, they made it purple and not blue. So it looks like they may have given one of those votes at least to Biden.
Oh boy.
Utah. And then
I thought you were taking a break, Frank. Don't you want to go stretch your legs or whatever?
I actually want to make sure I update this electoral college map thing that I have before I put it up there, because I want to make sure I'm giving people something accurate to look at. Is your wife gonna
come on the show, or is she just
No, she's been asleep for probably a couple hours now. I think she retired back to the bedroom probably about the time I even started.
Gotcha.
She gets up early in the morning to do stuff, so.
Yeah, Dan gets up at 6:30 for work, and he works from home. But the crazy thing is, he works more now that he works from home than he did when he used to go to the office.
They've actually told my girlfriend that she's probably going to be working from home permanently now.
Dan got approved for it. He applied for it, and HR, they're doing it on a 1-year term basis, and every year you have to reapply. But he doesn't take lunch breaks, and he works till 5:30. And I don't know, he's working longer hours than ever, but there's a lot to do, I suppose.
Well, that's one of the things.
But at least he's not driving.
That's one of the things that makes it difficult for me to do videos during the day, like I used to, because her desk setup is 5 feet from mine, and she has to make calls in and out all the time. So I can't have her stop working just so I can make a video or do whatever.
Oh, I can relate, because when we're in town in our apartment, it's a small little apartment. People call me from Oregon to chit chat, and I'm like, I can't. Dan's on a work call. I'll call you when he's off the call.
Yeah, I think the next time we look for a new place, we're gonna look for something with a basement or like an extra bedroom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that way I can have my area set aside to do my stuff, and she can just run the rest of the house if she wants it.
Well, that's cool. You guys got a good rhythm together. I think that's a good success to cohabitation, is knowing where everybody kind of wants to make their space.
Well, she has a job that makes good money. I definitely don't want to shit on her and make it harder for her.
Hey, ditto here with Dan. I haven't had to work in a year. So, yeah. I'd be working now if it wasn't for COVID. But with South Dakota, nobody gives a shit about COVID. I mean, they don't even. I won't get into it. It's just really bad here. And of the 800,000 people there are in the state, we have one of the highest infection rates. So, fuck that. No. We can wait. We can wait till COVID's calmed down, and then I'll get a job.
Out of 129.6 million votes, Biden, the popular vote, this is what we're looking at. Biden's got 49.85%. Trump has 48.54%. So,
you know what?
For what
they
it's worth,
both
the
worked
popular
their
vote.
asses off on that campaign trail, and it's a contentious election. So they both earned what they have.
Have you seen the before and after pictures of presidents?
Oh
It's-
yes.
it's striking.
Oh yeah.
I look at those. It's like even Obama, who he went in there,
Yep.
and even today,
Mhm.
Obama is still young and healthy and all of that. He looks haggard.
You know who else is young and healthy?
Who's that?
Yo, mama.
What's up, brother? I didn't know you were going to be on it all tonight.
I just got home.
Nice.
Where the heck have you been, man? I haven't heard from you in fucking forever.
Dying slowly, but not slow enough.
I feel that. I feel dead already, and it's not even the end of 2020 yet.
Well, Cora, you remember Aaron's voice. He hasn't been on Derailed in a while, though.
Shit's been a little.
I don't know that I'm familiar, to be honest.
You know, he hasn't been on Derailed for a while. He usually works Sundays, so he has a tough time getting on the show.
Yeah, I work Sunday.
I've only been truly listening to the whole Derailed shows, I don't know, for a few weeks.
Yeah, it's been a while since Aaron's been able to get on there. Aaron's
There's no way you've seen me.
Yeah, Aaron's a good
Nice to
friend of
meet
mine.
you.
Aaron's like a brother of mine. I love this dude like he was my own flesh and blood brother. I was kind of hoping to get him on here tonight, but like I said, he was working, so he didn't know if he'd be able to make it. But hey, we've got him here, and that makes us happy.
I'm
Well,
here
welcome to the
Hey.
shit
getting
show.
ice cream.
That is the election of 2020.
Speaking of which, have they called it?
No, they probably won't till Friday.
They have not called anything yet. Right now, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia are still not called for anybody yet. That's,
Don't forget
that's
oh yeah, you said Pennsylvania.
yeah. Fox. I'm watching Fox Business, and that's what they're calling right now. Bing is usually way behind. So right now we are at 238 for Biden and 213 for Trump. Trump is leading in. Let's see. Let me go back to look at this real quick.
Is there any way for Frank for you to turn his audio up? It's hard to hear him.
That might be
Oh,
something he needs to do because I've got.
It's something I need to do.
Yeah, it's.
I'll
I've got.
not try to be picky, but I do care about what you say.
I've got Discord turned all the way up, so pretty much all the way up. So.
Yeah, I turned his volume all the way up to 200.
But
you're gonna have to do it. Yeah, you're gonna have to do it on your end in Discord.
okay, give me 1 second. Let me read these real quick. Right now, 64.4% reporting in Nevada. Biden's jumped back out, which is not a surprise.
not
Nevada
you,
went.
Not you, Frank.
Oh, I figured out how to do it. Now I hear you better.
Okay. Arizona, Biden still got a lead in Arizona.
I'll be right back.
They
He
call
joins
Arizona,
and then he
never mind.
leaves.
Georgia, let's see, 91.75% reporting in Georgia. Trump is still up by about. Oh, they just updated on me as I was reading it. Where is Georgia? 91.75% reporting in Georgia. Trump is still up by about 5 points. Let's see. Pennsylvania apparently doesn't matter because they
I'm
stopped
back.
counting for the
Sorry, I had
night.
to get a spoon for my ice cream.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
kind of a hard food to eat without a utensil. Unless you're a dog, man. My black lab, she loved ice cream. She loved it so much.
They may have stopped counting in Michigan because Michigan hasn't moved in a while. They're still at 62%, and Trump has about a 9-point lead. And Wisconsin, they're at 93.2%.
Well, Pennsylvania,
reporting.
if Pennsylvania stopped counting and they matter, why don't the other ones just stop too?
I don't know. I figured you'd want this thing to get done, but whatever. I mean, that's just the way I see it. Wisconsin, 93.2% in. Trump is up by about 4 points. So those are the states that are still out. North Carolina. They're probably recounting in North Carolina because Bing says 100% of the vote is in and Trump has got 50.09. Biden has 48.69. So, but they're probably recounting it in North Carolina. That's awfully close. It's only 1.6% difference, so they're probably recounting.
And they'll probably have to recount it again after somebody takes something to court.
Pretty sure Florida's gonna go for a recount too. They always fucking do.
I hope so, because it's really close on some polls, or counts, I should say. But then on some, Trump has a clear lead. All the numbers are different. AP, Bing, CNN, Fox, everybody's counts are different.
Yeah, that's really weird. Yeah, I'm giving myself till about 3. If we're close
I've
to
never
something,
seen that before, Frank. Usually across the board, they all have very, very similar counts.
yeah, it's weird. But like I said, I mean, I was watching the coverage from last year, and it seemed like MSNBC was really quick to call states, where CNN was way behind them for some reason. But I don't know. I don't know. They're going to count however they count. We're all going to find out at the same time. So whether it be sometime tonight or sometime Friday or sometime on January 1st, who the hell knows at this point. So we may not. It's possible we don't see another state get called tonight.
Or like everybody was quick to call it, and then one of the other news outlets called it differently, and then shit just hit the fan.
Now that you bring that up, I was listening to something, and they were saying that somebody in the Biden campaign told somebody at one of the news outlets, "We're not going to play it like Gore. We're going to fight it if it looks like it's that close."
Honestly, they should.
Yeah, that's where that's how the conversation began. I guess somebody in the Biden camp was saying,
I think it makes more sense for Biden to fight it because he knows he probably won't run again after this.
yeah, I don't know. It's a toss up. At this point, I'm just like, well, I guess we'll find out.
The official vote so far has Biden in the lead, though, right?
Yeah, but I don't know.
Biden 238, Trump 213, and it looks like
But
he's
if
up
you
by
look at
about
the
1.5%.
math of the states that are left, that are, leaning towards Trump, Trump's got it in the bag. But then here's the problem: in a lot of those states, they haven't counted all the ballots, and some states counted all the absentees first and reported those numbers. Some state counted all the in-person voting from today first and haven't started counting the absentees yet. So it's very confusing district to district.
We all kind of expected it to do that too, honestly, especially with how much in the media the parties have been arguing over whether or not, like, how long they're going to allow the official results to be delayed for.
And that has still been fought.
Voting and shit, and it's still something that's under discussion right now.
Well, not just discussion; it is being fought in court, even just as of today. In many states.
And here we are on election day.
And
I imagine that a lot of those, what it's going to end up coming down to is they're going to call it they're going to call it. But at most, they're at the sorry, I can't even speak. At the latest, we're going to have somebody is saying one way or the other, we have a president elect for the next term. And
when do you think that'll come, though?
No, I'm saying that probably within the next 3 hours they're going to be.
Oh, I disagree.
Somebody is going to.
Biden just came out and talked, and he said, "We'll see what happens."
We'll see what happens. It never happens like that.
This is the new year of crazy, though. Yeah. I don't think they're going to announce anything until Friday or next Monday.
I'm surprised Fox and CNN haven't called it already.
Well, I watched Fox and CNN both, and I forget his name. The one, oh goodness, he's on Fox. Anyways, he was saying, we're going to be transparent. We're going to lift the veil and show everybody the numbers, but we're not calling anything because it's too close.
KTLA is one of the local stations in LA I like to go to for whatever's going on in LA. If there's some kind of breaking news, they've pretty much got it the same thing. They've got 224 for Biden and 213 for Trump.
Well, what's the biggest question I have, and maybe you guys have opinions, is what happens if the numbers come so close that they both come shy of 270?
Never happened before.
Well, what if it did?
We'll deal with that when we get there. It's hard for me to.
We'll let the country burn itself to the ground when that inevitably.
That's why I bought a fire extinguisher the other day. Yeah,
that's not gonna help at all.
Well,
This election has been the biggest fucking dog and pony show I've ever seen in my fucking life. And I've been, I saw the fucking UN deliberation over Bill Clinton getting a fucking blowjob and a cigar. Like, this is the most drawn out, shitty.
Can I ask how old you are and how many elections you've been watching over your life?
I am 31, and I've been watching elections since Clinton was in office.
Okay, yeah, you got the experience to see it. Yeah, I hear you.
And this is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever had the sore pleasure of watching. Is just these two.
Yeah.
Completely irrelevant fucking people are at the top of our country right now. It blows my fucking mind. And Frank knows this. He probably don't. I don't like any of the candidates. I haven't liked a presidential candidate since Barack Obama ran the first time.
Are you comfortable sharing if you voted?
I did not vote.
Okay, I don't begrudge you because I did not vote in 2016. I lived in Oregon at the time. I now live in South Dakota. And Oregon was going Hillary no matter what. And I did not like Hillary. But I didn't know enough about Trump to give him my vote. So I didn't vote. So I'm not going to judge you for not voting.
I think I voted for... what the fuck is his name? Frank would remember. I can't. It's been
that third party guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. My friend was like out knocking doors for that guy. Gary something.
Gary Johnson.
Gary
Johnson.
Gary Busey. He looked like a he looked like what I imagined Gary Busey would have looked like had he not suffered 18 strokes. Copious amounts of heroin and cocaine but no.
Really annoying, can hardly hear you.
No.
Really annoying. He has a lot of great things to say. I've turned him up.
So Frank,
I'm not sure how.
I'll mess around.
Go into my name in the Discord to turn me up.
And you should probably turn me down, Frank, because when I got off the call, I heard the tail end of it catching up, and I think I'm too loud.
I think everybody else's I think all the volumes are at the right place except for Frank's, and I don't think that can be fixed by Frank because he likes to not point his mouth at the fucking microphone.
I've got you
really
turned all the way
annoying.
up
Just
now.
really annoying. Just type some good information in the chat. The total number of votes, I'm assuming he means electoral, is 531, so there can't be a tie. What I mean really is that they can both get to a number that's close to 270, but not quite 270. And you have to get to 270 to win the Electoral College. So it could be different, but not a complete tie.
I do have a question, and give me a second here, and you guys are going to hear this. I did it. How... Is there a list that you have, Frank, that shows what Jorgensen has gotten so far? Is she even being reported on?
Oh,
it's I've seen that.
Reported,
in one state, Jorgensen was getting almost 3%.
It's not good enough, honestly.
One state, it was like 2.8. I don't remember which one it was, but I was shocked that it was that high.
About a minute ago, Bing updated the popular vote count. Joe Jorgensen has 1.13% of the popular vote, and so far they've counted 130.6 million votes across the country. So whatever 1.3% is.
I'm not gonna say I support the libertarians because I think they're honestly they're extremists is what they are, but. Even
so it was a Green Party.
Yeah, and the Green Party is just as bad.
Yep.
But if I was going to, if I had voted today, I would have voted for Jorgensen, knowing that she's not going to win, and if for nothing else, just so that a third party can hit the 15% mark and then be automatically included next year in the debate. We need more diversity, and in all honesty, the libertarians lean far too right for me. But
Agreed. Same for me.
They're the only third party I see making it to that 15% margin ever, and I don't know how elections would look if we had a second Republican Party, but I imagine that
that would really push, I think, Democrats to push another extreme version of it,
right, and
in their favor, and then we'd have 4 people.
I'd be happy with. I'd be so much. Even if there was just one other actually viable candidate that we could hear more from. And now we heard a lot from Johnson last election cycle, and he
got a lot of attention. I'll admit it.
He got a lot of attention, but it wasn't good attention. And I think Frank brought it up when we were talking about it, and he said the reason why he thought that Johnson was an idiot was because when I can't remember what was going on at the time, but there was some like Middle Eastern country.
I think it was Syria.
It wasn't Syria.
Libya?
No, it's one that I would like. I can tell you that it's not the ones that you're saying, but I can't even pronounce the name of the fucking country.
Okay.
And I can't remember what it was, but he was
Uzbekistan or
no, it was. I want to say it was probably more Northern Africa than it was Middle Eastern, but
okay,
that's all the same to me, if I'm being honest.
That's okay. They change names all the time too.
They had asked him what his stance on what was going on in that region, and he was like, they said, "What's your thoughts on?" And they named the thing, and he was like, I've never tried that food before, or something like that. Like on
it was some ridiculous answer that made him sound like an absolute idiot.
The bed.
Like when Palin couldn't, like when Palin couldn't tell anybody where Iraq was on a map.
Right. Oh my fucking god! Like these motherfuckers are writing laws. Like can we have an IQ test that require you can vote for whoever the fuck you want to, but they have to pass a fucking
Well, the problem is the parties care more about
open book test, and half these fucking idiots would fail an open book test.
Well, the problem is the parties care more about electability than vetting them for truly being capable of doing the job.
Well, and that's why we have a fucking fat Pringle fucking running the country right now.
Well, it's like John McCain,
television personality.
It's like John I'm sorry.
No, go for it.
No, I was gonna say McCain openly said after he lost, he went to the GOP and said, "I want to do something different. I want Joe Lieberman, the Democrat, to be my VP. I want a 2-party ticket. I want to be innovative." Because Lieberman had a lot of power in the Senate at the time. He was well respected, but he was Jewish and he's a Democrat. And he was told that both of those things would make it impossible. And he had to pick somebody who was, or the party was going to pick for him, a woman that was going to pull the staunch Republicans in. And so he was stuck with Palin. But I think that could have completely changed the shape of politics.
That whole statement you just said, and this isn't against you, that whole statement, not a single part of that should have even been remotely allowed in the first place.
Oh, I agree.
The man received the nomination. He gets to pick who he fucking runs with past that.
But the GOP didn't let him.
I understand, but they should have no hand in that. I'm running for your party.
Well, I think they threatened funding and support.
You are not running me for your party. I'm running for your party.
Well, the problem is the GOP controlled the money.
Yeah, and
with the super PACs.
That's the other thing. That there needs to not be money in campaigning.
Mm,
And I know
that's
that
impossible.
it sounds impossible, but there is a way to do it. And all you have to do is get the FCC on board. And then once
But they're easily swayed.
that's what the problem is.
They're
You
corruptible,
should,
just like the FDA. The
which is
FDA
why the
literally
money
hires
needs to be
people who
removed
used to
from it.
work for the companies that came to them for approval on drugs.
I know, and that's why we need to take money out of elections.
Well, there's
altogether.
corruption everywhere. We're fucked, but transparency would be nice.
It would be harder for oil companies and plastics manufacturers that use these raw materials that are damaging the ecosystem and being proven it would be harder for them to get a foothold in the Congress and in the laws because we would be removing lobbyists. You can't you once you remove the money from politics, the politics become only politics.
This sounds like a horrible truth, but in my opinion, lobbyists are the oil that keeps the lubrication that keeps the clockwork of Washington running. If you get rid of the lobbyists,
it shouldn't be that way.
I
see what you're saying is absolutely true.
And it's
right
not
now.
just lobbyists; it's the money behind the contributions and the people who give that money and the expectation of support and preference given later on if the person wins. It's a mess, but I just don't see how we can fix Washington completely of corruption. I think we have to pick and choose what we want to fix and just deal with the rest.
War. It would literally take a civil war to change Washington, like you're talking about.
I know.
And you're right. It's impossible to change the core by just doing one thing because it's going to collapse if you try to do that.
Well, it's just like taxes. Yeah. Like even if Biden had, say he wins, and he had been able to push through this idea of taxing everybody who makes $400,000 or more, those people would find a way, a loophole, to somehow get out of paying those taxes. You squeeze them somewhere, the pressure is going to go somewhere else.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of moving it. And it's just transparency would be beautiful because then you just see it for what it is. But I just don't see. I mean, I sound like a cynic, but I don't know.
Well, I'm putting the suggestion out there. I don't believe it's ever going to happen.
Mm-hmm. It would be nice, though.
It would be. It really would. But like I said, it would take a civil war to get to that point. And...
Or serious change to the point where I don't know. It's like I made a joke in the 90s when I was in high school. We'll never outlaw tobacco when all the Congress persons, I should say, smoke cigarettes and have smoking lounges in, the Capitol building, where they don't, you can't ask somebody to vote against or dispel something or get rid of something that they themselves do and support. So you're going to have to change everybody in Washington before you can get rid of these things. And maybe the younger generation will start electing people who are more new age, but I don't know. Now, my biggest fear is some of these new people who are running for Congress, even today, who are up for election, are QAnon believers openly. So we're potentially going to have QAnon believers and peddlers in fucking Congress. It's just, ugh. I'm ranting. I'll be quiet.
It's quite all right.
No, keep going. This is why I like having people who talk a lot on there. It gives me a chance to do some of my production stuff.
It's so frustrating that I don't really give a shit as a woman. I don't really give a shit about pushing. We should have more women here. Go there on merit. Don't go there because you have a fucking vagina. You don't get a one up because you don't. I just really feel like I'm very passionate that elected positions should be based on merit and character and experience and what you're promising to do, not on your race, your sex, whether you were in the military, whether your dad was in the position before, nepotism in general. I just truly feel it should be character and experience and what you're promising to do. And there's too much favoritism and pushing and supporting and hating and trashing for things that don't matter. It's like, I don't give a shit about Trump's, what he says about women, and if he's a good husband, or, if he's cheated on his wife. That's his personal life. I don't fucking care. But I do care what he does in his administration, what he's doing with America. We just need to focus on what matters and weed out all the bullshit. So anyways.
Some of the California propositions I was watching earlier, Proposition 22, which is the one that classifies Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash drivers in California and making them have to actually hire them as employees, right now is actually passing, believe it or not, with 58% of the vote. That's something I did not see happening. Uber's already said that they're going to bail California if that passes.
This is the second part of this, because they pulled this, what was it, like 6 or 7 months ago? This was actually coming through the news that they were talking about it.
Well, they passed this thing called Senate Bill 5, which was like the first step, but now they're actually put a statewide proposition on the ballot, and it's passing. So you could very, very soon see all these gig economy jobs like Lyft, Uber, DoorDash, stuff like that, just not existing in California anymore, which would be horrible.
We're already seeing that, though, is what I'm trying to tell you, because they did that first step they took gave the cities the authority on it, and several cities already implemented that, and we saw that happen. We saw Uber and DoorDash.
And even if they're not illegal, the city councils can be real bitches about giving permits for that shit. And they can turn around and like make it impossible for the corporate entities to even bring lawyers in to talk to them and just refuse meetings. It gets petty.
It does. And petty is my business, but it's ridiculous that they've gone to these lengths in the first place, especially when the first bits of this bill started to come out. The people who worked for these companies said, I don't want to be an employee. A vast majority of them did. But we're seeing people who aren't in the business of delivering food at all voting on this issue to say you have to hire them as a driver. And there's like we argued about at the beginning of the show, Frank, with the way the electoral college works. It's the same kind of thing that's happening. There's so many people in California, and I guarantee you less than half the people in California are in these jobs, and almost all of them are probably voting against this bill. But there's people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about, because
people love to tout.
They should be employees, so they're voting on this, and it's screwing over all those people who are like, hey, I do this job. This is the job that I do, and we like it the way it is. Nobody.
Well, why can't they make it an option? Why can't they require the company to let the employee choose? I'd like to be on the payroll. I'd like to be a contract employee.
I think the reason why California is pushing for this so hard is because it's easier.
Payroll tax. They want the payroll tax money.
Exactly.
That's what I was saying earlier. It's all about in California. It's all about doing everything you can to get more tax dollars so you can spend it on shit.
That's what it boils down to.
Actually, one of the other things I was watching was Proposition 15. They're trying to increase property taxes, because the way you pay taxes in California on property, you pay it on your. I forget. It's like a progressive increase of whatever, but it's based mostly on what you bought your property for. But a lot of these people that live in California bought their properties back in the late 70s and early 80s before property values, especially where I grew up, skyrocketed because of the .com boom and the tech boom. So now these properties that people bought for $200,000 are worth something like $1.2 million, but they're paying taxes on that lower $200,000 rate. They want to actually start taxing people's properties based on its current value rather than what they bought it for, so they can increase their tax revenue. And a lot of people don't want to go from paying, $2,000 or $3,000 a year for property taxes to paying $20,000 a year for property taxes.
Well, can't they be grandfathered in? Like if they
would have
put
to
something
be,
in it?
I don't know
tell
let
You
me
can't tell somebody
find it.
you bought this house for $200,000, but I'm gonna tax you on it as if you had bought it for $2 million.
Well,
That's
right now
not
it's
gonna
failing
fly.
by about a
That's
percent.
not
It's 49.2 to 50.8, so it's failing by a little more than a percent.
Just wait, the legislature will find a way to get it through after this in a different bill altogether.
Probably.
They'll get their money. That's what happens. I mean, I don't know. In Oregon, they take your house value and they compare it with your neighborhood, right? And whenever a house sells in your neighborhood, they tabulate that. And every so many years, they just raise your taxes without telling you. So, I mean, that's what I'm used to. I like California's method, but if you've had a house for over 20 years, you shouldn't have to pay an increase in taxes out of nowhere. That could make somebody who lives on a tight budget, who happens to live in a house that they've lived in for years but couldn't afford new,
Well, and they're trying
be forced to move out of their home.
They're trying to screw some of these people twice because they just failed to pass that law saying that if you moved out of the state of California, you still had to pay state taxes for 10
I
years.
heard about that. Do you know how I heard about that? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So Dan and I are moving to Nevada in 12 to 24 months. We're moving to not Las Vegas, to a different city, because it's also no income tax like it is in South Dakota. Anyways, and it's also very close to my home state of Oregon drive-wise. Anyways, so we were looking at moving to Nevada, and there were all these warnings on these websites about if you're moving here from California, you have to do this, and this before you move here, or you're fucked. Because California is trying to keep people from officially on paper moving to another state, but still being in California to get out of paying taxes, to the point where they're hiring investigators to look into people and see what they're doing. It's fucked up.
Here's one you guys are going to kick out of, and I'm going to let you guys chew on this while I step away for a minute. It's Colorado Prop 113. What it is the national popular vote, whatever the hell they're calling it, I forget. But basically what it means is if this proposition passes, they are going to join this contingency of states that gives all their electoral votes to whoever wins the national popular vote.
Oh, okay, like Maine and
popular instead of the
Maine
state
and Nebraska.
The national popular vote.
That's a little fucking strange.
Well, right now it's passing. It's passing 52.4 to 47.5.
Do you know how many states are a part of that already?
Give me a second. Where is my thing on that? Print up some stuff about it, and because some people actually came onto the call and started talking about shit, I didn't have to go to some of my talking points.
You mentioned it earlier when I was on hours ago. Yeah. I remember you talking about it. Here's my thing. I think every state is looking at the option of changing how their electoral votes are counted. But here's the biggest problem. All it takes is one sweeping bill through Congress to federalize and constitutionally change the rules so that the states can't do that.
Yeah, but you're talking about amending the Constitution, and that hasn't happened in quite some time.
I'm just saying, though, if enough of these states get gung-ho about changing how their electoral votes are tabulated and given out, if Congress gets upset about it, or you get the right administration with the right combination of leadership control by party in both houses, they could easily just shut this shit down or sue the states and have it go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court announce a federal standard for what the states can and can't do with their electoral votes. To me, it's a wasted effort.
I think we're going to see that happen anyways.
So it's just a wasted effort, isn't it, then, for the states to do this?
It might not, because we don't know how the judges are going to rule on that. We can make educated guesses about it, but that's not even something that anybody would have thought to ask.
We'll look at the court.
Justices.
Look at the court right now.
I honestly don't know a single Supreme Court justice member.
Okay. All right. Well, let me tell you, it's a 6-3 conservative lead on paper. However, 2 justices have been known to lean with the liberals, or I should say the less conservative ones on the court. But I don't know anything about the new one. I'm not that happy about her because of my position on abortion and what she said publicly before she was nominated.
About the Roe v. Wade thing.
Yes. Because my biggest issue with that is I don't give a shit per se if some people are against it, but if they reverse Roe v. Wade, there are some states in this country where as soon as the ink is dry on that decision, they already have state laws in the books that will immediately make abortions illegal in that state.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Ohio is one of them.
In Oregon, however, and a handful of other states, they've gone to the effort with their legislatures to put on the books that abortion is legal in those states, even if Roe v. Wade is reversed. But I really worry about that, so that's why I didn't like her. But there was talk of Trump picking a nominee who was a lawyer who had no judicial experience. And so I guess she's better than nothing since she actually is a judge. But I don't know.
Yeah, I personally think, as far as the way our Supreme Court system works, once the Supreme Court has ruled on something, a future court should not be able to just be like, hey, you know that ruling that we did back then, we're going to undo it now. It should be way more of a process than that.
Well,
they should not be able to just be like, yeah, well, fuck what they said 20 years ago.
Well, the problem is, where does the buck stop? I mean,
when a new case comes to the Supreme Court that has to correspond with that, maybe you could think about overturning an old rule, but I don't think that a new justice should be able to sit down and be like, hey, let's just talk over this and this and this because I want to change it.
There's also the option of there being pressure being put on certain justices to sit it out because they may have bias and say, I'm leaving it up to the other justices. And that does happen sometimes. But I don't know.
But the only person that's allowed to tell them that they're biased is themselves.
Yes, correct.
Can't be like, you're biased.
But there can be pressure put upon them.
There can be, but that doesn't mean that they're going to do that. It
Agreed.
has to be by their own word, which, I mean,
I don't know. It's just a different world.
Yeah.
I remember watching when RBG was at her confirmation hearing. And that to now, very different, very, very different type of situation. The the nominees, they don't even talk about their personal beliefs and use statements like, well, I wasn't involved in that, so I don't want to talk about it. Well, I don't want to say my position because that might hinder my ability to not be biased if I were to face a case like that if I am confirmed. Oh, well, that's my personal view. That won't affect me that won't affect my work as a Supreme Court justice. It's just evasion. Yeah. Nobody I mean, we're like 3 Supreme Court justices in since they've actually talked about their personal opinions. What's the point of a confirmation hearing where they talk?
You guys keep going for a second. I'm going to step out for a second, try to stretch my legs. But what I was talking about was the NPVIC. It's the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. And from what I can tell, there's several states that have already signed on to it as of October of this year, including California, Oregon, Washington. It looks like New Mexico, Colorado, Illinois, a lot of New England states, New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey. And there are 3 pending states which are very interesting. 2 of them are Ohio and Pennsylvania. One's Virginia and one's South Carolina.
So that
So
makes it total,
those are states that could potentially, despite how their constituents vote, would just go
Oh
with
shit!
the.
Frank, really is saying that Trump's about to speak.
Yeah, but I don't imagine he's going to say anything too different from what Biden said. I honestly, I don't think with the exception of maybe Georgia, I don't think we're going to see another state get called tonight.
Well,
like I said, I'm going
agree.
to burn until about
just
3 in
thought
the
I'd tell
morning,
you.
and then I think at that point we're going to be over until sometime tomorrow. So I may end up doing a small live stream sometime tomorrow just to try to catch up on a few things, but I don't know. It really
Wow,
depends.
Jake Tapper's been tanning. Jesus, he's orange.
He's floating around as shit. Jake Tapper's an idiot.
I'm just saying he
Really,
looks awful. He's been tanning a lot.
What channel are you watching this happen on?
It's probably on all the major news networks, CNN, Fox,
I just
whatever.
turned on my YouTube TV. Brought me to CNN quickest. I float between Fox News and BBC News and Routers and AP. I don't usually watch CNN, but I really like John King with his magic board.
Trump says he will deliver a statement tonight.
Well, good. He should. He's running for president. It's election night. Fucking say something, you know?
Yes, I see that. I want to watch that live. Thank you.
Yeah, they're showing a picture of him, or not him, but of a doorway. It looks like in the White House that he'll probably walk through. Well, you've been fun to banter with. You sure know your shit. You're fun to talk to.
I try to know my shit.
I'm just trying to figure out what to talk about.
Well, if we're talking too much, you can say, I want to talk. Can you shut up for a while?
No, it's not that. It's just like this whole fucking presidential shit's like got me on edge. Like I pissed off a lot of people already.
Well, if you want to speak your mind, you have a right to, and they shouldn't have been pissed off about it.
Yeah, fuck all of them.
I voted for Biden. I didn't like him that much, but I voted for him. If you like Trump, you have an equal right, and your opinion is just as valuable as mine, and I respect you equally. And I wish everybody could have that position because it's only fair.
The thing is, I don't even like Trump or Biden. I don't like either of them. And to me, Biden's creepy. Trump is just spouting bullshit at this point.
My concerns with Trump, though, are fierce for me. I think he's endangering public lands. He is really horrible about taxes and letting the rich get richer. And he's talking about shutting down really important programs here and there that are small. I also don't like Biden because he's wanting to promise free college. Fuck you. We can't afford that. That's Bernie shit. I mean, but I also think that he's unrealistic about this, 20 something, no fossil fuels. Come on, get off that train. That's not happening.
It's what's interesting? It's not entirely impossible because I mean,
especially with the advancements in technology that's been
but the infrastructure for such things are so expensive. How can we afford it?
Who said we would? All that's going to be privatized.
You think they're not going to make the government pay for it somehow?
Maybe
with contract,
but
with tax.
Yeah, maybe with a contract, maybe with tax deductions. But
yes, that's what I mean.
Pay out of pocket. If someone like Elon Musk wanted to buy,
I hate him.
Fucking 25 square miles of land in the.
I'm sorry, that was rude. I just am mad at him for what he's doing to the stars.
Yeah, I'm not.
He's putting all these satellites up there that are shining so bright that people won't even be able to recognize constellations anymore. His star net or whatever it's called.
I mean, if you go out to the places where light doesn't shine like from ambient sources, you already can't make out constellations. So it's not. I'm not too
Don't
upset.
like the effect of it all, but I get his mission to bring the internet to the world, I guess. But that's just one of
But
those few things I'm really grumpy about.
yeah,
You know,
the
we all
point
have those
is
things.
the point is though, if somebody with his kind of money goes out into the middle of the desert and buys 25 square miles of land and puts up solar paneling,
You don't think he's going to make us pay for it as taxpayers? He's going to want a
well,
profit.
he's gonna make a fucking profit. He's gonna make
I just don't
somebody
see
that,
us
that's what
benefiting
I'm
from
saying.
it. He's going to make all the money.
He already is. The people who are
Okay.
making all the money already make all the money, so they can't make more of all the money.
I just don't see them wanting to invest in the infrastructure. Like consider my home state, Oregon, okay?
I mean, look at the way he's done everything in the past. He's always funded everything himself, paid all that stuff. I think that even SpaceX, he ended up with government contracts, but he started that with his own money too. Like, I don't think it's too far-fetched to see something like that happening in the near future, especially.
Well, the problem is we have so many little mini economies depending on jobs that are based on fossil fuels. Where are those people going to get jobs?
It wouldn't be first and foremost. Fossil fuels are not going to be phased out, even if.
That's my thing. I don't think they will.
There's always going to be some presence for fossil fuels, especially considering the manufacturing of plastics depends heavily on crude oil as well.
Agreed.
So, I mean, we're still going to see a lot of this, but I think what they're going to push for is for more recycling. We're going to try and reduce that, but we're not going to completely phase it out.
That would work if we stop depending on selling all our recycling to China. Because now people are, I don't know. I love your ideas. I just worry that in small areas it could work, but nationwide, I don't think there are large swaths of the population that would support it.
They wouldn't necessarily have to. Like, at that point, it's privatized. We already have in the energy market as it stands. Like, I don't know how it is where you live, but they even opened it up. We have one supplier for the area that's like 45% of Ohio is powered by one company, but we now have the option to choose to purchase our energy from third-party sources, and it's privatized all over the place. You got some Yahoo over here who's got enough land, and he put a coal plant on it, and now there's a power plant there, so you can technically buy your power from him and still.
Well, see, if you open the market, that's a great idea. But if you live in an area where you're stuck with the utility company based on your address.
Also, a lot of that utility still goes through DP&L.
It does. Like,
so DP&L's getting their cut. They're just not getting it directly from you.
Exactly. But the point is that it's already privatized like that, and literally all it takes is one person building that in the middle of the fucking desert, and that is a huge monopoly already on renewable energy that we've already seen is storable.
That would be great for California because they steal all our power from Oregon. Mind you, they pay us for it. But our hydroelectric power, most of the products of that go down to California. And it would be great if they could generate their own. Like with solar in the Mojave Desert or something.
Well, and I think somebody did the math on it. Somebody smarter than I am did the math on it. And they came up with a rough acreage of how much acreage we would need of solar paneling to power the entire continent, and there's literally the
you guys, Trump's kids are all popping out of a door.
Oh, yep, here they are. Yeah,
I'm gonna listen.
Same.
I'm gonna mute myself so I don't you don't have to hear it.
Let's check this shit out.
Let me see if I can find something about this. I think I can get away with audio. I don't know if I get away with the picture, but I think I can get away with audio. I'll find out in a minute.
We're all listening on our
I
own.
don't know if you can get away with audio.
Come on, computer, don't be so laggy right now. Has he come out yet? Do you guys know? Okay, here's some audio.
The great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight. He said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount.
You don't know that yet. You don't know that yet.
We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. So we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes. And 65% of the voters in it. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them.
Oh, yes, you do.
Because when you
Yes,
add
you do.
Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. It's Michigan. So when you take those 3 states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newton? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory. 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 460. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this. And as far as I'm concerned, we already have won. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President. Say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again. I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again.
Again, redundancy. Well, there's what we're going to hear from Donald Trump for the rest of the night. We already heard from, well, I didn't play it, but we already heard from Biden earlier. You still with me, Aaron? I'm gonna day drink just for shits and giggles, Cora. I don't need the other guy to win for a reason to day drink. No, I'm not gonna day drink. I usually work at night. But I don't know. I'm probably gonna go for at least another half an hour. Look, I gotta be honest. I don't think we're gonna get another state call tonight. So we've got Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia all still out there. Looking at what these states have got going on right now. According to Bing's website, they've got 68.5% of the vote in Nevada, and Biden's up by about 2.5 points, roughly. In Wisconsin, there is 95.6% of the vote. Trump is up 51.3 to 47.2. That's getting kind of close. Michigan. Still a lot to count in Michigan. They've only got about 68.5% of the vote in. Trump's up by about 9 points, a little less than 9 points, but there's still a lot of vote to count there. Pennsylvania, apparently they've stopped counting for the night at 73.48% of the vote in and counted. Trump's got a big lead, but again, there's still a lot of vote to count. So he's got a lead of 56.09 to 42.72. Georgia, they say 99.4% of the vote is in. Trump is up by about 2.5 points. So those are the states right now that are still outstanding that we have not gotten called yet. They, for some reason, have not called Maine, although Maine was called a long time ago for Biden. So right now, it looks like for the rest of the night, it's going to be sitting at 238 for Biden and 213 for Trump, and we may not get an answer into the rest of this until at least tomorrow. I mean, I don't know if another state is going to get called tonight. Maybe Nevada in the middle of the night, which is, now in the middle of the night. But I don't imagine that we're going to get another state called. I don't think any of the really important states are going to get called tonight. I think, well, obviously, Pennsylvania, they've stopped counting. And North Carolina may not be. That's Virginia. Like I said, this one website I'm looking at says that 100% of the vote is in North Carolina and Trump's got the slight edge, but it's a slight edge of about 1.4% of the vote. 5.5 million votes counted. So maybe they are recounting to make sure they've got an accurate count. That's fine by me. Let's make sure we get it all right. South Carolina has already been called for Trump. He's up by 14 points there with 93% of the vote in. Georgia is the interesting one. This says they've got 99.4% of the vote in, and Trump is up by about 1.5%. So Georgia could be going that way. Yo, did I drop you or something? I see you texting me, Aaron. Did I drop you? Frank, you can't hear me. Why can't you hear me? Hold on a second. I don't know why you guys can't hear me. I've got everything up. That's weird. Let me go check all this. Huh. I don't know why I can't hear you guys, but I haven't touched anything. It doesn't say you guys are muted. No, I cannot hear you, but I'm not sure what the hell happened there. I haven't touched anything. I don't know why it went weird. Let me see if I can screw some things for a second. Aaron's volume is all the way up. Cora's volume is what it has been. I'll turn her all the way up. I'm not 100% sure. Let's not do that. I do not know. Try to. I know Joe has had some issues with Discord in the past. Maybe you guys should close Discord and jump back in. I don't know if that's going to be what fixes it or not, but I can see you guys both in there and you're not muted. But yes, I am reading the chat. I don't know why it got wonky. Let's see. That's weird. You guys are lighting up like you're talking, but I can't hear you. Strange. At least this didn't happen right in the middle of it all. At least it's, 20 minutes till, and this whole thing's just about over. Let me mess with this a little more. Tell you what, let me close Discord. And I'll reopen it and see if that works. Give me just 1 second. But yeah, I really don't think we're going to see anything else getting called tonight. Oh, there's Aaron calling. Yes, my dear Aaron.
Oh my god, I can feel those ears at the same time. That's fucking freaky. You gotta check your Streamlabs. That's where the problem is.
That could very easily be Streamlabs. I'll work on that too. Let's see. Go back to Streamlabs.
Cora's saying we should call tonight.
Well, I'm probably going to at this point. Yeah, I'm probably going to here in the next few minutes. I don't see anything else happening the rest of the night.
Hey, can you hear me? I want you to repeat what I say to you, okay?
I can hear you on the phone, not on Discord.
That's fine. The president said live on national television, as far as he was concerned, he won the presidential election. And then followed it up by saying he doesn't want a state to say at 4 o'clock in the morning, oh, we found all these other ballots. He called it. He just called the election.
I think that was probably more stuff just to kind of gin up the crowd.
Stop talking for a second. Go ahead, Cora.
Why is all of a sudden this not working out the way I want it to?
She said that he called for all of the places that still have a large percentage of votes to count to stop counting now because he's in the lead.
Did he say that, or did he just say they stopped counting?
No, he said, as far as he's concerned, he won the election, stopped counting votes.
I don't think he means that seriously. I think that's where a lot of the people who don't like Trump tend to fuck things up. I think that they tend to take these little things and they try to run with them like he's serious. A lot of times he's not.
He said it word for word. He said, word for word, as far as I'm concerned, we won the election. Those were his exact fucking words.
I think you're reading a bit too much into that. I think you're reading a bit too much into that. I think it's the kind of rah-rah talk that he's putting out there. I don't think he necessarily means that.
Frank, Cora said his exact words were, they were taking it to the Supreme Court to have them stop counting votes.
Okay, we're going to see how all that works out. I think you guys are probably hearing things a little differently because you guys don't like Trump. Look,
He said it word for word. Just rewatch it.
You can say a lot of things word for word and not mean exactly what you said word for word. If I call you an asshole, you know I'm joking.
Yeah, but this is the presidential election. This is a speech he just made to the entire fucking country. This is not, it's not an SNL skit. This happened.
I still think you guys are reading a bit too much into it.
He said he's taking
I know what he said.
to have them stop the vote.
I know what he said. But I think a lot of what he said was just the rah-rah stuff. Look, that's exactly what Biden said was a bunch of rah-rah stuff. What else can they say because they don't have full results yet?
Biden said we'll see what happens. Trump said as far as he's concerned, he won.
Yeah, but not as far as the Electoral College or the system is concerned, so it doesn't really matter what he thinks.
No, Frank. Then the vice president got on the mic and said, we are going to ensure the vote, is what he said.
I still think you're hearing that the way that you want to hear it rather than exactly the way they were trying to say it. Look, and I get it. Trump does not always communicate clearly. He is very, very bad sometimes at that, at communicating what he should and what he probably wants to say. But I still think you guys are just hearing it wrong. I think you're hearing what you want to hear rather than what he is actually trying to say. And why can I not get this?
I promise you I will go back and rewatch it again.
But you're still going to hear what you want to hear. That's the point.
I think you should also go back and rewatch it because he said word for word 3 different times. As far as I'm concerned, we won.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean as far as the actual legal ramifications of the election are concerned. He can say stuff like that all he wants. Like, I can go up there after I lose the big game and say, as far as I'm concerned, we're won. That doesn't mean I get to win the championship.
Yeah, but then he followed it up with, we're taking it to the Supreme Court to stop the vote.
To stop or count the vote, because I don't recall hearing him say that.
He said he's taking it to the Supreme Court to make them stop counting votes. As far as he's concerned, he won the election. Word for word.
Boy, I cannot figure out why Discord took a shit on me out of nowhere. That is weird. And Streamlabs has got everything on. I don't know what the hell happened with that.
Yep. Have a good night.
All right, I'll talk to you later, brother.
No, that was Cora.
Oh, Cora's. Cora's leaving. Goodbye, Cora. I'm sorry I could not get Discord to do what it wanted to do. I have no idea why it just took a shit on me like that.
We were trying to holler at you as that was happening, but you couldn't hear us talking. That he called it. The president said, as far as I'm concerned, we won. And then he's going to the Supreme Court to make them stop counting votes. Cora said you should look up the transcript if you can find it. But he said that, word for word.
I cannot figure out why.
No, that's all good, man. I gotta get off here, too.
All right, I'm going to go for about another 15 minutes. Like I said, I really don't think anything is getting called for the rest of the night, so say goodbye to everybody over the phone.
Yep, they already did. Yeah, he called it. You should go back and rewatch that, but I'll talk to you later, man.
All right, bro. Later. And that is my good friend, my brother in arms, Aaron Glazier. We are not going to see... Fox News has not changed anything. I don't think anybody else has changed anything. I'm going to go ahead and close Discord because, A, it took a shit on me for no reason. And B, I think we're going to wrap this up here in about 15 minutes. So there's still a few people in the chat watching. What do you guys think? Do any of these states get called tonight? I'll be watching for a little while longer before I end up calling it a night and going to bed. But I agree, Calvin. He should be taking this a little more seriously. But again, I think people who really don't like Trump, and there's a lot of people out there, and Aaron's one of them, Cora's one of them, they just don't. Sometimes you hear what you want to hear and not what they're saying. I don't take it as that. I'm going to have to go back and listen to it again. I didn't catch some of whatever he may have said about. I mean, he may have said something about going to the court. I don't remember. But to stop counting, I don't know if I heard that. I'll have to go back and listen to it again. But, we've been doing this for about 6 hours now. We at one point had about 10 people watching. We've maintained about 5 to 7 kind of regularly throughout the night. That's pretty good. I think the best I've ever had is 12, but that was when I was talking about movie stuff. And but we're gonna have to see. Like I said, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia are apparently right now too close to call. Looking at where these things are at, where these places are at, Nevada, I don't know if they got started counting late or what, but they were way behind the curve and everybody else. They've got 68.74% of the vote in, and Biden has got 50.25% of the vote. Trump has 47.64. He could make that up somewhere with, still with 32% of the vote ish to count. So he could make it up, but I'm not counting on Trump winning Nevada. That's generally a pretty strong blue state. Wisconsin, he's up with 95.8% reporting. He's got Wisconsin 51.26 to 47.22. Donald Trump does. That could change too. There's still plenty of votes to be counted in Wisconsin. Let's see. Let me scroll back up because it just updated. And none of these have moved. Wisconsin 95.85 in. Donald Trump is at 51.27 to 47.22. Michigan with 69.5% in. Donald Trump is up by about 8 points. He's up 53.28 to 45.11. In Pennsylvania, he's still got a big lead, but they've stopped counting for the night. They're at 74.3% reporting. Trump is up 56 to 42.7. In Georgia, Trump is up by about 1.5 points with 99.4% reporting now. I don't know how many votes you get out of 0.6% that you haven't counted yet out of 4.7 million votes, but they're not calling Georgia yet either. I would imagine they're probably recounting votes in a couple of these states because those are still some big number states. So they're probably making sure they have accurate counts, and we're not going to know what's happening until tomorrow probably. Really annoying says Nevada and Wisconsin should be called. Well, I mean, I want to make sure the votes are counted right first. I mean, I don't really care who wins. I just want to make sure they're counted right. Looking at Wisconsin, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 counties have gone for Biden, and all the rest of the counties, with the exception of the 5 or 6 that aren't reporting yet, have all gone for Trump. But again, it kind of depends on, can Trump get these counties to come out and build up those big leads with those other counties? And I'm highlighting a couple of them, and there's one, Dodge County in Wisconsin that's only got 54% reporting. Trump's got a 31 point lead there. Washington County 75%, so he's still got to run up some totals in these smaller counties to make sure he can make up some of the ground that you would get in some place like Green Bay or one of those counties up north in the lake, which is he's got of the ones that are up in the north, Biden's got 2 of them. Looks like he's got them both pretty well in hand. That one by 12 points, this one by 10 points. So I mean, we're gonna see. As far as Nevada, yeah, Nevada's not even close. They're not close to calling Nevada. If Bing is to be believed, they've only counted 68.74% of the vote, and Biden's only winning by 3 points, a little less than 3 points. So there's still a lot of counting needs to be done in Nevada. I'm willing to bet that they've probably stopped counting in all these states for the night. If they stopped counting in Pennsylvania, it's not out of their own possibility that they stop counting in all these states. So we're not likely to get one of these states to call tonight unless it's probably Georgia. Georgia's the only one that may call over the before we all get up in the morning because they've got 99.4% reporting and Trump's got about a 2.5% lead. But I can't imagine the other 1, 2, 3, 4 states are going to call, or 5 states are going to call tonight. So I will. Can I do a follow-up live show? I might. I was 100% certain we were going to have a winner tonight, one way or the other. I thought that either one guy or the other was going to win in a blowout, but this has ended up kind of a tight one. And I don't know if a tight race is good for Trump, but again, it depends on these 3 or 4 states, especially on the eastern half of the United States. I mean, the Great Lakes states, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. But yeah, it's an interesting election to be sure. Definitely much more interesting than last year. But yeah, I don't think. Yeah, really annoying. I don't think that Trump has the power to actually have counting stopped anyway. But I mean, we're going to see again. This is probably, and we were talking about this earlier. This is probably one of those cases where we're not going to know the results for at least a few days. What's up, Dan? I see you're in here. Too bad you're coming in kind of late. We're getting ready to wrap up here at some point in the next few minutes. But I just want to remind you guys, don't forget I've started the Patreon thing. If you want a chance at winning $25 to the movie theater of your choice, since that's generally what I do on this channel is movie and TV stuff, go ahead and join the Patreon. Once a month I'll be giving away $25 to the theater of your choice for the patrons. Also, it helps kind of support the channel and help us grow so we can do some other things for the channel. Also, of course, I don't think anybody sent in any donations tonight, but I don't really care about that. That wasn't really what I was after. But, Streamlabs is a way you can do it too. But yeah, right now, the way it stands, as far as Fox Business is telling me, it is 238 electoral votes for Biden, 213 electoral votes for Donald Trump. And you need 270 is the magic number. Guam, nobody's showing Guam. I think they only vote in the primary. I know Guam and the DR and some of those American territories, they do things a little differently. I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to look into that one. But yeah, I'm not moving. Everybody moving to Rhode Island would certainly throw that whole popular vote thing out of whack, wouldn't it? Because you have a state as big as my thumb dictating the way that the country goes. But yeah, that'd be a great argument against the national popular vote. But yeah, I want to thank Aaron for coming on kind of late. I want to thank Cora for coming on and bringing in a lot of really knowledgeable talk. Bodark was on here for a while. I want to thank you, bro. Danimal, I don't know if you subscribe or not. Please go ahead and subscribe if you haven't already. All of you guys, if you haven't subscribed, please do so already. And I'm probably going to call it there. We've been going for about 6 hours and 19 minutes, and we're not going to get any more answers tonight. So I will probably... if anything serious happens over the course of the night, I will probably jump on here tomorrow and do a small stream kind of updating things. But other than that, until we get some more results from some of these outstanding 6 states, then there really isn't much to talk about. Thank you, Calvin, for telling me I did a good job. I put together a whole slew of notes and all this stuff and was writing stuff down left and right. I didn't even get to half of it. Thankfully, because, Cora and Aaron and Bodark and Casey also came on. I don't want to forget Casey. Also because these guys came on and gave me some good conversation early on. Once again, Danimal, if you haven't subscribed, please do so. There's going to be some movie reviews coming up soon anyway. We'll be getting back into that full time now that I'm done with all this election nonsense, at least for the bulk of it for tonight. But 6 hours and 20 minutes after we started the stream, roughly, and we don't have the answers that we're all looking for yet. So, Cora, I'll DM you my email. Actually, I don't think it's in the description below, but I'll DM you my email here in a minute before I turn my computer off for the night. But so where we stand right now, we stand at 238 for. Let me put this map up again because I think I have. Do I have it? Yep. This is where we're at right now. So we've got Biden at 238 electoral votes, Trump at 213, and we're not going to have any answers for at least the next 24 hours, unless one of these other 5 states in the eastern seaboard starts to fall. So yes, Danimal, it's a pretty close race. But once again, thank you guys for coming and hanging out. Thanks to everybody who called in on Discord. I'm sorry the Discord fell apart the last few minutes, but thankfully it was at the very end, not in the middle of all that good discussion that we were having. And that's going to be it for tonight. So, again, thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for being a part of it, for viewing. I know there was plenty of places you guys could have gone tonight for all this election talk and all this bullshit. But a lot of you guys came here, and I'm very, very grateful. So that's it. Hopefully we'll have some more updates tomorrow. Until such time, adios.